The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. Coleridge was then at the height of his charm. His whole body, despite its secret pains and poisons, was responsive to the lively interests of his mind. His handsome face, sensual mouth, finely formed nose, gray eyes sparkling with eagerness and curiosity, his careless black hair curling about his neck and ears, made him immediately attractive, especially to Dorothy. It did not take her long to fall in love with him in her shy way, always keeping William unchallengeable on his pedestal. Coleridge was taken back by her tininess, yet was drawn to her by her quiet sympathy. This was a friend who would take him with all his faults, and would overlook his shiftlessness to see his warm feeling, his strangely recondite fancies, his shaken and bewildered faith, the frightened malaise of a poet lost amid factories and wars. For the present, however, he hardly saw this timid sprite of a girl being overwhelmed by her brother. Here he realized, in this man with calm, grave face, high forehead, meditative eyes, was a real and living poet, sensitive to every vibration of things and souls, shunning the economic maelstrom, quietly making it his life task to find fit evocative words for his insights and dreams. Coleridge, who at that time, with the ancient mariner already growing in him, was the greater poet of the two, felt the dedication in this man, envied him his freedom to give himself totally to poetry, and may have wondered whether a sister is not better than a wife. "I feel myself a little man by his side," he wrote soon after his coming, "and yet I do not think myself the less man than I formerly thought myself. William is a very great man, the only man to whom at all times and in all modes of excellence I feel myself inferior." So began 3 weeks of mutual stimulation. Each read his poems to the other. Wordsworth read more, Coleridge talked more. His conversation, Dorothy wrote, teemed with soul, mind, and spirit. Then he is so benevolent, so good-tempered and cheerful. His eye speaks every emotion of his animated mind. Usually such a triune love affair cools after 3 weeks, but then Coleridge, loath to let it end, begged William and Dorothy to accompany him to Nether Stowey for some return of their hospitality. They went with him, expecting to come back to Racetown soon, but friend Poole, learning that their lease would soon expire and could not be renewed, found for them a handsome cottage, furnished, for £23 a year in Alfoxden, 4 miles from Coleridge. And there William and Dorothy took comfort and inspiration for the next 15 months. In that happy period there was much walking between one nucleus and the other of the poetic ellipse. Sometimes the 2 men, sometimes Coleridge and Dorothy, sometimes the 3. There was a triple exchange of feelings, observations, and ideas. Wordsworth encouraged Coleridge to let imagination be his guide. Coleridge enlarged Wordsworth's acquaintance with the philosophers, and challenged him to undertake an epic. Years later, in the Prelude, Wordsworth reminded his wandering friend of the buoyant spirits that were our daily portion when we first together wantoned in wild poesy. Dorothy was their bond and catalyst. She warmed them with her praise and eager listening, challenged them with the keenness and depth of her perceptions, and united them as their spiritual bride. They were, said Coleridge, 3 persons in one soul. Both Wordsworth and Coleridge must have looked into the journal that Dorothy began at Alfoxden on January 20th, 1798. They must have been struck by a line on its 2nd page. "The hum of insects, that noiseless noise which lives in the summer air." But Sarah Coleridge would have been struck rather with entries for February 3rd to 12th. February 3rd, walked with Coleridge over the hills. February 4th, walked a great part of the way to Stowey with Coleridge. February 5th, walked to Stowey with Coleridge. February 11th, walked with Coleridge near to Stowey. February 12th. Walked alone to Stowey, returned in the evening with Coleridge. Sarah was not happy over this ambulatory romance. It seemed sexually innocent, but where would it end? 7. Lyrical Ballads, 1798. Another stimulant came to Coleridge in January 1798. Josiah and Thomas Wedgwood, sons and heirs of the Josiah Wedgwood, 1730 to 1795, who had made his pottery famous throughout Europe, offered the almost penniless poet an annuity of £150 on condition that he devote himself wholly to poetry and philosophy. Coleridge welcomed the gift in a letter of January 17th and proceeded in an ecstasy of creation to complete the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Armed with this proof of potency, he proposed to Wordsworth that they should pool their new poems in collaborative volumes that would earn them enough money to finance a trip to Germany. He hoped that a year in Germany would teach him enough of the language and the culture to let him read in the original, and with understanding, those masterpieces which, from Kant to Goethe, had given Germany the unquestioned lead in European philosophy, and had brought it at least to rivalry with England and France in literature. Wordsworth was not enthusiastic about Germany, but France and North Italy were controlled by the Revolution. He fell in with Coleridge's plan. In April 1798, they invited publisher Cottle to come over from Bristol to hear their latest verses. He came, listened, and advanced £30 for the copyright. He wished to publish also the names of the authors, but Coleridge refused. Wordsworth's name, he said to Cottle, is nothing, and mine stinks. 18 years later, Coleridge explained the theory behind the collaboration. It was agreed that my endeavors should be directed to persons and characters supernatural, or at least romantic. Mr. Wordsworth, on the other hand, was to propose to himself, as his object, to give the charm of novelty to things of every day, and to excite a feeling analogous to the supernatural, by awakening the mind's attention to the lethargy of custom, and directing it to the loveliness and the wonders of the world before us. With this view, I wrote The Ancient Mariner, and was preparing, among other pieces, The Dark Lady and The Christabel, in which I should have more nearly realized my ideal. Probably the theory took form after the poems had been written. So with Wordsworth's explanation, prefixed to the first edition. The majority of the following poems are to be considered as experiments. They were written chiefly with a view to ascertain how far the language of conversation in the middle and lower classes of society is adapted to the purposes of poetic pleasure. Readers accustomed to the gaudiness and inane phraseology of many modern writers, if they persist in reading this book to its conclusion, will perhaps frequently have to struggle with feelings of strangeness and awkwardness. They will look round for poetry, and will be induced to inquire by what species of courtesy these attempts can be permitted to assume that title. It is desirable that such readers should not suffer the solitary word poetry, a word of very disputed meaning, to stand in the way of their gratification. Readers of superior judgment may disapprove of the style in which many of these pieces are executed. It will appear to them that, wishing to avoid the prevalent faults of the day, the author has sometimes descended too low, and that many of the expressions are too familiar and not of sufficient dignity. It is apprehended that the more conversant the reader is with our elder writers, the fewer complaints of this kind will he have to make. Prose interfered with their poetry. The owner of the Alfoxden house notified the Wordsworths that their lease could not be renewed beyond June 30th, 1798. On June 25th, William and Dorothy left for Bristol to negotiate with Cottle. On July 10th, they took a ferry across the River Severn and walked 10 miles in Wales to Tintern Abbey. Near this very beautiful ruin, and on the way back to Bristol, Wordsworth composed the first draft of the poem that was added as the concluding piece of the Lyrical Ballads. The little book was published on October 4th, 1798, 19 days after the unavowed authors had left for Germany. The title was fitting. Coleridge's main contributions were lineal descendants of Old English ballads, tales in song-like verse. And most of Wordsworth's contributions were simple lyrics of simple life in the almost monosyllabic language of the English peasantry. The book opened with The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. This occupied 15 of the 117 pages. It was the longest entry and perhaps the best, though England came only slowly to realize this, and Wordsworth never. The rhyme has indeed many faults, but we must not stress among these the absurdity of the tale. Coleridge had entered a realm of mystery and imagination in which anything could happen, and mighty events might flow from trifling incidents. He had to depend upon imagination, for he had never been to sea, and he had to borrow from travel books for maritime terms and moods. Nevertheless, he caught the mystic aura of old legends, the marching rhythm of old ballads, and the old mariner carries us with him almost to the end. It is, of course, one of the greatest lyrics in the English language. Wordsworth's contributions were mostly examples of his finding wisdom in simple souls. Some of these poems, like The Idiot Boy and Simon Lee, were hilariously satirized by reviewers. But which of us has not sympathized with a mother's patient love for her harmlessly feeble-minded child? One line of that understanding poem tells of the green grass. You almost hear it growing. Was this snatched from Dorothy? Then, after lingering with his rural types, Wordsworth concluded the book with the meditative lines composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey. Here he gave supreme expression to his feeling that nature and God, Spinoza's Deus sive natura, are one, speaking not only through the miracles of growth, but also through those awesome and, to human short sight, seemingly destructive forces that Turner was then worshipping in paint. To his wanderings in woods and fields, his rowing on placid lakes and scrambling over massive rocks, to 1,000 cries or whispers from 1,000 forms of life, even from the supposedly inanimate world. To them I may have owed that blessed mood, in which the burden of the mystery, in which the heavy and the weary weight of all this unintelligible world is lightened, while with an eye made quiet by the power of harmony and the deep power of joy, we see into the life of things. And then he rose to his finest profession of faith. I have learned to look on nature not as in the hour of thoughtless youth, but hearing oftentimes the still, sad music of humanity, not harsh nor grating, though of ample power to chasten and subdue. And I have felt a presence that disturbs me with the joy of elevated thoughts, a sense sublime of something far more deeply interfused, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean and the living air and the blue sky, and in the mind of man, a motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of all thought, and rolls through all things. Therefore am I still a lover of the meadows and the woods and mountains, and recognize in nature and the language of the sense the guide, the guardian of my heart and soul, of all my moral being. Dorothy, too, had reached this healing, unified creed, and found it not inconsistent with her Christian faith. At the close of his hymn, Wordsworth added a paean to her as his sister soul, and bade her keep to the end our cheerful faith, that all which we behold is full of blessings. Therefore let the moon shine on thee in thy solitary walk, and let the misty mountain winds be free to blow against thee, and in after years, when these wild ecstasies shall be matured into a sober pleasure, when thy mind shall be a mansion for all lovely forms, thy memory be as a dwelling place for all sweet sounds and harmonies. Lyrical Ballads was not favorably received. They are not liked by any, reported Mrs. Coleridge, a wife forgivably envious of her husband's muse. The reviewers were so busy exposing loose joints in the Mariner and loose sentiment in Wordsworth's ditties that none of them seems to have recognized the Mariner as a future fixture in all anthologies, though some noticed the devout pantheism of Tintern Abbey. The little book sold 500 copies in 2 years, and Coleridge ascribed some of these sales to a sailor who thought from the rhyme that the volume was a naval songbook. Wordsworth ascribed the tardiness of the sale to the inclusion of The Ancient Mariner. In 1799, while Coleridge was in Germany, Wordsworth prepared a second edition of the ballads. On June 24th he wrote to Cottle, "From what I gather, it seems that The Ancient Mariner has upon the whole been an injury to the volume. This may have been true. If the volume should come to a second edition, I would put in its place some little things which would be more likely to suit the common taste." The Mariner was admitted to the second edition with a disarming note from Wordsworth admitting its faults but pointing out its excellences. This edition, of January 1801, contained a new poem by Wordsworth, Michael, a tale leisurely told, in blank verse, of an 84-year-old shepherd, loyal in labor, firm in morals, loved in his village, and of his son, who moved to the city and became a dissolute degenerate. A new preface by Wordsworth announced in detail, and in sentences now famous, his theory of poetry. Any object or idea may generate poetry if it is born on feeling and carries significance, and any style or language can be poetic if it transmits such feeling and significance. Poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. It takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. The artist himself must have controlled his emotion before he can give it form. But such emotions are not confined to the literature or the elite. They can appear in the unlettered peasant as well as in the scholar or the lord, and perhaps in greater purity and clarity in the simpler soul. Nor does the expression need a special poetic vocabulary or style. The best style is the simplest, the best words are the least discolored with pretense or pomp. Ideally, the poet should speak in the language of the common man, but even learned words may be poetic if they convey the feeling and the moral force. For in the end it is the moral import that counts in every art. Of what use is our own skill with sound or form, if it be not to seek readier acceptance of a clarifying, healing, or ennobling thought? A great poet ought, to a certain degree, to rectify men's feelings, to render them more sane, pure, and permanent, in short, more consonant to nature, that is, to eternal nature and the great spirit of things. He ought to travel before men occasionally, as well as at their sides. The ideal poet, or painter, or sculptor is a philosopher clothing wisdom in art, revealing significance through form. That preface played a part in history, for it helped to put an end to the fancy language, the class prejudices, the classical references, the mythological frills that had often littered the poetry and oratory of the English Augustan age. It declared the rights of feeling, and, in the most unromantic style, gave another welcome to romance. Wordsworth himself was of classic mold and mood, given to thought and rule. He provided the tranquility of recollection, while Coleridge brought emotion and imagination. It was an excellent collaboration. 8. The Wandering Scholars, 1798 to 1799. Not waiting to see their book published, and helped by an additional gift to Coleridge by Josiah Wedgwood, and an advance to Wordsworth by his brother Richard, the two poets and Dorothy sailed on September 15, 1798, from Yarmouth to Hamburg. There, after an uninspiring visit to the aging poet Klopstock, they separated. Coleridge went to study in the University of Göttingen, and Wordsworth and Dorothy took a diligence to the free imperial city of Goslar, at the northern foot of the Harz Mountains. There, contrary to plan but immobilized by the cold, the Wordsworths remained for 4 months. They tramped the streets, fed the stove, wrote or copied poetry. Warming himself with memories, Wordsworth composed Book 1 of The Prelude, his autobiographical epic. Then, suddenly realizing how much they loved England, they set out on foot on a cold February 23, 1799, to bid Coleridge goodbye at Göttingen, and then hurry back through the rough North Sea to Yarmouth and on to Sockburn-on-the-Tees, where Mary Hutchinson waited quietly for William to marry her. Meanwhile, Coleridge did his best at Göttingen to become a German. He learned the language and became entangled in German philosophy. Finding no explanation of mind in the psychology of materialism, he abandoned the mechanistic associationism of Hartley and adopted the idealism of Kant and the theology of Schelling, who presented nature and mind as two aspects of God. He heard or read the lectures of August Wilhelm von Schlegel on Shakespeare, and took from them many a notion for his own later lectures on the Elizabethan drama. Drunk with ideas and abstractions, he lost his old flair for feeling and imagery, and abandoned poetry for philosophy. "The poet in me is dead," he wrote. "I have forgotten how to make a rhyme." He became the bearer of German philosophy to England. In July 1799 he left Germany and returned to Nether Stowey. But a year's absence from his wife had dulled the edge of husbandry. Sarah Coleridge was no longer a romance, and both husband and wife were darkened by the recent death of their second child, Berkeley. In October, restless, he went north to see Wordsworth at Sockburn. On that visit he held too long the hand of Sarah Hutchinson, Mary's sister. Some mystic current passed from the woman to the man, and Coleridge plunged into his third unhappy love affair. This Sarah, mindful of his obligations to the other, gave him affection, but no more. After 2 years of vain wooing, he resigned himself to defeat and wrote a touching ode, Dejection, as almost the last flash of his poetry. He accompanied Wordsworth on a walking tour of the Lake District, each looking for a home. At Keswick he thought he had found one, but an offer of employment on the Morning Post deflected him to London. Meanwhile, Wordsworth had leased a cottage 13 miles farther south at Grasmere. He returned to Sockburn and won Dorothy's consent to the move, and on December 17, 1899, brother and sister began their long passage, mostly on foot, from Sockburn to Grasmere, over many miles of winter-hardened and rutted roads. On December 21st they made their hearth in what Wordsworth called Town's End, and what came later to be called Dove Cottage. There they lived the hardest and happiest years of their lives. 9. Idyl in Grasmere, 1800 to 1803. From May 14, 1800 to January 16, 1803, Dorothy kept her Grasmere journal. Through those 150 pages, we are enabled to see and feel the daily life of brother and sister, and later, briefly, of brother, sister, and wife. The climate of Grasmere was not made for health. Rain or snow fell almost every day, and the winter's cold, even with snow, might reappear in June or July. Sunny days were ecstasies, and the occasional emergence of the moon was a transfiguring revelation. The cottage was heated with coal in fireplace and stove, but sometimes, Dorothy noted, I could not sleep for sheer cold. They took the weather stoically, grateful for spring and the usual gentleness of the rain. "It rained very mildly and sweetly" occurs repeatedly in the journal. Sometimes Grasmere looked so beautiful that my heart almost melted away. Many a walk they took, together or apart, sometimes a mile to Ambleside for mail, sometimes half a day's journey to Keswick after Coleridge had settled there. Wordsworth seemed content with his sister bride, calling her the dear companion of my lonely walk, my hope, my joy, my sister, my friend, or something dearer still, if reason knows a dearer thought, or in the heart of love there is a dearer name. And as late as 1802, the year of his marriage, he referred to her as my love. She was content to call him sweet brother. She now had an income of £40, he 70. This, added to some dribblings from his publications, amounting to some £140, was their yearly income. They had 1 or 2 servants, for poverty was so general that many a woman, spouseless, was willing to work for bed and board. Poet and sister dressed simply, Dorothy in garments usually made by herself, even to shoes. William in peasant garb or in cast-off clothing sent him by friends. But they kept a vegetable garden, and sometimes caught fish in the lake. Moreover, the journal records, I made tarts and pies, bread and pies, pies and cakes. William was pampered. But he worked, too. Part of each normal day he composed, usually on his solitary walks, from which he returned to dictate lines to Dorothy. Also he chopped wood, dug and planted in the garden, and William cleared a path to the necessary, i.e. through the snow to the outdoor privy. Add that Dorothy brewed ale, and we borrowed some bottles for bottling rum. Despite the vegetables, William suffered from hemorrhoids, and after 1805, from weakened sight and insomnia. Many an evening, Dorothy had to read him to sleep. Those Theocratian days were suddenly confused by money and marriage. On May 24, 1802, Sir James Lowther, Earl of Lonsdale, died, leaving his property and title to his nephew, Sir William Lowther, who arranged to pay the money owed by Sir James to the heirs of John Wordsworth, Sr. Apparently £4,000 was divided among the children. Though the shares of William and Dorothy were not paid till 1803, William felt that his reasonable expectations warranted him in at least offering his hand to Mary Hutchinson. But the memory of Annette Ballon rankled in his conscience. Should he not clear up his relation with her before asking Mary to take him? On July 9, 1802, he and Dorothy left Grasmere by coach and foot for Mary's present home at Gallow Hill. On June 26th, they left Gallow Hill by coach for London. There, awed by the majesty of the city as seen in the early morning from Westminster Bridge, Wordsworth composed one of his many memorable sonnets. Earth has not anything to show more fair. They went on to Dover, took the packet across the Channel, and on July 31st found Annette and her 9-year-old daughter, Caroline, in waiting for them in Calais. We do not know what agreement they came to. We know only that 14 years later, when Caroline married, Wordsworth, then prospering, settled upon her an annuity of £30. The four remained at Calais for 4 weeks, walking the seashore in apparent accord. Wordsworth spun off another excellent sonnet. It is a beauteous evening, calm and free, the holy time is quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration, ending with the benediction for Caroline. On August 29th, Wordsworth and Dorothy left for Dover and London. Apparently he was in no hurry, for not until September 24th did brother and sister get back to Gallow Hill. On October 4th, 1802, William and Mary were married. No presents came to the bride, for her relatives disapproved of Mary's marrying a vagabond. Dorothy, who only recently had written of William in her journal as "my beloved," could not trust herself to attend the ceremony. Her feelings were wrought to an almost uncontrollable pitch. She went upstairs and lay almost insensible until Sarah Hutchinson called to her that "they are coming back from the church." This, she wrote in her journal that afternoon, forced me from my bed where I lay, and I moved, I knew not how, faster than my strength could carry me, till I met my beloved William and fell upon his bosom. He and John Hutchinson led me to the house, and there I stayed to welcome my dear Mary. That same day, in a chaise, the poet, his wife, and his sister began the long ride to Grasmere. Dorothy gradually adapted herself to the ménage à trois, and soon learned to love Mary as a sister and confidant. Besides, Mary brought to the household her own income of £20 a year. When the Lowther payment finally arrived, it lifted the family to bourgeois comfort. William became an ardent patriot and enlisted in the Grasmere Volunteers for the domestic defense of England against Napoleon. To the Grasmere Idyl belong some of Wordsworth's finest lyrics, To a Butterfly, the powerful sonnet to Milton, the ode Resolution and Independence, chiding his own melancholy, and between 1803 and 1806, the most famous of all his compositions, Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood. Seldom has a philosophic fantasy been so beautifully expressed. It begins on a somber note about his dimming eyesight. Turn wheresoe'er I may, by night or day, the things which I have seen I now can see no more. He makes this a symbol of our idealistic visions vanishing with our youth. Where is it now, the glory and the dream? And he wonders, may not the helpless miracles that we are at birth have come from a heavenly home whose memory brightens our childhood and fades as we grow? Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting, The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar, not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Shades of the prison house begin to close upon the growing boy. But he beholds the light, and whence it flows, he sees it in his joy. At length the man perceives it die away, and fade into the light of common day. Therefore the poet hails the child as, "Thou best philosopher, who yet dost keep thy heritage, thou over whom thy immortality broods like the day." But even we adults have some dim consciousness of that lost horizon. Blank misgivings of a creature moving about in worlds not realized, our souls have sight of that immortal sea which brought us hither, can in a moment travel thither, and see the children sport upon the shore, and hear the mighty waters rolling evermore. This is anthropology theologized. The child, still an animal, rejoicing in its animal motions, limbs, and freedom, resenting every garment, prohibition, and restraint, inwardly longing for the freedom of animal life and movement in fields or woods, in seas or the air, and slowly, resentfully losing those liberties as the child becomes adult and the youth submits to civilization. But Wordsworth would have none of this. He was recalling Pythagoras and hoping to find in him some bridge back to his childhood creed. The aging man seeks the womb of his feelings as of his life. 10. Love, Labor, and Opium, 1800 to 1810. In April 1800, having completed his assignment with the Morning Post, Coleridge came to Grasmere for a 3-week stay with the Wordsworths. Dorothy told him that she had found a pleasant haven for him and his family in a large house called Greta Hall, some 3 miles out of Keswick. Coleridge went, saw the place in the glory of summer, found in one room a library of 500 volumes, many of them grist to his mill, and enthusiastically signed the lease. In August 1800, he took his wife Sarah and son Hartley from Nether Stowey to their new home. There, on September 14th, Sarah gave birth to another boy, whom they named Derwent, from a nearby lake and stream. Soon the winter revealed to them their mistake. The cold and rain aggravated Coleridge's tendencies to asthma and rheumatic fever, and the geographical separation from her relatives deepened the melancholy of his wife, so often left alone by her husband's wanderings of body and mind. Frequently he left her to walk the 3 + 13 miles to Keswick and Grasmere to enjoy the stimulus of Wordsworth's conversation and Dorothy's affectionate attentions. And only less frequently Wordsworth and Dorothy walked north to brighten Coleridge's day. In November 1800, Sarah Hutchinson came down from Gallow Hill for a stay of several months with Mary, William, and Dorothy at Dove Cottage. And there Coleridge resumed his pursuit of her. With unintentionally cruel simplicity, he confessed to his wife his love for the second Sarah, and asked for permission to love them both. Day by day she retreated from him into motherly cares, and he into his brooding and his books. He tried to complete the ballad story Christabel, which he had begun in 1797, but he found no fine frenzy in him, and left the tale unfinished. Scott and Byron praised it in its manuscript form, and may have taken some hints from it in theme, meter, and mood. Finally, in 1816, at Byron's urging, Murray printed it. It is a haunting relic of a vanished charm. After a year at Greta Hall, Coleridge, his health and funds exhausted, felt that he could not survive another winter at the lakes. He was glad to receive an invitation to join the staff of the Morning Post as an editorial writer. On October 6, 1801, he went to Grasmere to say goodbye. On the 9th, Dorothy and Mary walked with him to Greta Hall. On the 10th, he left for London, and Mary and Dorothy walked back to Grasmere. Dorothy wrote in her journal, "C had a sweet day for his ride. Every sight and every sound reminded me of him, dear, dear fellow. I was melancholy and could not talk, but at last I eased my heart by weeping. Nervous blubbering, says William. It is not so. Oh, how many, many reasons I have to be anxious for him." Arrived in London, Coleridge worked hard writing Leaders, in which his growing conservatism went well with the policy of the Post, the chief organ of the semi-liberal Whigs, anti-ministry but pro-property. He condemned slavery and the rotten boroughs, which regularly sent Tories to Parliament, denounced the government for rejecting Napoleon's offer of peace in 1800, and almost ruined Pitt with a merciless analysis of the Prime Minister as a statesman and a man. However, he defended private property as the necessary base of a progressive but orderly society, and argued that that government is best which makes each man's power proportionate to his property. He wrote vigorously and effectively. The circulation of the Post rose substantially during his stay, but that year of hectic work contributed to the breakdown of his health. When he returned to Greta Hall in 1802, he was physically and morally exhausted. The body ailing, the husband alienated, the lover rejected, the will a slave to opium. He had begun to take the drug as early as 1791, aged 19. He used it to quiet his nerves, to reduce pain, to induce sleep, to retard or conceal from himself the deterioration of his heart and lungs, perhaps to resign himself to defeat. And when elusive sleep came at last, it became a host of frightening dreams, which he hinted at in The Pains of Sleep from 1803. The fiendish crowd of shapes and thoughts that tortured me, desire with loathing strangely mixed, on wild or hateful objects fixed, fantastic passions, maddening brawl, and shame and terror over all. His notebooks tell of an imaginary people on the moon, exactly like the people of this world in everything except, indeed, that they eat with their backsides and stool in their mouths. They do not kiss much. Like most of us, he had dreams of fear, but in his case so vivid that sometimes he wakened the household with his screams. Perhaps his ailments and drugs, though sometimes confusing his thought and weakening his will, opened to him areas and vistas of perception and imagination closed to normal minds. In any case, his range of knowledge was unsurpassed in his generation, leaving Wordsworth in this respect far behind. He humbled himself before Wordsworth, but Wordsworth could seldom talk about anything but his poems, while Coleridge's conversation, even in his decay, had a range, vivacity, and interest that impressed Carlyle, and might even have silenced Madame de Staël. What awed him in Wordsworth was the older man's concentration of purpose and steadiness of will. Coleridge was more and more substituting the wish for the will, and imagination for reality. He marveled at his modesty, but he was intensely self-conscious, found himself, but in this, like Wordsworth and others, the most interesting of all subjects, and was secretly and aggressively proud. He called attention to his honesty, his austere moral code, his indifference to money or fame, but he longed for honors, plagiarized happily, borrowed money forgetfully, left his wife and children, and allowed his friends to support them. Perhaps opium weakened his sexual capacity and allowed him to mistake fancy for performance. In April 1804, seeking to reduce his asthma and rheumatic fever with the Mediterranean air and sun, he accepted a loan of £100 from Wordsworth and sailed to Malta, then a crucial but disputed bastion of British power. He took with him an ounce of crude opium and 9 ounces of laudanum. On the voyage, May 13th, he wrote in his notebook a desperate prayer. "O dear God, give me strength of soul to make one thorough trial. If I land at Malta, spite of all horrors, to go through 1 month of unstimulated nature. I am loving and kind-hearted and cannot do wrong with impunity, but oh, I am very, very weak. From my infancy have been so, and I exist for the moment. Have mercy on me, Father and God." For almost a year he seemed to recover his self-control. In July he was appointed private secretary to Sir Alexander Ball, governor of Malta, and in January 1805 he was advanced to the more responsible post of public secretary. He worked hard and revealed surprising powers of judgment and application. Then, after a year of service, he was so exhausted that he relapsed into drug addiction. He left Malta, traveled in Sicily and Italy, and returned to England in 1806. By that time he was more than ever dependent upon opium, checking its soporific action with brandy. On October 26, 1806, he met the Wordsworths at an inn in Kendal. "Never," wrote Dorothy under that date, "did I feel such a shock as at first sight of him. So fat that his eyes are lost in his swollen face, and only a momentary gleam appeared of the former divine expression of his countenance." He went on to Keswick and asked his wife for a separation. She refused. He left her, taking with him son Derwent, 6 years old. He transferred to his wife his Wedgwood annuity, but Josiah Wedgwood withdrew his share of this in 1813. Southey, established in Greta Hall since 1803, took over the care of his sister-in-law. Coleridge was tided over the crisis by a gift of £100, sent anonymously by his fellow addict De Quincey, and by the lectures that he gave at the Royal Institution in 1808, 1809, and 1810. In that year the great friendship ended. Its basis had been mutual inspiration to poetry. That ceased when the font of poesy dried up in Coleridge after 1800 through physical weakening, soporific opiates, marital alienation, and enthrallment by philosophy. Wordsworth had encouraged the exchange of muses by suggesting to Coleridge that his genius favored prose. Coleridge had been offended by learning that all three Wordsworths had cautioned Sarah Hutchinson against encouraging his advances. The divergence became a chasm when, in a letter of May 31, 1809, Wordsworth warned Poole not to involve himself too heavily in Coleridge's new magazine, 1809 to 1810, The Friend. "As one of Coleridge's nearest and dearest friends," Wordsworth wrote, "I give it to you as my deliberate opinion, formed upon proofs that had been strengthening for years, that Coleridge neither will nor can execute anything of important benefit either to himself, his family, or mankind. Neither his talents nor his genius, mighty as they are, nor his vast information, will avail him anything. They are all frustrated by a derangement of his intellectual and moral constitution. In fact, he has no voluntary power of mind whatsoever, nor is he capable of acting under any constraint of duty or moral obligation." This is merciless and extreme, but Wordsworth had told Coleridge as much in a letter a few weeks before. The matter was made worse when, according to Coleridge, Basil Montague told him that Wordsworth had advised him not to let Coleridge lodge with him, since Coleridge, by heavy drinking and otherwise, had made himself a nuisance at Grasmere. Wordsworth later, in 1812, assured Coleridge that Montague had misquoted him. Coleridge pretended to accept the explanation, but the broken strings could not be repaired, and the historic friendship died. 11. Coleridge Philosopher, 1808 to 1817. Perhaps we have exaggerated Coleridge's collapse. We must note that between 1808 and 1815 he delivered lectures at Bristol and at the Royal Institution in London, which suffered somewhat from confusion of thought and expression, but impressed such auditors as Charles Lamb, Lord Byron, Samuel Rogers, Thomas Moore, and Leigh Hunt. As if by some spontaneous esprit de corps, these and other scribes came to the support of their maimed compeer. Henry Crabb Robinson, who numbered a dozen English or German notables among his friends, described the third of the London lectures as excellent and very German. In the fourth, he reported, the mode of treating the subject was very German and much too abstract for his audience, which was thin. Coleridge's accumulation of facts, ideas, and prejudices was too abundant to let him cleave to his announced subject. He wandered wildly, but inspired. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. Coleridge's accumulation of facts, ideas, and prejudices was too abundant to let him cleave to his announced subject. He wandered wildly, but inspired. Charles Lamb, who summarized him in a famous phrase as an archangel, a little damaged, concluded that it was enough to be within the whiff and wind of his genius for us not to possess our souls in quiet. During the years 1815 to 1817, when Coleridge was again nearing a breakdown, he poured his aging conclusions into print. In Theory of Life, of 1815, He showed a surprising knowledge of science, especially of chemistry, which he knew through friendship with Humphrey Davy. But he rejected all attempts to explain mind in physico-chemical terms. He called absurd the notion of Erasmus Darwin of man's having progressed from an orangutan state. In the Statesman's Manual of 1816, he offered the Bible as the best guide to political thought and foresight. The historian finds that great events, even the most important changes in the commercial relations of the world, had their origin not in the combinations of statesmen or in the practical insights of men of business, but in the closets of uninterested theorists, in the visions of recluse geniuses. All the epoch-forming revolutions of the Christian world, the revolutions of religion, and with them the civil, social, and domestic habits of the nations concerned, have coincided with the rise and fall of metaphysical systems. He may have been thinking of the results of the thought of Christ, Copernicus, Gutenberg, Newton, Voltaire, Rousseau. After a fair summary of the factors that led to the French Revolution, Coleridge concluded that the voice of the people is not the voice of God, that the people think in passionate absolutes and cannot be trusted with power, and that the best road to reform is through the conscience and action of an educated and propertied minority. Generally, the best guide to right action, in politics as elsewhere, is the Bible, for this contains all the important truths of history and philosophy. Of the laboring classes, more than this is not demanded, and not perhaps generally desirable. But you, as men moving in the higher classes of society, should know also history, philosophy, and theology. The antidote to false statesmanship is history, as the collation of the present with the past, and the habit of thoughtfully assimilating the events of our own age to those of the time before. A lay sermon of 1817 continued this appeal to the higher and middle classes as the best vehicles of sane reform, and as guards against sophists and incendiaries of the revolutionary school. But the book recognized some current evils: the reckless swelling of the national debt, a peasantry sinking into pauperism, the labor of children in the factories. Coleridge noted the folly, presumption, and extravagance that followed our late unprecedented prosperity, the blind practices and blinding passions of speculation in the commercial world, with the shoal of ostentatious fooleries and sensual vices. He mourned the liability of the new business economy to periodical exaltations and depressions, leading to breakdowns and general suffering. He recommended some basic reforms. Our manufacturers must consent to regulation, especially of child labor. The state should recognize as its positive ends, 1, to make the means of subsistence more easy to each individual, 2, to secure to each of its members the hope of bettering his own condition and that of his children, 3, the development of those faculties which are essential to his humanity, i.e. to his rational and moral being. He called for an organization of the leaders in every profession to study the social problem in the perspective of philosophy, and to offer recommendations to the community. And this national church should be financed by the state. Coleridge ended his lay sermon by conceding to the theologians that no purely lay or secular wisdom can solve the problems of mankind. Only a supernatural religion and a God-given moral code can check the inherent cupidity of men. Evil is so inborn in us that human intelligence alone is inadequate to the office of restoring health to the will. He called for a humble return to religion and to full faith in Christ as God dying to redeem mankind. In 1815-16, Coleridge composed or dictated certain sketches of my literary life and opinions for use in a projected autobiography. That volume was never completed, and Coleridge published the sketches in 1817 as Biographia Literaria, which is now our most manageable source for Coleridge's thought in philosophy and literature. It is remarkably coherent and clear, considering that most of it was produced during despondency about his addiction to opium, his accumulating debts, and his inability to provide for the education of his sons. He began by repudiating the associationist psychology that had once fascinated him. He rejected the notion that all thought is the mechanical product of sensations. These, he now held, give us merely the raw materials which the self, the remembering, comparing, continuing personality, remolds into creative imagination, purposive thought, and conscious action. All our experience, conscious or not, is recorded in the memory, which becomes the storehouse from which the mind, consciously or not, draws up material for the interpretation of present experience and for the illumination of present choices. Here, of course, Coleridge was following Kant. His 10 months in Germany had transformed him not only from a poet into a philosopher, but from a determinist Spinozist into a free-will Kantian. Here he fully acknowledged his debt. The writings of the illustrious sage of Königsberg, more than any other work, at once invigorated and disciplined my understanding. From Kant, Coleridge proceeded to Fichte's exaltation of the self as the only reality directly known, through Hegel's contrast and union of nature and the self, to Schelling's subordination of nature to mind as two sides of one reality, in which, however, nature acts unconsciously while mind may act consciously and reaches its highest expression in the conscious creations of the genius. Coleridge borrowed freely from Schelling and often neglected to mention his sources, but he confessed his general debts and added, "To me it will be happiness and honor enough should I succeed in rendering the system itself," of Schelling, intelligible to my countrymen. The last 11 chapters of the Biographia offered a philosophical discussion of literature as a product of imagination. He distinguished between fancy and imagination. Fancy is fantasy, as in imagining a mermaid. Imagination, capitalized by Coleridge, is the conscious unification of parts in a new whole, as in the plot of a novel, the organization of a book, the production of a work of art, or the molding of the sciences into a system of philosophy. This conception became a tool for the understanding and criticism of any book, poem, painting, symphony, statue, building. How far does the product have or lack structure, the weaving of relevant parts into a consistent and significant whole? In those pages, Coleridge offered a philosophical basis for the Romantic movement in literature and art. He completed his complex Biographia with an acute criticism of Wordsworth's philosophy and practice of poetry. Is it true that the highest philosophy of life can be found in the ways and thoughts of the simplest men? Is the language of such men the best medium of poetry? Is there no basic difference between poetry and prose? On all these points, the poet, become critic, differed courteously but pointedly and effectively. Then he concluded with a healing homage to the Grasmere sage as the greatest poet since Milton. 12. Wordsworth, Climax, 1804 to 1814. After some minor wanderings, the Wordsworth ménage moved in 1808 from Dove Cottage to a larger house at nearby Allen Bank. There the poet blossomed out as a landscape gardener, surrounding the house with plants and flowers that frolicked in the Grasmere rains. In 1813, the family moved finally to a modest estate at Rydal Mount in Ambleside, a mile south of Grasmere. They were now prosperous, with several servants and some titled friends. In this year, Lord Lonsdale arranged Wordsworth's appointment as distributor of stamps for Westmoreland County. This post, retained till 1842, brought the poet an additional £200 per year. Freed from economic worry, he spent more time in his garden, making it the paradise of rhododendra and other flowering plants, which it still is. From his window on the second floor, he had an inspiring view of Rydal Water, i.e. lake, 2 miles away. Meanwhile, in 1805, he completed the Prelude, begun in 1798. Every day, Dorothy noted, he brings us in a large treat of it from his morning walk. She and Sarah Hutchinson were kept busy taking dictation. Wordsworth had learned to think in blank verse. He subtitled the leisurely epic The Growth of a Poet's Mind. It was intended as a mental autobiography and as a prelude to The Excursion, which would expound in detail the philosophy reached in that growth. He gave the record an added intimacy by repeatedly addressing his memories to Coleridge. He apologized for the surface egotism of the poem. It was, he confessed, a thing unprecedented that a man should talk so much about himself. Perhaps for that reason he kept it unpublished during his life. It is quite tolerable if taken in small doses. Most pleasant are the scenes of his childhood, books 1 and 2, his solitary woodland rambles, when it seemed to him that in the chatter of the animals, the rustling of the trees, even in the resonance of rocks and hills, he heard the voice of a hidden and multiform God. So, as he sat, alone upon some jutting eminence, at the first gleam of dawn light, oft in these moments such a holy calm would overspread my soul that bodily eyes were utterly forgotten, and what I saw appeared like something in myself, a dream, a prospect in the mind. I, at this time, saw blessings spread around me like a sea. With bliss ineffable I felt the sentiment of being spread over all that moves and all that seemeth still, over all that, lost beyond the reach of thought and human knowledge, to the human eye invisible, yet liveth to the heart. Over all that leaps and runs, and shouts and sings, or beats the gladsome air, over all that glides beneath the wave, yea, in the wave itself, and mighty depth of waters. Wonder not if high the transport, great the joy I felt, communing in this sort through earth and heaven with every form of creation, as it looked towards the uncreated. There may be a flaw or retrogression here. The last line suggests a division of reality between creation and its creator. We had supposed that in Wordsworth's pantheistic vision, God and nature, as in Spinoza, were one. At Cambridge, Book 3, he sometimes joined in student frolics or forays, but he was disturbed by the reckless and undisciplined superficiality of undergraduate life. He took more pleasure in the English classics or in boating on the Cam. In vacation time, Book 4, he returned to his early haunts, ate at the family table, nestled in his accustomed bed. That lowly bed whence I had heard the wind roar and the rain beat hard, where I so oft had lain awake on summer nights to watch the moon in splendor couched among the leaves of a tall ash that near our cottage stood, had watched her with fixed eyes, while to and fro in the dark summit of the waving tree she rocked with every impulse of the breeze. At Cockermouth he could walk with his old dog, who let him compose verses aloud, and did not therefore think him crazed in brain. Ah, need I say, dear friend, that to the brim my heart was full. I made no vows, but vows were then made for me, that I should be a dedicated spirit. Living for poetry. Pleasant, too, was that stolen jaunt across the Channel, Book 6, to feel the happy madness of France in revolution, the exaltation of the Alps, and then returning to see the monstrous ant-hill called London, with old Burke intoning in Parliament the virtues of tradition, and with high disdain exploding upstart theory. To watch the crowds frolicking at Vauxhall or worshipping at St. Paul's. To see or hear the moving multitudes, the varied races, faces, garbs, and speech, the clatter of traffic, the smiles of prostitutes, the vendors' cries, the flower women's appeals, the street singer's hopeful serenade, the artist chalking pictures on the flagstones, the antic pair of monkeys on a camel's back. All this the poet felt as keenly as the woods, but he liked them not, and fled, Book 8, to calmer scenes where love of all-embracing nature could teach him to understand and forgive. Then again to France, Book 9, where old despotism and ancient misery seemed to have justified and ennobled revolt, and even a Briton could join in its wild ecstasy, Book 11. Not favored spots alone, but the whole earth, the beauty wore of promise. What temper at the prospect did not wake to happiness unthought of? From that high rapture, France descended to crime, and Wordsworth to prose. But now, become oppressors in their turn, Frenchmen had changed a war of self-defense for one of conquest, losing sight of all which they had struggled for. Slowly, hesitantly, the poet drew his prelude to a close in Book 14, calling upon his friend to return from Malta and join in the effort to win mankind back from war and revolution to love of nature and mankind. He was discontent with his poem, knowing that there were spacious deserts around the oases. He had confessedly seen little difference between prose and poetry, and he too often mingled them in the steady, dulling march of his blank verse. He had made emotion remembered in tranquility the essence of poetry, but an emotion tranquilized through 14 cantos becomes an irresistible lullaby. Generally, the character of an epic is a great or noble action told, and thought is too private to be epical. Even so, the prelude leaves the resolute reader with a sense of healthy acceptance surviving reality. Wordsworth, sometimes as childish as a nursery rhyme, cleanses us with the freshness of woods and fields, and bids us, like the imperturbable hills, bear the storm silently and endure. Before leaving for Germany in 1798, Wordsworth had begun The Recluse, on the theory that only a man who had known life and had then withdrawn from it could judge it fairly. Coleridge urged him to develop this into a full and final statement of his philosophy. More specifically, Coleridge suggested, "I wish you would write a poem in blank verse addressed to those who, in consequence of the complete failure of the French Revolution, have thrown up all hopes for the amelioration of mankind and are sinking into an almost Epicurean selfishness." They agreed that the summit of literature would be a happy marriage of philosophy and poetry. On second thought, Wordsworth felt that he was not ready to meet this challenge. He had made considerable progress with the prelude, which proposed to be a history of his mental development. How could he, before completing this, write an exposition of his views? He put The Recluse aside and pursued the prelude to its apparent end. Then he found his energy and confidence waning, and the passage of the once exuberant Coleridge out of his life had removed the living inspiration that once had spurred him on. In this condition of depleted vigor and prosperous ease, he wrote The Excursion. It begins well, with a description, apparently taken from the abandoned recluse, of the ruined cottage where lives the wanderer. This replica of Wordsworth leads the excursionist to the solitary, who tells how he lost his religious faith, became sated with civilization, and retired to the peace of the mountains. The wanderer offers religion as the only cure for despair. Knowledge is good, but it increases our power rather than our happiness. Then he leads on to the pastor, who submits that the simple faith and family unity of his peasant flock are wiser than the attempt of the philosopher to replace the wisdom of the ages with the webs of intellectual argument. The wanderer deplores the artificial life of the city and the evils of the Industrial Revolution. He advocates universal education and prophesies its glorious effects. The pastor, however, having the last word, intones a paean to a personal God. The Excursion, being a portion of The Recluse, a poem, was published in 1814 at 2 guineas a copy. Its supposed preface, the prelude, was not printed till 1850. Wordsworth asked his neighbors, the Clarksons, to help it sail among their Quaker friends, who are wealthy and fond of instructive books. He gave a copy to the novelist Charles Lloyd on the understanding that it should not be lent to anyone who could afford to buy it. And he refused to lend it to a rich widow who considered 2 guineas as rather high a price for part of a work. 8 months after publication, only 300 copies had been sold. The reviews were mixed. Lord Jeffrey, in the November 1814 issue of the Edinburgh Review, condemned the poem with an ominous beginning. "This will never do." Hazlitt, after praising delightful passages both of natural description and of inspired reflection, found the poem as a whole long and labored, repeating the same conclusions till they become flat and insipid. And Coleridge, who had called for a masterpiece, saw in The Excursion prolixity, repetition, and an eddying instead of progression of thought. But in his later Table Talk, Coleridge praised Books 1 and 2, The Deserted Cottage, as one of the most beautiful poems in the language. Shelley disliked The Excursion as marking Wordsworth's surrender of a naturalistic pantheism to a more orthodox conception of God. But Keats found many inspirations in the poem and ranked Wordsworth, all in all, above Byron. Time has agreed with Keats. 13. The Sage of Highgate, 1816 to 1834. In April 1816, Coleridge, nearing physical and mental collapse at the age of 43, was received as a patient by Dr. James Gilman of Highgate, London. Coleridge was then consuming a pint of laudanum per day. Southey, about this time, described him as half as big as the house, his frame loose and bent, his face pale, round, and flabby, his breath short, his hands so shaky that he could hardly bring a glass to his lips. He had some loyal friends, like Lamb, De Quincey, and Crabbe Robinson, but he rarely saw his wife or children, lived mostly on pensions or gifts, and was losing his last hold on life. Perhaps the young physician had heard that Byron and Walter Scott had ranked this broken man as England's greatest man of letters. In any case, he saw that Coleridge could be saved only by constant and professional surveillance and care. With the consent of his wife, Dr. Gilman took Coleridge into his home, fed him, treated him, comforted and cured him, and kept him till death. The recovery of Coleridge's mind was astonishing. The doctor so marveled at the extent of his patient's knowledge, the wealth of his ideas, and the brilliance of his conversation, that he opened his doors to a growing circle of old and young men to whom the damaged archangel talked at random, seldom with full clarity or logical order, but with unfailing wit, zest, and effect. Fragments of these conversations, preserved as table talk, still strike a spark. Every man is born an Aristotelian or a Platonist. Either we have an immortal soul, or we have not. If we have not, we are beasts. The first and wisest of beasts, it may be, but still true beasts. He was not content to be among the first and wisest of beasts. As he neared death, he sought comfort in religion, and, as if to make sure of his bargain, embraced it in its most orthodox available form, the Church of England, as the pillar of English stability and morality. And hopefully he wished it everlasting life. Esto perpetua. His essay on the Constitution of the Church and the State, of 1830, presented them as two mutually necessary forms of national unity, each protecting and helping the other. He, and Wordsworth, opposed the political emancipation of British Catholics on the ground that the growth of popery would endanger the state by developing a conflict of loyalties between patriotism and religion. He took full advantage of the conservatism natural to old age. In 1818, he had supported Robert Owen and Sir Robert Peel in their campaigns for restrictions on child labor. But in 1831, he opposed the Reform Bill that was to break the hold of the Tories upon Parliament. He advised against the abolition of West Indian slavery. He, who, more than most philosophers, had studied and supported science, rejected the idea of evolution, preferring the history I find in my Bible. In the end, his capacious and far-reaching intellect yielded to ailments of body and will, and he fell into a timid fear of every innovation in politics or belief. He lacked the steady patience to achieve constructive unity in his work. In the Biographia Literaria of 1817, he had announced his intention to write an opus magnum, the Logosophia, that would be the sum, summit, and reconciliation of science, philosophy, and religion. But all that flesh and soul would let him contribute to that enterprise was a medley of fragments, labored, chaotic, and obscure. To such a pass had come the mind that De Quincey had described as the most capacious, subtlest, and most comprehensive that has yet existed among men. In July 1834, Coleridge began his adieus to life. I am dying, but without expectation of a speedy release. Hooker wished to live to finish his ecclesiastical polity. So I own I wish life and strength had been spared me to complete my philosophy. For as God hears me, the originating, continuing, and sustaining wish and design in my heart were to exalt the glory of his name, and, which is the same thing, in other words, to promote the improvement of mankind. But visum aliter Deo, God saw otherwise, and his will be done. Coleridge died on July 25, 1834, aged 62. Wordsworth was shaken by the passing of the most wonderful man he had ever known. And Lamb, best friend of all, said, "His great and dear spirit haunts me." 14. On the Fringe. Charles Lamb, 1775 to 1834, was one of several keen spirits whose principal publications place them after 1815, but who in our period entered intimately into the lives of the Lake poets. Lamb was the closest of Coleridge's London friends. They had known each other as schoolboys at Christ's Hospital. There, Lamb's incurable stammering kept him from scholastic honors. He left school at 14 to support himself. At 17 he became an accountant in the East India House, and he remained there until he was retired on a pension at the age of 50. There was a strain of insanity in his heritage. He himself spent 6 weeks in an asylum from 1795 to 96. And in 1796 his sister Mary Ann, 1764 to 1847, in an insane mania killed their mother. For several periods Mary had been confined, but for the most part Lamb, renouncing marriage, had her live with him till his death. She recovered sufficiently to collaborate with him in writing Tales from Shakespeare of 1807. His own unique product was the Essays of Elia, 1820 to 25, whose genial style, modesty, and art revealed one of the most lovable characters in that not-too-gracious age. In June 1797, still shaken by the tragedy of the previous year, he accepted an invitation from Coleridge to visit him at Nether Stowey. As a stammerer, he hardly dared talk when he found himself before two poets, Wordsworth and Coleridge, in rival volubility. 5 years later, he and his sister visited the Coleridge family in Greta Hall. He received us with all the hospitality in the world. Though he himself remained a skeptic to the end, Lamb never allowed Coleridge's theological diversions to interfere with an affection and an admiration that withstood every discouragement. The National Portrait Gallery contains a tender portrait of Lamb by his friend William Hazlitt, 1778 to 1830, the liveliest and sharpest literary critic of the time. Hazlitt visited Coleridge in 1798 and again at Greta Hall in 1803. On the second occasion, Wordsworth joined them, and the three set about determining whether God existed. William Paley, as we have seen, had recently defended the affirmative with the argument from design. Hazlitt countered it. Wordsworth took a middle ground, affirming God not as external to the universe and guiding it from without, but as inherent in it as its life and mind. On that visit, Hazlitt incurred the wrath of the neighbors by seducing a schoolgirl. Fearing arrest or worse, he fled to Grasmere, where Wordsworth gave him a night's lodging and, the next morning, advanced him funds to pay coach fare to London. When Coleridge and Wordsworth turned against the Revolution and denounced Napoleon in fervent verse, Hazlitt set them down as turncoats and wrote a 4-volume Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, 1828 to 1830, from Napoleon's point of view. Meanwhile, he had made his mark as a critic with his lectures of 1820 on the Elizabethan drama and his contemporary portraits in The Spirit of the Age of 1825. Wordsworth did not enjoy its satirical attack on the peasant school in literature. The aging poet liked better Thomas de Quincey, 1785 to 1859, who offered him a continuo of admiration. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, concluded. The aging poet liked better Thomas de Quincey, 1785 to 1859, who offered him a continuo of admiration. Thomas was a genius in his own right, who was to alarm Britain in 1821 with Confessions of an English Opium Eater. Beginning as a prodigy, speaking classic Greek readily at 15, running away from school and Oxford as too slow for his pace, he must have surprised himself by his delight with the unpretentious simplicity of the Lyrical Ballads. In May 1803, he wrote to Wordsworth such a letter as might have turned the solitary poet's head. I have no other motive in soliciting your friendship than what, I should think, every man who has read and felt the Lyrical Ballads must have in common with me. The whole aggregate of pleasure I have received from 8 or 9 other poets that I have been able to find since the world began falls infinitely short of what these two enchanting volumes have singly afforded me. That your name is with me forever linked to the lovely scenes of nature. What claim can I urge to a fellowship with such a society as yours, beaming, as it does, with genius so wild and so magnificent? He added that Wordsworth would never find anyone more ready to sacrifice even his life whenever it would have a chance of promoting your interest and happiness. Wordsworth's reply was a model of kindly instruction. My friendship, he wrote, is not in my power to give. This is a gift which no man can make. A sound and healthy friendship is the growth of time and circumstance. It will spring up like a wildflower when these favor, and when they do not, it is in vain to look for it. He tried to deter the youth from seeking a regular correspondence. I am the most lazy and impotent letter-writer in the world. But, he added, I shall indeed be very happy to see you at Grasmere. Despite his ardor, De Quincey let 3 years pass before accepting the invitation. Then, reaching sight of Wordsworth's cottage, he lost courage, and, like the fabled pilgrim nearing Rome, turned back as unworthy. But late in 1807, at Bristol, Coleridge accepted his offer to escort Mrs. Coleridge and her children to Keswick. On the way she stopped with him at Dove Cottage, and now, at last, De Quincey saw Wordsworth plain, as Browning was soon to see Shelley. Like a flash of lightning, I saw the figure emerge of a tallish man who held out his hand and saluted me with most cordial expressions of welcome. 15. Southey, 1803 to 1843. Meanwhile, at Greta Hall and London, Southey, with his industrious but uninspired pen, supported his wife Edith, his 5 daughters, born between 1804 and 1812, and a fondly idolized son who died in 1816 at the age of 10. After Coleridge's passage to Malta, Southey took over the responsibility for Mrs. Coleridge and her children. Even Wordsworth sometimes leaned on him. When William's brother John was lost at sea in 1805, the news threw the Grasmere household into such grief that Wordsworth sent a message to Southey begging him to come down and help him comfort Dorothy and Mary. He came, and he was so tender and kind, Dorothy wrote, that I loved him at once. He wept with us in our sorrow, and for that cause I think I must always love him. Vanity misled him for a while. He composed epic after epic, each a failure. The times were their own epic. He resigned himself to prose and fared better. In 1807 he published Letters from England by Don Manuel Alvarez Espriella, and put into the mouth of this imaginary Spaniard a strong denunciation of child labor and other conditions in British factories. E.g., I ventured to inquire concerning the morals of the people who were trained up in this monstrous manner, and found that in consequence of herding together such numbers of both sexes, utterly uninstructed in the commonest principles of religion and morality, they were as debauched and profligate as human beings under the influence of such circumstances must inevitably be. The men drunken, the women dissolute. That however high the wages they earned, they were too improvident ever to lay by for a time of need, and that, though the parish was not at the expense of maintaining them as children, it had to provide for them in diseases induced by their mode of life, or in premature disability or old age. The aristocrat's conclusion on the English economy: in commerce, even more than in war, both men and beasts are considered mainly as machines, and sacrificed with even less compunction. Southey soon found that he could not live by his pen, much less support his dependents, especially in time of war, unless he adopted a more conservative line. The change was smoothed by a governmental pension of £160 a year in 1807, and an invitation to contribute articles regularly to the Tory Quarterly Review. In 1813 he raised his status both as an author and as a patriot by issuing his Life of Nelson, a clear and vivid narrative based on laborious research, and written in an 18th-century style so simple, clear, and smooth that it carries the reader along despite obtrusions of the writer's natural bias in favor of his hero and his country. Nelson's infatuation with Emma Hamilton is reduced from a decade to a paragraph. Byron, Shelley, and Hazlitt mourned when Southey seemed to lower the prestige of poetry by accepting the laureateship of England. This distinction had fallen in prestige when Pitt, in 1790, gave it to Henry Pye, an obscure justice of the peace. At Pye's death in 1813, the government offered the post to Walter Scott, who refused it and recommended Southey as a deserving laborer. Southey accepted it and was rewarded by an increase of his pension to £300 a year. Wordsworth, who should have had the appointment, remarked handsomely, "Southey has a little world dependent on his industry." Byron, who was later to condemn Southey to obloquy and oblivion, spoke well of him after a meeting with him at Holland House in September 1813. "The best-looking bard I have seen in some time." And to Thomas Moore, "To have that poet's head and shoulders, I would almost have written his Sapphics. He is certainly a prepossessing person to look at, a man of talent. His manners are mild, his prose is perfect." But Southey's evident anxiety to please the holders of wealth or power brought Byron into open war against him in 1818. The unkindest cut of all came when a group of rebels secured the manuscript of Southey's radical drama, Wat Tyler, which he had written in 1794 and left unprinted, and published it with joy in 1817. Southey retired to Greta Hall, his library, and his wife. She had more than once neared insanity. In 1834 her mind gave way, and in 1837 she died. Southey himself gave up the battle in 1843, and then, by almost universal consent, and over his own protests, Wordsworth was made Poet Laureate. 16. Wordsworth Epilogue, 1815 to 1850. Poetry belongs to youth, and Wordsworth, living 80 years, died as a poet about 1807, when, aged 37, he composed The White Doe of Rylstone. By that time, Walter Scott had published The Lay of the Last Minstrel in 1805. Wordsworth envied its flowing style and used the metre for his own lay, a narrative ballad about the religious wars of North England in the 12th year of Elizabeth I. Almost an entire family, father and 8 sons, was wiped out in one campaign. Emily, the surviving sister, spends the rest of her life in mourning. A white doe comes daily to comfort her, and it accompanies her in her Sabbath visits to the tomb of the youngest brother in Bolton churchyard. When Emily dies, the doe continues alone those weekly trips from Rylstone to Bolton, and lies quietly beside the grave till the Sabbath service in the church is over, then quietly returns through woods and streams to its Rylstone haunts. It is a pretty legend, gracefully and melodiously told. This was the last triumph of Wordsworth's art. Aside from some sonnets, which he omitted at the slightest provocation, he did no more for poetry. Physically 50, he looked every inch a sage, tall and stately, wrapped in warm garments against the incalculable cold, hair receding and carelessly tangled, head bent, eyes grave in contemplation, as of one who, having seen Shelley and Byron pass from infancy through ecstasy to death, now calmly awaited his turn, confident that he would leave a monument more lasting than passionate utopias or sardonic rhymes. He had the defects of his virtues, for it takes much egotism to preach to mankind. Milton is his greatest idol, wrote Hazlitt, and he sometimes dared to compare himself with him. He accepted praise as unavoidable and resented criticism as ingratitude. He loved to recite his own poetry, as was slyly noted by Emerson, who visited him in 1833. But he had said in a preface of 1815 that his poems were meant to be read aloud, and in fact they were music as well as meaning, and a lyric deserves a lyre. Of course he became conservative as he aged. It was a privilege, perhaps a duty of years. And if Byron and Shelley did not recognize this, it may have been because they died in the dementia praecox of youth. The deterioration of the French Revolution, from constitution to dissolution, gave Wordsworth some excuse for caution, and the brutality of the Industrial Revolution seemed to justify his feeling that something wholesome and beautiful had passed from England with the replacement of the sturdy yeomanry by the factory hand. In 1805 and later, by gift or purchase, he had become the owner of several modest properties. And as a landholder, he readily sympathized with the landed interest as the cement of economic order and social stability. Hence he opposed the reform movement as a plan of the manufacturers to reduce the cost of corn, and therefore of labor, by repealing those corn laws that impeded, with high tariff dues, the import of foreign grain. He, who had been through many years an admirer of Godwin, now rejected Godwin's free individualism on the ground that individuals can survive only through a communal unity maintained by general respect for tradition, property, and law. After 1815, he supported the government in all its repressive measures, and was branded as an apostate from the cause of liberty. He held his ground and countered with his final diagnosis of the age. The world is running mad with its notion that its evils are to be relieved by political changes, political remedies, political nostrums, whereas the great evils, civilization, bondage, misery, lie deep in the heart, and nothing but virtue and religion can remove them. So he appealed to the English people to support the Church of England. He versified some English history in 47 ecclesiastical sonnets in 1821, which bore us with their forgotten heroes and sometimes surprise us by their excellence. According to Henry Crabb Robinson, Wordsworth said he would shed his blood, if necessary, to defend the established church. Nor was he disconcerted by a laugh raised against him on account of his having before confessed that he knew not when he had been in a church in his own country. We do not find that he sought comfort in religion when the world of love around him began to crumble. In 1829, Dorothy suffered a severe attack of stone, which permanently weakened her health and spirit. Further attacks damaged her nervous system. After 1835, she lost the use of her legs, and her memory failed, except for events in the distant past, and for her brother's poems, which she could still recite. For the next 20 years, she remained in the household as helpless and quietly insane, sitting silent in her chair near the fire and waiting patiently for death. In 1835, Sarah Hutchinson died, and Wordsworth was left with his wife Mary to care for his sister and his children. In 1837, he still had sufficient fortitude to undertake, with the omnipresent Robinson, a 6 months' tour of France and Italy. In Paris he met again Annette Vallon and his daughter Caroline, now securely wed. He died on April 23, 1850, and was buried among his neighbors in Grasmere churchyard. Dorothy lingered 5 years more, patiently tended by Mary, who was now nearly blind. Mary herself died in 1859, aged 89, after a long life of duties faithfully performed. There must have been something in Wordsworth greater than his poetry to have won the lasting love of such women. They, too, and their like in a million homes, should be remembered as part of the picture of England. This concludes the reading of The Age of Napoleon by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. This book was read by Alexander Adams. The Age of Napoleon Part 3 continues the story and is available through Books on Tape service. Additional titles by Will and Ariel Durant in the Books on Tape library include The Age of Reason and Rousseau and Revolution. For more information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will be deductible to the extent allowable under the law. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, or to arrange a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department.
We hope you enjoyed this reading. Please continue listening to sample another Books on Tape bestseller.
Nietzsche in Turin, an intimate biography by Leslie Chamberlain. Copyright 1996 by Leslie Chamberlain. This recording of the full-length reading of Nietzsche in Turin was published by arrangement with St. Martin's Press Incorporated and was produced in 1999 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book is read by Donata Peters. Nietzsche in Turin, An Intimate Biography by Leslie Chamberlain. This book consists of 11 chapters and is 218 pages long. Preface. This book is an attempt to befriend Nietzsche. Philosophers may smile, other readers may doubt the efficiency of my social behaviour, but it seems to me important to know approximately what it was like to walk down the road with this strained, charming, malicious and misunderstood thinker so important to the present age. He was perhaps the most original European philosopher of the 19th century. Despite being a closet metaphysician, he wrestled with problems near at hand, problems of pain and loneliness and joy and uncertainty in a thoroughly advanced way. He wondered at the inadequacy of science and the Christian Church to make everyday life meaningful. He hated everything from big towns to newspapers, from nationalism to mesmerizing and narcotic modern art, anything that compromised the freedom of the human spirit. And, of course, all these things you may see and may still want to weigh up in the street today. Our late flowering encounter, not the first but the most substantial, began in a Turin square, where I was reading his direct, warm, and surprisingly unsolemn letters of 1888. The square was small and shady, surrounded by the quiet back entrances of commercial buildings, lock-up garages, and a few dwellings, not far from the cathedral, which guards a piece of cloth absurdly identified as Christ's shroud. A long, low wall down one side of this tranquil triangle provides a familiar place for local people to gather. I happened upon it by chance, and not caring to sightsee, I sat down on a bench and read the Turin Letters, London Library copy, Schlechter edition. A madman entered and began jesting. The local audience, who knew him well and waved at him dismissively for my benefit, showered him with laughter. Meanwhile another piece of theatre began. "Vieni a casa," called a tanned and wrinkled, old-seeming man. "Come home with me for a few September sexual pleasures before lunch." Nietzsche wandered Turin, loveless, remembering love, dissecting culture, already mad in the vernacular sense. These mad erotic charades might have been dedicated to him. They seemed like tantalizing symbolic distractions outside the theatre where I would eventually dramatize my interpretation of his life. Nietzsche has long excited writers more than philosophers. Too long a question hung over him. Was he indeed a philosopher? "You ask if I'm a philosopher. Is that of any consequence?" he blustered in one of those 1888 letters. Actually, he had been asking himself that question for 20 years. It hurt him, and he often laughed over it. He was once a university professor of philology, lecturing on Plato and Aristotle and the pre-Socratic philosophers. A reputation for militant atheism precluded his success in obtaining any similar post in later years. His books were too original and too shocking for the philosophical and classical establishments to acknowledge him as one of their own. A thinker of exemplary moral high-mindedness and subtlety, he was indeed different. As a philosopher, his fate was ghastly, though hardly untypical. No sooner was he dead in 1900 than all manner of non-philosophers poured in to plunder his intellectual creation and put it to non-philosophical uses. His sister Elizabeth, a queer mixture of intermittent loyalty, constant power-mongering, and utter fatuousness, someone who entirely lacked self-knowledge, the way her brother entirely possessed it, was a famous culprit, inventing merits in Nietzsche to appeal to the National Socialists. As a writer, his lot was gentler. Writers loved him. They made what use of him they could. I would like to see Nietzsche known and praised widely for his real and lasting qualities. Not that I am alone. A Nietzsche reinterpretation industry exists at the end of the 20th century, to which perhaps some future intellectual historian will devote a study of our present weaknesses. For every idea expressed in this book, there exist whole books to which the sufficiently fascinated reader may want to turn. On Nietzsche's style, his view of art, the nature of his metaphors, his views on politics, history and morality, his relation to the German tradition of aesthetic play, his situation in relation to Hegel and Marx, and ultimately to any other philosopher you care to name, and his influence on writers and poets from Yeats to D.H. Lawrence and André Gide. The core attraction of Nietzsche, at the end of a century ravaged by ideology, is that he provides no positive doctrines nor answers, and even made a fetish out of so doing or not doing. So we make a fetish out of him. The number of new books devoted to Nietzsche is dizzying. What to do about it? Keep reading Nietzsche himself, I suspect. He writes so well, and despite being uncommon and disregarded in his own time, it is right that he has gradually emerged as the outstanding critic of the modern age. His rebelliousness against all moral and religious and scientific absolutes, and his radical desire to emancipate the body in thought, have been provoking some readers since the beginning of the century. He has helped successive generations find their own way through the usual conflict of instinct versus self-preservation, which brings such an abrupt and cruel end to youth. Yeats and Lawrence and Gide, Joseph Conrad, Thomas Mann, Jean-Paul Sartre and Michel Foucault all explicitly owe Nietzsche a creative debt, and there are many others. Instinct coupled with fresh intellectual discovery runs up against received pieties and stagnant institutions. The young, perhaps, ought not to read Nietzsche, who can be wild and seem recklessly violent, too soon. But so much Nietzsche is good, and looks even better from the standpoint of middle age. He is implicitly inimical to any form of political correctness or mass ideology. He always lacked that idealization of human nature and its ability to progress, which variously underpinned socialism and imperialism and 19th century positivism. Instead, he was quite sure man is something which must be overcome. Everyone knows now the ideas of the Übermensch, the Superman, the Overman, the will to power, the exhortation live dangerously, all of them reduced to slogans, must be recovered within the whole Nietzsche corpus if they are to have any meaning in future. Extracted from it in the past, in the wretchedly ideological 20th century, they have been pressed into service where they least deserved to go. Nietzsche was not a proto-Nazi, not a nihilist, not an anarchist. The truest things about Nietzsche the philosopher lie embedded in his method and style. It is probable that it was because those qualities are almost impossible to extract from the books that the adulterating simplifications took their place. Historical irony, he would have said. He was a peculiar writer, of course, and probably more peculiar than most, though also kinder, at least in life. His isolation sometimes encouraged a manic sense of counter-determination to make himself effective. His downtrodden position in life encouraged pride and a sense of superiority, so much so that he recognized the affinity between himself and the oppressed protagonist of the Russian novelist Dostoevsky. Yet Nietzsche was too ironic a spirit to see himself as a simple hero or rebel, and he laid no claim to moral sympathy as an underdog. What is important is that he never wanted to become a leader, a figurehead, or an evangelist. He did not want a graven image of himself to form in the reader's mind, and the effect shines forth in a style replete with false trails and wordplay and notions of dreaming and conjuring. The tension between meaning and non-meaning, between picture and painter and perceiver, holds Nietzsche's work together like an experimental novel. I mean that as a vital pointer. To read Nietzsche, one has to appreciate the way he writes, to follow him a little down his path of professional philologist, or as we might say, writer and critic. Writing is the medium through which Nietzsche claims to be a singer and a dancer, a philologist and a doctor. He creates verbal music, lightens burdens, undercuts the manipulative power of other men's words and thoughts, and urges a too long repressed humanity to accept the body with pleasure. His attention to detail gladdens the heart. As he once said of Wagner, he is a great miniaturist. Life, for Nietzsche, was the language he used to invent it, a language which was always musical and pictorial. Life itself was invented shape. The books, so close to that life, have an improvised feel. They are asymmetrical, discontinuous, tightly concentric, while without an obvious centre. They are the product of a fierce mind and a divergent personality. They stand to be read for their flashing insights, sudden illuminations, patterns, and fleeting pleasures. The style consists of elaborate and often brilliant mental snapshots. What is deceptive, though, is the sudden leap from style to opinion. Suddenly the books strike out. Nietzsche abjured half of ancient and most of modern civilization, if I have not misunderstood Twilight of the Idols. He would have lived happily only in the Italian Renaissance or pre-Socratic Greece. How to say that entertainingly? The idea struck him in his first book, The Birth of Tragedy, published when he was 27. He more or less invented the Greek god Dionysus to keep his eye on his self-appointed task. How to save life from the great and monstrous idealizers who came in between. From Platonists, Christians, and German idealists, thinkers along a single, devastating, life-destructive line, might the god Dionysus save him? And perhaps he did. Nietzsche went mad, believing he was that god, signing his name. Nietzsche's contribution to philosophy was in one sense devastatingly simple. He made the cathedra tremble. He questioned whether Western philosophy since Plato had any meaning in the face of the absurd and irrational forces underlying human life, symbolized by Dionysus. See the beginning of Twilight of the Idols under the heading The Four Great Errors, for the answer that there were no answers, only errors. They were interesting errors, though, decorative dalliances with meaning along the way. That fact alone suggests why the philosopher must become a writer, an artist, a stylist, if he is to survive the collapse of truth around him. At least, that is the way the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche had to move. For Nietzsche, the history of Western thought was an ongoing fancy dress party, attended by the dogmas and religions of the world, dressed as harlequins. Now he was host, now wardrobe master, now guest. He dressed and painted the harlequins, playing with long-established truths like baubles. He waltzed with them to giddy music. Beyond Good and Evil seems like a costume jewel stuck onto the dying body of Christian Europe. I'm allowing myself a little sub-Nietzschean bombast here to make the point. Philosophy for him was a vital, charming, and desperate business, in which he far preferred writing metaphors than concocting footnotes to Plato. It was fun, for instance, to picture the solemn Immanuel Kant, purveyor of transcendental reason and absolute moral duty, in a Chinese hat. The alert reader will find many more such instances. Nietzsche in Turin, an intimate biography by Leslie Chamberlain.
This concludes our program on this cassette. Please call Books on Tape Incorporated for information about it or any title we have recorded. Please wind the cassette forward to its end so it will be in order for the next listener. Thank you.
Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 3. Copyright 1975 by Will and Ariel Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Age of Napoleon, Part 3, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethelby Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 2000 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. The Age of Napoleon by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 3. This part consists of chapters 22 through 40. Chapter 22. The Rebel Poets, 1788 to 1824. This chapter is throughout indebted to Leslie Marchand's Byron, 3 volumes, New York, Knopf, 1957. a masterpiece of impartial scholarship. 1. The Tarnished Strain, 1066 to 1809. To understand Byron, we should have to know with some fullness the history and character of the ancestors whose blood ran like an intermittent fever in his veins. Some of that blood, like his name, may have come from France, where several Byrons were remembered by history. Byron himself proudly mentioned, in Don Juan, Canto 10, line 36, a supposed progenitor, Rodolphus de Burin, as having come over to England with William the Conqueror. In the 12th century, the Burins became Byrons. A Sir John Byron served Henry VIII so well that, on the dissolution of the monasteries, the king transferred to him, for a nominal sum, the abbey, founded about 1170, and lands of the late monastery and priory of Newstead, within our county of Nottingham. A succession of baronial Byrons thereafter played minor parts in English history, supporting the Stuart kings, following Charles II into exile, forfeiting Newstead Abbey, regaining it at the Restoration. The poet's great-uncle William, the 5th Lord Byron, 1722 to 1798, handsome and reckless, served in the Navy, earned the name Wicked Lord by living as a rake in the Abbey, squandered much of his wealth, killed his relative William Chaworth in an impromptu duel in a darkened room of a tavern, was sent to the Tower on a charge of murder, was tried by the House of Lords in 1765, was declared not guilty of murder but guilty of manslaughter, retired to the Abbey, and lived there in somber isolation till his death. His brother, John Byron, 1723 to 1786, became a midshipman, suffered shipwreck, and published a narrative, from which his grandson took the vivid shipwreck scene in Don Juan. As commander of the Dolphin, John circumnavigated the globe. Finally, he retired to a home in West England, where he was known as the nautical lover, because he had a wife or a mistress in every port. His eldest son, Captain John Byron, 1756 to 1791, father of the poet, crowded so many deviltries into his 35 years that he was called Mad Jack. After service in the American colonies, he spent some time in London, making his mistresses pay his debts. In 1778, he eloped with the Marchioness of Carmarthen. Her husband, the Marquis, divorced her. Captain Byron married her and enjoyed her income. She bore him 3 children, of whom one, Augusta Lee, became the poet's half-sister and sometimes mistress. In 1784, the former Lady Carmarthen died. A year later, the dashing widower married a Scotch girl of 20 years and £23,000. Catherine Gordon of Guyte, plain but fiercely proud, with a pedigree going back to James I of Scotland. When she bore the poet, she gave him another line of distinguished and hectic heredity. French in origin, stormy in character, with a turn for robbery, murder, and feud. The mother herself was a medley of wild love and hate. These she spent upon her husband, who squandered her fortune and then deserted her, and then upon her only son, whom she pampered with affection, bruised with discipline, and alienated with such epithets as lame brat. Said Childe Harold, i.e. Byron, "I should have known what fruit would spring from such a seed." George Gordon Byron was born in London, January 22nd, 1788. His right foot at birth was deformed by an inward turn of the sole and an upward tension of the heel. The deformity might have been cured by daily manipulation of the foot, but the mother had neither the patience nor the hardihood for a procedure that would have seemed to the child intentionally cruel, nor were the physicians inclined to recommend it. By the age of 8, the misshapen foot had so far improved that the boy could wear a common shoe over an inner shoe designed to balance and diminish the distortion. In daily life and in sports he became agile on his feet, but he could not cross a drawing-room without painful consciousness of his limp. In youth he flared up at any mention of his handicap. It shared in sharpening his sensitivity and temper, but it probably spurred him on to victories in swimming, courtship, and poetry that might divert attention from his deformity. In 1789, the mother moved with her child to Aberdeen. A A year later, her husband fled to France, where he died in 1791, dissolute and destitute. Left with only a fragment of her fortune, Mrs. Byron did her best to give her son an education fit for a lord. She described him fondly, when he was 6, as a fine boy, and walks and runs as well as any other child. At 7, he entered Aberdeen Grammar School, where he received a good grounding in Latin. Through further education and much travel in Greece, Asia Minor, and Italy, he became so familiar with Latin and Greek literature that only an accomplished scholar in classical antiquity can understand the quotations and historical allusions that emerge through the playfulness of Don Juan. Byron loved history, cleansed of nationalism and mythology, as the only truth about man. Shelley ignored it, being wedded to an ideal uncomfortable with history. In 1798, Byron's great-uncle, the Wicked Lord, died at Newstead, leaving the 10-year-old boy his baronial title, the abbey, his 3,200 acres, and his debts. These were so profuse that only enough income remained to enable the widow to move from Aberdeen to the abbey and live there in middle-class comfort. She sent her boy to a school at Dulwich, and in 1801 to the famous public school at Harrow, 11 miles from London. There he resisted the fagging services usually required of the younger by the older students, and when he himself, as an upperclassman, used a fag, it was with a quite revolutionary courtesy. He was a troublesome pupil, disrupted discipline, committed pranks, and neglected the studies assigned. But he did much reading, often of good books, and rising to Bacon, Locke, Hume, and Berkeley. Apparently he lost his religious faith, for a fellow student called him a damned atheist. At 17, he entered Trinity College, Cambridge. There he took expensive quarters, with servants, a dog, and a bear as roommates. He patronized the local prostitutes and physicians, and occasionally sought more distinguished service in London. On a vacation at Brighton in 1808, he kept with him a girl disguised as a boy. But with due impartiality, he developed at Cambridge what he described as a violent, though pure, love and passion for a handsome youth. Also, by his exuberance, generosity, and charm, he made several lasting friendships. Best of all with John Cam Hobhouse, who, almost 2 years his senior, contributed some momentary sense and caution to Byron's often lawless life. For the young poet seemed bent on ruining himself with a moral freedom that would not wait for intelligence to replace the prohibitions of a lost religious faith. In June 1807, aged 19, he published a volume of poems, Hours of Idleness by George Gordon, Lord Byron, a minor. He went to London to arrange for favorable notices of the book. The Edinburgh Review for January 1808 greeted it with sarcastic comments on the title as a pose, and on the signature as an excuse. Why had not the adolescent peer waited a decent time for some measure of maturity? He reached his majority on January 22, 1809. He paid off the more pressing of his debts and incurred more by gambling. He took his seat in the House of Lords and suffered under the silence recommended to novices. But 3 days later he blasted the critics of his book in English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, a clever and slashing satire imitating and almost rivaling Pope's Dunciad. He ridiculed the sentimental romantic movement, of which he was soon to be a leader and a god, and called for a return to the masculine vigor and classic style of England's Augustan age. Thou shalt not believe in Milton, Dryden, Pope. Thou shalt not set up Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey. We learn from Horace, Homer sometimes sleeps. We feel, without him, Wordsworth sometimes wakes. Then, after taking his M.A. degree at Cambridge, befriending pugilists, practicing fencing, and taking an additional course in London's nightlife, he sailed with Hobhouse, July 2, 1809, for Lisbon and points east. 2. The Grand Tour, Byron, 1809 to 1811. It was not traditionally grand. England was at war, and Napoleon controlled France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, and Italy. So Byron spent most of his 2-year trip in Albania, Greece, and Turkey, with considerable effect on his politics, his views of women and marriage, and his death. He left £13,000 of debts behind him and took 4 servants with him. He found Lisbon impoverished even beyond want by the Peninsular War. Every native seemed hostile, and Byron carried 2 pistols wherever he went. His party moved on horseback to Seville and Cadiz, and thence by a British frigate to Gibraltar, where he released all of his servants except his accustomed valet, William Fletcher, and on to Malta. There, from September 1st to 18th, 1809, he fell in love with Mrs. Spencer Smith, and so conspicuously that a British captain commented on his precipitance. Byron sent him a challenge with an added flourish. "As the vessel on which I am to embark must sail with the first change of wind, the sooner our business is arranged, the better. Tomorrow at 6 will be the best hour." The captain sent his regrets. On September 19th, Byron and Hobhouse left Malta on the brig Spider. A week's sail brought them to Patras. There they went on shore briefly, if only to set foot on Greek soil, but on the same evening they reboarded the Spider and continued past Missolonghi and Penelope's Ithaca, and debarked at Preveza, near the Actium so fatal to Antony and Cleopatra. Thence they moved north on horseback through Epirus and into Albania, from whose capital the terrible Turk, Ali Pasha, ruled Albania and Epirus with sword and style. He accorded Byron all the honors judiciously due to a British lord, for, he told the poet, he knew him to be of aristocratic lineage by his small hands and ears. On October 23rd, Byron and company turned back, and on the 27th they reached Ioannina, capital of Epirus. There he began to record his impressions of his tour in the autobiographical Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. On November 3rd, the party traveled south through the modern Aetolia, escorted, by order of the Pasha, by a band of Albanian mercenaries, each noted for his skill in murder and robbery. They fell in love with their new master, partly because he seemed fearless of death. When Byron came down with a fever, they threatened to kill the doctor if his patient died. The doctor ran away, and Byron recovered. On November 21st, the party took ship from Missolonghi to Patras. Thence, with a new guard, they proceeded on horseback through the Peloponnesus and Attica, saw Delphi and Thebes, and entered Athens on Christmas Day of 1809. It must have been for the 2 pilgrims a day of mingled joy and gloom. The evidences of ancient grandeur and modern decay, and the apparently humble acceptance of Turkish rule by a once proud people now reduced from strength to subtlety, and content with the business and gossip of the day, amused Hobhouse but saddened Byron, who incarnated the spirit of independence and the pride of race. The poet made Childe Harold cry out for revolt, and thought of how he might help these heirs of greatness to be free. In any case, their women were beautiful, with their dark, inflammatory eyes and their yielding grace. Byron and Hobhouse were housed and served by the widow Macri, who had 3 daughters, all of them under 15. The young roué learned to feel for them an affection that rejoiced in their innocence. Apparently it was Teresa, aged 12, who taught him the melodious greeting, "Zoimus asagapo," "Life of my life, I love you." Around that tender phrase he wrote his famous song, "Maid of Athens, ere we part, give, oh give me back my heart." On January 19th, 1810, Byron and Hobhouse set out with a servant and a guide, and 2 men to care for their horses, to visit one of the most inspiring sights in Greece. The ride took them 4 days, but the end justified the means. They came in sight of the surviving columns of a temple to Poseidon, raised in the heroic past on Sunium Promontorium, Cape Colonna, to tell mariners that they had sighted Greece. It was in remembering that shattered perfection, and the seemingly smooth Aegean far below, that Byron composed The Isle of Greece, later inserted into the 3rd canto of Don Juan. From Sunium it was but a day's ride to Marathon, where the poet was moved with feelings that soon took form in famous lines. The mountains look on Marathon, and Marathon looks on the sea, and musing there an hour alone, I dreamed that Greece might still be free. For standing on the Persian's grave, I could not deem myself a slave. On March 5th, Byron and Hobhouse left Athens on an English vessel, the Pylades, for Smyrna. Forced to wait there for a month, the poet completed Canto 2 of Childe Harold. A side trip of 3 days to Ephesus revealed the ruins of a city that had lived through 3 zeniths, Greek, Christian, and Mohammedan. The decay of 3 religions, Hobhouse remarked, is there presented to one view. On April 11th, they took passage on the frigate Saucette for Constantinople. Contrary winds and diplomatic obstructions kept the vessel anchored for a fortnight at the Asiatic side of the Dardanelles. Byron and Hobhouse trod the Troad plain, hoping that it covered Homer's Ilium, but Schliemann had not yet been born. On April 15th, Byron and an English naval officer, Lieutenant William Eckenhead, had themselves conveyed across the Hellespont to the European side, and then tried to swim back. But the strength of the current and the coldness of the water were too much for them. On May 3rd, they tried again, crossing from Sestus in European Turkey to Abydos in Asia Minor. Eckenhead accomplished the feat in 65 minutes, Byron in 70. At that point, the channel is 1 mile wide, but the current forced the new Leanders to swim over 4 miles. The tourists reached Constantinople on May 12th, admired the mosques, and left on July 14th. On the 17th, their vessel anchored in the harbor of Zia on the island of Chios, where they parted. Hobhouse continued to London. Byron and Fletcher changed to a boat bound for Patras. Again they crossed overland to Athens. There Byron resumed his long inquiry into feminine differences. He boasted of his conquests, contracted gonorrhea, and adopted melancholy as a career. On November 26th, he wrote to Hobhouse, "I have now seen the world. I have tested all sorts of pleasure. I have nothing more to hope, and may begin to consider the most eligible way of walking out of it. I wish I could find some of Socrates's hemlock." In January 1811, he took rooms for himself and some servants in a Capuchin monastery at the foot of the Acropolis, and dreamt of monastic peace. On April 22nd, he left Athens for the last time, stayed a month in Malta, and went on to England. He reached it on July 14th, 2 years and 12 days after leaving it. While busy renewing contacts in London, he received news that his mother had died, aged 46. He rushed up to Newstead Abbey and spent a night sitting in the dark beside her corpse. When a maid begged him to retire to his room, he refused, saying, "I had but one friend in the world, and she is gone." He had said the same thing in an epitaph for his Newfoundland dog, Bosun, who had died in November 1808 and had been buried in the Abbey garden vault. "To mark a friend's remains, these stones arise. I never had but one, and here he lies." In August 1811, Byron drew up a will entailing the abbey to his cousin George Byron, specifying gifts for his servants and leaving directions for his burial. "I desire that my body may be buried in the vault of the garden of Newstead, without any ceremony or burial service whatever, and that no inscription, save my name and age, be written on the tomb tablet. And it is my will that my faithful dog may not be removed from the said vault." Having arranged his death, he proceeded to conquer London. 3. The Lion of London, Byron, 1811 to 1814. He made friends readily, for he was attractive in person and manners, fascinating in conversation, widely informed in literature and history, and more faithful to his friends than to his mistresses. He took rooms at 8 St. James's Street, where he welcomed Thomas Moore, Thomas Campbell, Samuel Rogers, Hobhouse, and they welcomed him in turn. Through Rogers and Moore, he entered the famous circle at Holland House. There he met Richard Brinsley Sheridan, who was declining in political influence but had not lost his conversational flair. "When he talked," Byron recalled, "we listened without one yawn from 6 till 1 in the morning. Poor fellow, he got drunk very thoroughly and very soon. It occasionally fell to my lot to convey him home." Stimulated by these Whiggish wits, Byron took up the cause of the Luddite frame-breakers of Nottinghamshire, his own county. On February 20th, 1812, the Commons passed a bill condemning any captured frame-breaker to death. The measure moved to the House of Lords, and on February 27th, Byron rose to speak against it. He had written his address in advance, in excellent English, and he began in a tone of modesty expected of a maiden speech. He admitted that some workers had been guilty of violence involving considerable losses to property, and that the shattered machines might in the long run have been a boon to the national economy. But meanwhile they had thrown out of work hundreds of men who had through time and labor acquired a skill suddenly made useless to them in supporting their families. They were now reduced to poverty and charity, and their despair and bitterness could be gauged from their violence. As he proceeded, the young orator lost caution and support by attacking the war as the source of unprecedented misery among English laborers. The Lords frowned and passed the bill. On April 21st, Byron made a second speech denouncing British rule in Ireland and called for the emancipation of Catholics throughout the British Empire. The Lords praised his eloquence, rejected his plea, and set him down as a political innocent, useless to his party. He abandoned politics and decided to plead his case through poetry. 12 days after his maiden speech, the first two cantos of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage were offered to the public. Their almost unprecedented success, the first edition, 500 copies, sold out in 3 days, encouraged the author to believe that he had found a medium more enduring than forensic speech. Now he made the exuberant remark, "I awoke one morning and found myself famous." Even his old enemies at the Edinburgh Review praised him, and in gratitude he sent an apology to Geoffrey for having bruised him in English Bards and Scotch Reviewers. Almost every door was now opened to him. Almost every prominent hostess invited him. A dozen women, warming to his handsome face, fluttered about him, hoping to snare the young lion in their varied charms. They were not repelled by his reputation for sexual veracity, and his lordly title made him seem a precious prize to those who did not know his debts. He enjoyed their attentions, being readily excited by their mysterious radiation. "There is," he said, "something to me very softening in the presence of a woman, some strange influence, even if one is not in love with them, which I cannot account for, having no very high opinion of the sex." Despite all his skeptical intelligence, he succumbed again and again to the magnet that every healthy woman is to any healthy man. One of his first conquerors was Lady Caroline Lamb, 1785 to 1828. Daughter of the 3rd Earl of Bessborough, she married at 20 William Lamb, second son of Lord and Lady Melbourne. After reading Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, she resolved to meet the author, but on being presented to him she took fright and quickly turned away from him as dangerous to know. The rejection stimulated him. When they met again, he begged permission to see me. He came. She was 3 years his senior and already a mother. But she made herself pleasant and fragrant, and she was heiress to a great fortune. He came again, almost every day. Her husband, busy with his own affairs, accepted him as the British equivalent of an Italian cavaliere servente. She grew more and more attracted to him, went to his rooms openly or dressed as a page. She wrote him passionately amorous letters. For a time his temperature rose with hers until he proposed to elope with her. But when her mother and her husband took her off to Ireland in September 1812, he readily resigned himself and was soon entangled in a liaison with Lady Oxford. Amid such exaltations, Byron kept some stability by writing rapidly, in fluent verse, a series of Oriental tales of adventure, violence, and love. They made no pretense to greatness. They were romantic imaginations, echoing the poet's travels in Albania, Epirus, and Greece. They required little thought from the author and none from the reader, and sold excitingly well. First came The Gower, in March 1813. Soon, in December, The Bride of Abydos, of which 6,000 copies were bought in a month. Better still, The Corsair, January 1814, which shattered all precedents by selling 10,000 copies on the day of its publication. Then Laura, 1815, and The Siege of Corinth, 1816. The publisher gathered his guineas and offered a share to Byron, who, proud as a lord, refused to take payment for his poems. Even while composing these tales of dashing outlaws, the author was wearying of his lawless life. He could not go on philandering until he had worn out his health, his welcome, and his funds. He and Hobhouse had vowed to shun marriage as a prison of the spirit as well as the flesh. Now he wondered whether marriage might not be a necessary mooring for desires which, let loose, could derange not only the individual but society itself. He felt that he might be persuaded to surrender his freedom for stability and calm, or for a surer income than his crumbling abbey could provide. Annabella Milbank seemed to meet all his requirements. She had beauty and education, and was the only child of a substantial fortune. When he first met her, March 25, 1812, at the home of her aunt, Lady Melbourne, he was favorably impressed. Her features were small and feminine, though not regular. She had the fairest skin imaginable. Her figure was perfect for her height, and there was a simplicity, a retired modesty about her, that interested me exceedingly. He did not speak to her, for each waited for the other to take the initiative. But she, too, was interested, for in her diary and letters she spent some time analyzing his character. Acrimony of spirit, dissimulant, the violence of its scorn, sincere and independent. It is said that he is an infidel, and I think it probable from the general character of his mind. His poem, Childe Harold, sufficiently proves that he can feel nobly, but he has discouraged his own goodness. This was a perceptive phrase. Perhaps the thought came to her how interesting, though dangerous, it would be to try to save this sensitive man from his senses, to release his shy virtues, and incidentally to capture the young lion of London from all those women who were enthralled by his scandalous reputation. Months passed, during which Lady Caroline Lamb held the stage. Then that flame was cooled by the Irish Channel, and on September 13, 1812, Byron wrote to Lady Melbourne a strange letter that opened a fatal direction in his life. I was, am, and shall be, I fear, attached to one to whom I never said much, but have never lost sight of, one whom I wished to marry had not this Lamb affair intervened. The woman I mean is Miss Milbank. I never saw a woman whom I esteemed so much. Lady Melbourne, well pleased, told her niece of Byron's confession, and asked would she consider a proposal. On October 12th, Miss Milbank sent a reply worthy of Talleyrand. Believing that he will never be the object of that strong affection which would make me happy in domestic life, I should wrong him by any measure that might, even indirectly, confirm his present impressions. From my limited observation of his conduct, I am predisposed to believe your strong testimony in his favor, and I willingly attribute it more to the defect of my own feelings than of his character that I am not inclined to return his attachment. After this statement, which I make with real sorrow from the idea of its giving pain, I must leave our future intercourse to his judgment. I can have no reason for withdrawing from an acquaintance that does me honor and is capable of imparting so much rational pleasure, except the fear of involuntarily deceiving him. Byron, who had not felt any basic urge toward this learned and conscientious lady, took the refusal amiably, and readily found comfort in the arms of the Countess of Oxford, then of Lady Frances Webster, and concurrently of his half-sister, Augusta Lee. Born in 1783, she was her half-brother's elder by 5 years. She had now, by 1813, been 6 years married to her first cousin, Colonel George Lee, and had 3 children. At this juncture she came to London from her home in 6 Mile Bottom, Cambridgeshire, to ask Byron's financial help in difficulties caused by her husband's losses and prolonged absences at racetracks. Byron could not give her much, for his income was precarious, but he entertained her with genial conversation and discovered that she was a woman. She was 30, not quite the femme de 30 ans that Balzac praised, for she lacked intellectual background and vivacity, but she was affectionate, accommodating, perhaps a bit awed by her brother's fame, and inclined to give him whatever she could command. Her long separation from him, added to her husband's neglect, left her emotionally free. Byron, who had rashly discarded any moral taboo that had not met the test of his young reason, wondered why he should not mate with his sister, as the Pharaohs had done. Later developments indicate that he now or soon had sexual relations with Augusta. In August of this year, 1813, he thought of taking her with him on a Mediterranean voyage. That plan fell through, but in January he took her to Newstead Abbey. When, on April 15, 1814, Augusta gave birth to a daughter, Byron wrote to Lady Melbourne that, if it is an ape, that must be my fault. The child herself, Medora Lee, came to believe herself his daughter. In May he sent Augusta £3,000 to clear her husband's debts. In July he was with her in Hastings. In August he took her to his abbey. While he was becoming more and more deeply involved with his half-sister, Miss Milbank was sending him letters whose rising cordiality prompted him to write in his journal under December 1st, 1813, "Yesterday, a very pretty letter from Annabella, which I answered. What an odd situation and friendship is ours, without one spark of love on either side. She is a very superior woman and very little spoiled, which is strange in an heiress, a girl of 20, a peeress that is to be in her own right, an only child and a savant who has always had her own way. She is a poetess, a mathematician, a metaphysician, and yet withal very kind, generous, and gentle, with very little pretension. Any other head would be turned with her acquisitions and a tenth of her advantages." As if she had read this astonishing tribute, her letters in 1814 became increasingly tender, assuring him that she was heart-free, asking for his picture and signing herself affectionately. Melting in her epistolary warmth, he wrote to her on August 10th, "I do, always still love you." She answered that she was unfit for marriage, being absorbed in philosophy, poetry, and history. Responding to this challenge, he sent her on September 9th a second proposal, rather dispassionate, as in a game of chess. If she again refused, he planned to leave with Hobhouse for Italy. She accepted. He approached his fate in alternating order. Fear that he was losing the liberty that he had become accustomed to in friendship, sex, and ideas. Hope that marriage would rescue him from an entangling web of dangerous and degrading alliances. He explained to his friends, "I must, of course, reform thoroughly. She is so good a person." And to his fiancée, "I wish to be good. I am whatever you please to make me." She accepted her task piously. To Emily Milner she wrote about October 4th, 1814, "It is not in the great world that Lord Byron's true character must be sought, but ask of those nearest to him, of the unhappy whom he has consoled, of the poor whom he has blessed, of the dependents to whom he has been the best of masters. For his despondency I fear I am too answerable for the last 2 years. I have a calm and deep security, a confidence in God and man." As the time came for Byron to go to Annabella's family at Seaham, near Durham, and claim her in marriage, his courage sank. He tarried on the way at Augusta's home, and there wrote a letter to his fiancée withdrawing from the engagement. Augusta persuaded him to destroy the letter and to accept marriage as a saving tie. On October 29th he continued to Seaham, with Hobhouse, who noted in his diary, "Never was lover less in haste." The bridegroom found the bride's family cordial, put on his best manners to please them, and on January 12th, 1815, led her to the altar. 4. Trial by Marriage. Byron, 1815 to 1816. After the ceremony, they rode on a gloomy winter day to a honeymoon at Holnaby Hall, in a suburb of Durham. He was now nearing 27, she was 23. He had had 8 or more years of irresponsible and almost promiscuous sex, and had seldom associated coitus with love. According to Moore's report of a passage he had seen in Byron's memoirs, burned in 1824, the husband did not wait for the night to shroud their consummation. He had Lady Byron on the sofa before dinner on the day of their marriage. After dinner, if we may trust his recollection, he asked her whether she intended to sleep in the same bed with him, and added, "I hate sleeping with any woman, but you may if you choose." He accommodated her, but he later told Hobhouse that on that first night he had been seized with a sudden fit of melancholy and had left his bed. The next day, the wife claimed, he met me repellently and uttered words of blighting irony. "It is too late now. It is done and cannot be undone." A letter was handed to him from Augusta Lee. He read to Annabella its superscription, "Dearest, first and best of human beings." According to the wife's memory, he complained that if I had married him 2 years before, I should have spared him that for which he could never forgive himself. He said he could tell me, but it was another person's secret. I asked if Augusta knew it. He appeared terrified. However, Annabella seems to have had no suspicion of Augusta at this time. After 3 weeks at Hornaby Hall, the newlyweds returned to Seaham for a stay with the Milbank family. Byron adjusted himself and became popular with everybody, including his wife. After 6 weeks of this, he began to long for the excitement of London and the voices of his friends. Annabella agreed. In London, they settled in luxurious rooms at 13 Piccadilly Terrace. On the day after their arrival, Hobhouse came, and Byron recovered his good humor. For 10 days, his wife related, he was kinder than I had ever seen him. Perhaps in gratitude or fearing loneliness, she invited Augusta to spend some time with them. Augusta came in April 1815 and stayed till June. On June 20th, George Ticknor, the American historian of Spanish literature, visited the new ménage and gave a quite favorable report of Byron's behavior. On that occasion, an uncle of Annabella entered joyfully with the news that Napoleon had just been defeated at Waterloo. "I'm damned sorry for it," said Byron. He resumed the writing of poetry. In April 1815, he joined 2 Jewish composers in issuing Hebrew melodies, of which they had written the music and he the words. The collaboration, despite the guinea price, soon sold 10,000 copies. Murray brought out an edition of the poems alone, and this too found a wide sale. In October, Byron finished The Siege of Corinth. Lady Byron made the fair copy for the printer. Annabella, Byron told Lady Blessington, had a degree of self-control that I never saw equaled. This produced an opposite effect on me. He had some excuse for irritability. Assuming that he had sold Newstead Abbey, he had taken expensive lodgings for himself and his wife, and had spent lavishly in furnishing them. But the sale fell through, and Byron found himself literally besieged. In November 1815, a bailiff entered the apartment, placed attachments on some of the furniture, and threatened to spend the night there until Byron paid his bills. Annabella's rich parents, Byron felt, should have contributed more generously to the expenses of the new ménage. His worries tinged even his spells of tenderness with bitterness or gloom. "If any woman could have rendered marriage endurable to me," he told his wife, "you would. But then, I believe you will go on loving me until I beat you." When she expressed the hope and faith that he would learn to love her, he repeated, "It is too late now. If you had taken me 2 years ago, but it is my destiny to ruin all I come near." Having accepted a place on the governing board of the Drury Lane Theatre, he joined Sheridan and others in much drinking and took one of the actresses to bed. Annabella appealed to Augusta to come again and help her manage him. Augusta came on November 15th, 1815, reproved her brother, and found herself joined with Annabella as victim of his rage. Augusta was filled with pity for her sister-in-law. Through most of those difficult months, Lady Byron had been carrying his child. On December 10th, 1815, she gave birth to a daughter, who was named Augusta Ada, later just Ada. Byron rejoiced and became fond of the infant, and, passingly, of the mother. "My wife," he told Hobhouse in that month, "is perfection itself, the best creature breathing. But mind what I say, don't marry." Soon after Ada's birth, his furies returned. In one tantrum, he threw into the fireplace a precious watch which he had carried since boyhood, and then shattered it with a poker. On January 3rd, 1816, according to Annabella's account to her father, Byron came to her room and talked with considerable violence of his affairs with women of the theatre. On January 8th, she consulted Dr. Matthew Bailey as to Byron's sanity. He came, watched the caged poet, but declined to give an opinion. Apparently, Byron consented that Annabella should go with her child for a stay with her mother, Lady Milbank, née Noel, at the Noel property in Kirkby, Leicestershire. Early on January 15th, she left with Ada while Byron was still asleep. At Woburn, she stopped to send him a strange, hortatory but inviting note. "Dearest B, the child is quite well and the best of travellers. I hope you are good, and remember my prayers and injunctions. Don't give yourself up to the abominable trade of versifying, nor to brandy, nor to anything or anybody that is not lawful and right. Though I disobey in writing to you, let me hear of your obedience at Kirkby. Ada's love to you and mine. Pip. From Kirkby she wrote again, humorously and affectionately, telling him that her parents were looking forward to seeing him. On the same day she wrote to Augusta, who was still with Byron, with Lady Millbank's recommendation that she should dilute Byron's laudanum, opium, with 3/4 water. Gradually, then fully, Annabella told her parents how, in her view, Byron had treated her. Shocked, they insisted on her complete separation from her husband. Lady Millbank rushed down to London to consult a medical examiner who had watched Byron's behavior. If she could establish Byron's insanity, the marriage might be annulled without Byron's consent. The examiner reported that he had seen no signs of insanity in the poet, but had heard of some neurotic outbreaks, as when Byron was seized by a convulsive fit in his enthusiasm over the acting of Edmund Kean. Annabella sent a caution to her mother not to involve Augusta Lee in the matter, for Augusta had been the truest of friends to me. I very much fear that she may be supposed the cause of separation by many, and it would be a cruel injustice. On February 2nd, 1816, Annabella's father, Sir Ralph Millbank, dispatched to Byron a proposal for peaceful separation. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 3, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. On February 2nd, 1816, Annabella's father, Sir Ralph Millbank, dispatched to Byron a proposal for peaceful separation. The poet replied courteously that he saw no reason why the wife who had so recently sent him messages of affection should have so completely changed her mind. He wrote to Annabella, asking if she had freely agreed to her father's action. She was moved to distress and agony by his letter, but her parents refused to let her reply. Augusta added her own appeal for reconsideration, to which Annabella replied, "I will only recall to Lord Byron's mind his avowed insurmountable aversion to the married life, and the desire and determination he has expressed, ever since its commencement, to free himself from that bondage, as finding it quite insupportable." On February 12th, Hobhouse went to see Byron. On the way he heard some of the gossip circulating in London's social and literary circles, and implying that Byron had been brutal and unfaithful to his wife. Some items from Hobhouse's diary for that day: "Saw Mrs. Lee and George Byron," the poet's cousin, "and from them learnt what I fear is the real truth, that B has been guilty of very great tyranny, menaces, furies, neglects, and even real injuries, such as telling his wife he was living with another woman, locking doors, showing pistols. Everything she, Lady Byron, seems to believe him to have been guilty, but they acquit him. How? By saying that he is mad. Whilst I heard these things, Mrs. L. went out and brought word that her brother was crying bitterly in his bedroom. Poor, poor fellow." I now thought it my duty to tell Byron I had changed my mind. When I told him what I had heard in the streets that day, he was astounded. He had heard he was to be accused of cruelty, drunkenness, and infidelity. I got him to own much of what I had been told in the morning. He was dreadfully agitated, said he was ruined, and would blow out his brains. Sometimes says, "And yet she loved me once," and at other times that he is glad to be rid of such a woman. He said if I would go abroad, he would separate at once. About this time, Byron received a bill for £2,000 for the coach he had bought for himself and his wife. He could not meet the debt, and had only 150 available. Yet with his characteristically reckless generosity, about February 16, 1816, he sent £100 to Coleridge. On February 22nd, Annabella came to London and gave to Dr. Stephen Lushington an account that in his judgment made separation necessary. In that week, public gossip mentioned Mrs. Lee and accused Byron of sodomy. He perceived that any further refusal of a quiet separation would bring a court action in which Augusta would be irrevocably ruined. On March 9th, he gave his consent and offered to resign all rights to his wife's fortune, which had been bringing the couple £1,000 a year. She agreed that half of this sum should be paid to him annually. She promised to publicly renew her friendship with Augusta, and she kept that promise. She did not seek a divorce. Soon after the separation, he composed a poem, "Fare thee well, and if forever, still fare thee well," and sent it to her. A group of his friends, Hobhouse, Scroop Davis, Leigh Hunt, Samuel Rogers, Lord Holland, Benjamin Constant, came to his rooms to make him forget the collapse of his marriage. Alone and uninvited, Godwin's stepdaughter, Claire Claremont, brought him word of admiration from a rival poet, Percy Shelley, and offered her person as a balm for his wounds. He accepted her offer, opening a long concatenation of new griefs. On April 25, 1816, with 3 servants and a personal physician, he sailed for Ostend, never to see England again. 5. The Youth of Shelley, 1792 to 1811. Percy commended his grandfather, Sir Bysshe Shelley, for having acted very well to 3 wives. Moreover, he is a complete atheist, and he builds all his hopes on annihilation. Sir Bysshe took his unusual Christian name from his grandmother's maiden name. He had a long pedigree which, like Byron, he traced back to the Norman Conquest. In that distinguished line, one Shelley had been hanged for supporting Richard II, another for plotting to kill Elizabeth I. Sir Bysshe eloped with his second wife, buried her, and eloped with a third, who was descended from Sir Philip Sidney. Her fortune swelled that of her husband, and helped him to a baronetcy in 1806. He lived to be 83, much to the annoyance of his children. The eldest of these was Timothy Shelley, who passed through Oxford and into Parliament, where he voted the mildly liberal Whig line. In 1791 he married Elizabeth Pilfold, a woman of great beauty, considerable temper, and some agnosticism, all of which reappeared in her eldest son. Percy Bysshe Shelley was born on August 4th, 1792, at the family property known as Field Place, a spacious home and estate near Horsham in Sussex. 4 sisters were born later, and much later a brother. Percy was brought up in close companionship with his sisters. He may have taken from them some habits of tenderness, excitability, and imagination. And for the eldest of them he developed an intense affection. At Eton he suffered agonies of injured pride from fagging. He shunned most sports except rowing. Fatefully, he never learned to swim. He was soon proficient in Latin and changed bullies into friends by helping them with their lessons. His extracurricular reading included many tales of mystery and terror, but also he relished the materialism of Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, the science of Pliny's natural history, the optimism of Condorcet's sketch of a tableau of the progress of the human mind, and the philosophical anarchism of Godwin's Enquiry Concerning Political Justice. This book, he later wrote, opened my mind to fresh and more extensive views. It materially influenced my character. I rose from its perusal a wiser and better man. I beheld that I had duties to perform. During vacations he fell in love, aged 16, with a cousin, Harriet Grove, who often visited Field Place. They began a correspondence whose ardor raised them in 1809 to mutual pledges of eternal fidelity. But he confessed to her his doubts about God. She showed his agnostic letter to her father, who advised her to set Percy adrift. When, in January 1811, Harriet transferred her troth to William Hellyer, Shelley wrote to his friend Thomas Jefferson Hogg a letter worthy of Byron's wildest heroes. "She is no longer mine. She abhors me as a deist, as what she was before. O Christianity, when I pardon this last, this severest of thy persecutions, may God, if there be a God, blast me. Is suicide wrong? I slept with a loaded pistol and some poison last night, but did not die." Meanwhile, in 1810, he had passed from Eton to University College, Oxford. He avoided there, except for an exploratory night or two, the sexual riot that seemed to most undergraduates a necessary course to manhood. He listened now and then to lectures by the dons, who kept only a step ahead of him in Latin and Greek. Soon he was composing Latin poetry, and he never forgot Aeschylus. His quarters were disordered with scattered books and manuscripts, and the abracadabra of amateur science. In one experiment he nearly blew up his room. He trusted to science to remake the world and man. He did not care for history, having taken the word of Voltaire and Gibbon that it was mainly the record of the crimes and follies of mankind. Nevertheless, he read these two skeptics fondly. He thought that he had found an answer to the riddle of the universe in Lucretius and in the Philosophe. It was a choreography of atoms following necessary laws. Then he discovered Spinoza, and interpreted him as a monistic dualist who saw matter and mind as two aspects of one divine substance, a something like mind in all matter, and a something like matter clothing all mind. He read passionately. His classmate Hogg described him as having a book in hand at all hours, reading at table, in bed, and especially during a walk, not only at Oxford, in High Street, but in the most crowded thoroughfares of London. I never beheld eyes that devoured the pages more voraciously. Eating seemed to him a waste of time, if unaccompanied by reading, and the simplest food was best, if only as least distracting from the digestion of ideas. He was not yet a vegetarian, but bread in one pocket and raisins in another seemed to him a well-balanced meal. However, he had a sweet tooth, savored honey on gingerbread, and liked to adorn his drinking water with wine. He is represented to us, in his Oxford days, as a tall, slender, stooping bundle of nerves, theories, and arguments, careless of his dress and hair, shirt collarless and open at the throat, face almost femininely fair, eyes brilliant but restless, manners awkward but courteous. He had a poet's organism, sensitive at every nerve end, warm with unchecked feelings, receptive to a chaos of ideas, but allergic to history. He had a poet's moral code, naturally stressing individual liberty and suspicious of social restraints. Wonderful, Hogg reported, were the nights in Shelley's room when they read poetry and philosophy to each other, demolished laws and creeds, exchanged certainties till 2 a.m., and agreed on one point above all others, that there was no God. On that subject, the young rebels concocted a collaboration, which they entitled The Necessity of Atheism. That term was then proscribed in polite society. Gentlemen skeptics called themselves deists and spoke respectfully of God as an unknowable spirit, inherent in nature as its life and mind. Shelley himself would later come to this view, but in brave and uncalculating youth, the authors preferred to call themselves atheists as a challenge to a taboo and a call to attention. The argument of the essay was that neither our senses nor reason nor history reveal a God. The senses reveal only matter in motion according to law. Reason rejects the idea of a creator evoking the universe out of nothing. History offers no example of divine action, nor of a divine person appearing on the earth. The authors did not sign their names, but on the title page ascribed it to, through deficiency of proof, an atheist. The Oxford University and City Herald for February 9, 1811, contained an advertisement for the pamphlet. It appeared on February 13th, and Shelley at once placed copies of it in the window or on the counter of an Oxford bookstore. The Reverend John Walker, Fellow of New College, saw the display and called upon the bookseller to destroy all copies of it in his possession. This was done. Meanwhile, Shelley had sent copies to many bishops and to several university dignitaries. One of these brought the pamphlet to the Master and Fellows of University College. These summoned Shelley to appear before them on March 25th. He came, was shown the pamphlet, and was asked was he the author. He refused to answer and made an appeal for freedom of thought and the press. He was told to leave Oxford by the next morning. Hearing of this, Hogg confessed himself co-author and asked for equal punishment. It was granted. That afternoon, a college bulletin announced that Shelley and Hogg were being expelled for contumacy in refusing to answer certain questions put to them. Privately, the master sent word to Shelley that if it should prove difficult for him to leave at such short notice, a request for a few days' delay would be granted. The message was ignored. On March 26th, Shelley and Hogg proudly left on the top of the coach for London. 6. Elopement I. Shelley, 1811 to 1812. They took rooms at 15 Poland Street. Shelley's father, in town for a session of Parliament, came to them there and appealed to them to renounce their views. Finding Shelley unmoved, he bade him dismiss Hogg as an evil influence, return to the family home, and stay there under such gentlemen as I shall appoint, and attend to his instructions and directions. Shelley refused. The father departed in anger and despair. He recognized Shelley's abilities, and had looked forward to his taking an honorable place in Parliament. Hogg left for York to study law. Soon Shelley's funds ran out. His sisters, then studying at Mrs. Fenning's school in the Clapham district of London, sent him their pocket money. In May his father relented and agreed to allow him £200 a year. Among his sister's fellow students at Clapham was 16-year-old Harriet Westbrook, daughter of the prosperous owner of a tavern in Grosvenor Square. When she met Percy, she was awed by his pedigree, his fluency of language, the range of his studies, the fascinating deviltry of his views. She soon agreed that God was dead and that laws were unnecessary nuisances. She read with fond tremors the rebel texts he lent her, and the translated classics revealing a wonderful civilization that had never heard of Christ. She invited him to her home. "I spend most of my time at Miss Westbrook's," Shelley wrote to Hogg in May 1811. "She is reading Voltaire's Dictionnaire philosophique." When her schoolmates discovered that her strange friend was an atheist, they boycotted her as already smelling of hell. When she was caught with a letter from him, she was expelled. Early in August, Shelley reported to Hogg, "Her father has persecuted her in a most horrible way by endeavoring to compel her to go to school. She asked my advice. Resistance was the answer, at the same time that I essayed to modify Mr. Westbrook in vain. And in consequence of my advice, she has thrown herself on my protection." Later he recalled the result. She became evidently attached to me and feared that I should not return her attachment. It was impossible to avoid being much affected. I promised to unite my fate with hers. Apparently he proposed a free love union. She refused. He proposed marriage. She agreed. Her father refused consent. On August 25th, the couple eloped, took the coach to Edinburgh, and there were married by the rites of the Scottish Church on August 28, 1811. Her father yielded to the fait accompli and settled upon her an annuity of £200. Her older sister Eliza came to live with her in York, and, Shelley confessing himself a poor hand at practical matters, took charge of the new family's funds. Eliza, he reported, keeps our common stock of money for safety in some hole or corner of her dress, and gives it out as we want it. Shelley was not quite happy at Eliza's mastery, but took comfort in Harriet's docility. My wife, he later wrote to Godwin, is the partner of my thoughts and feelings. Harriet and Eliza, with Hogg nearby, stayed in York while Shelley went to London to soften his father. Mr. Shelley had stopped his allowance on hearing of the elopement. Now he renewed it, but forbade his son never to enter the family home. Returning to York, Shelley found that his dear friend Hogg had attempted to seduce Harriet. She said nothing of this to her husband, but Hogg confessed, was forgiven, and departed. In November, the trio left for Keswick, where Shelley became acquainted with Southey. "Here," wrote Southey on January 4, 1812, "is a man who acts upon me as my own ghost would do. He is just what I was in 1794. I told him that all the difference between us is that he is 19 and I am 37. Shelley found Southey amiable and generous, and read the older man's poetry with pleasure. A few days later he wrote, "I do not think as highly of Southey as I did. It is to be confessed that to see him in his family, he appears in a most amiable light. How he is corrupted by the world, contaminated by custom. It rends my heart when I think what he might have been." He found some balm in reading Godwin's Political Justice. When he learned that this once famous philosopher was now living in poverty and obscurity, he wrote to him a letter of worship. "I had enrolled your name in the list of the honorable dead. I had felt regret that the glory of your being had passed from this earth of ours. It is not so. You still live, and I firmly believe are planning the welfare of humankind. I have just but entered on the scene of human operations, yet my feelings and my reasonings correspond with what yours were. I am young, I am ardent in the cause of philosophy and truth. When I come to London, I shall seek for you. I am convinced I could represent myself to you in such terms as not to be thought unworthy of your friendship. Adieu. I shall earnestly await your answer." Godwin's reply is lost, but we may judge its tenor from his letter of March 1812. "As far as I can yet penetrate into your character, I conceive it to exhibit an extraordinary assemblage of lovely qualities, not without considerable defects. The defects do and always have arisen chiefly from this source, that you are still very young, and that in certain essential respects you do not sufficiently perceive that you are so." He advised Shelley not to publish every ebullition, and if he published anything, not to put his name to it. The life of a man who does this, publishes and signs, will be a series of retractions. Shelley had already practiced restraint by keeping in manuscript, or in some privately printed copies, his first important composition, Queen Mab. It was written by me at the age of 18, I dare say in a sufficiently intemperate spirit, but was not intended for publication. In 1810 he was still aflame with the French philosophe. He prefaced the poem with Voltaire's angry motto, "Écraser l'infâme," and he borrowed many ideas from Volney's Les Ruines ou Méditations sur les Révolutions des Empires of 1791. As the poem begins, the maiden Ianthe is asleep. In a dream, the fairy Queen Mab comes down to her from the sky, takes her up to the stars, and asks her to contemplate, from that perspective, the past, present, and future of the earth. A succession of empires passes before her, Egypt, Palmyra, Judea, Greece, Rome. Leaping to the present, the queen pictures a king, obviously the prince regent, who is a slave even to the basest appetites. She wonders that not one of the wretches who famish while he feasts raises an arm to dash him from the throne, and she adds a now famous verdict. The man of virtuous soul commands not nor obeys. Power, like a desolating pestilence, pollutes whate'er it touches. The Queen also dislikes commerce and Adam Smith. The harmony and happiness of man yields to the wealth of nations. All things are sold, even love. She pictures the burning of an atheist. This frightens Ianthe. The Queen comforts her by assuring her there is no God. Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew, enters and berates the God of Genesis for punishing billions of men, women, and children through thousands of years for one woman's unintelligible sin. Byron may have found suggestions here for his Cain. Shelley had sent him a privately printed copy. Finally, the Queen pictures a rosy future. Love unbound by law, prisons empty and needless, prostitution gone, death without pain. Then she bids Ianthe return to the earth, preach the gospel of universal love, and have undiscourageable faith in its victory. Ianthe awakes. It is a powerful poem, despite its juvenile thought and sometimes bombastic style. In any case, a remarkable product for a lad of 18 years. When, without the poet's consent, Queen Mab was published in 1821, the radicals of England welcomed it as their plaint and dream. Within 20 years, 14 editions were issued by piratical firms. After a stay, from February to March 1812, in Ireland, where with heroic impartiality he worked for both Catholic and proletarian causes, Shelley and Harriet passed into Wales. Oppressed by the poverty there, they went to London to raise funds for Welsh charities. He took this opportunity to pay his respects to Godwin, who was so pleased with him that the two families frequently played host to each other. After short return visits to Ireland and Wales, the younger couple settled in London. There, March 24, 1814, to ensure the legitimacy of any son and heir they might have, Shelley and Harriet were remarried, now by a Church of England rite. Some time before, on her birthday, he had addressed to her a poetic renewal of his vows. Harriet, let death all mortal ties dissolve, but ours shall not be mortal. Virtue and love, unbending fortitude, freedom, devotedness, and purity, that my life-spirit consecrates to you. 7. Elopement II, Shelley, 1812 to 1816. Through all his wanderings, Shelley seems never to have thought of earning his own living. Perhaps he shared Wordsworth's view that a dedicated poet should be excused from labors or concerns that might stifle the poetry in his blood. He saw no contradiction between his propaganda for equal rights under a republic and his efforts to get his share of the wealth that his grandfather bequeathed to his father. He added to the paternal annuity by selling post-obits to moneylenders. So, in 1813, he pledged £2,000 of his expected inheritance in exchange for 600 in hand. Perhaps the moneylenders were encouraged by his frail physique and recurrent illnesses. A constant pain in his left side, his second wife would report, wound up his nerves to a pitch of sensibility that rendered his views of life different from those of a man in the enjoyment of healthy sensations. Perfectly gentle and forbearing in manner, he suffered a good deal of irritability, or rather excitement, and his fortitude to bear was almost always on a stretch. He thought he might ease his pains by a vegetarian diet. He was confirmed in this hope by experiments described in John Newton's Return to Nature, or Defense of a Vegetable Regimen, of 1811. By 1812, he and Harriet were confirmed vegetarians. By 1813, he was so enthusiastic about what she called the Pythagorean system that he interpolated in his notes to Queen Mab an appeal to all and sundry. By all that is sacred in our hope for the human race, I conjure those who love happiness and truth to give a fair trial to the vegetable system. There is no disease, bodily or mental, which adoption of a vegetable diet and pure water has not infallibly mitigated, wherever the experiment has been tried. Debility is gradually converted into strength, disease into healthfulness. In Vindication of Natural Diet, in 1813, he traced man's evil impulses and most wars to a meat diet and pleaded for a return from commerce and industry to agriculture. On a natural system of diet, we should require no spices from India, no wines from Portugal, Spain, France, or Madeira. The spirit of the nation that should take the lead in this great reform would insensibly become agricultural. Commerce, with all its vices, selfishness, and corruption, would gradually decline. More natural habits would produce gentler manners. A strange concatenation of circumstances led from his vegetarianism to the breakup of his first marriage. Through his admiration for John Newton, he met Newton's sister-in-law, Mrs. John Boynton, a vegetarian, a Republican, charming despite her white hair, and capable of educated conversation in 2 languages. In June 1813, Harriet had given birth to a pretty daughter, whom Shelley named Dianthe. That summer he moved with them and sister Eliza to Bracknell, a pleasant place 30 miles from London. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Boynton took a house there, and gathered about her a circle of French émigrés and English radicals whose views on government and diet pleased Shelley. More and more frequently he left Harriet and Dianthe with Eliza, and went off to enjoy the company of Mrs. Boynton, her friends, and her married daughter. Several shadows had fallen across his relations with his wife. He seems to have felt a certain retardation in her intellectual growth. She was increasingly absorbed in her child and careless about politics, and yet she had developed a liking for gay comforts and fine clothes. Partly for her sake he had bought an expensive carriage. At this critical juncture in his affairs, on May 26, 1813, he received notice from his father that unless he retracted his atheism and apologized to the master of his college at Oxford, he would disinherit him and end all financial aid. In expectation of a substantial bequest on his coming of age, on August 4, 1813, Shelley had contracted debts that mortgaged his future. Harriet and Eliza panicked and obviously wondered whether Paris was not worth a mass. Shelley refused to recant and continued to frequent the soirees of Mrs. Boynton. Godwin sent word that he was facing arrest by his creditors and implied that he would welcome aid. In June 1814, Harriet moved with her child to Bath, apparently in the expectation that her husband would soon join her there. Shelley went to London, took a room in Fleet Street, tried to raise money for Godwin, and almost daily dined at the philosopher's home in Skinner Street. There he met Mary Godwin. She was the child in whose birth 17 years back the gifted but unfortunate vindicator of the rights of woman had lost her life. Mary's fresh youth, her alert mind, her pale and thoughtful face, her unconcealed admiration for Shelley, were too much for the poet, who was still a lad of 21. Again, pity mingled with desire. He had often heard of Mary Wollstonecraft and her remarkable book. Here was her daughter, who, unhappy under a stern stepmother, went often to sit alone beside her mother's grave. Here, Shelley felt, with her double heritage of sensitivity and intellect, was a finer mind and spirit than Harriet. Within a week he was in the throes of a passion such as he seems never to have experienced before. On July 6th he asked Godwin for the hand of his daughter. The astonished philosopher announced his acolyte as licentious, forbade him the house, and put Mary under the custody of her stepmother. Soon afterward, Thomas Love Peacock found the poet almost delirious in his Fleet Street room. Nothing that I have ever read in tale or history could present a more striking image of a sudden, violent, irresistible passion than that under which I found him laboring, when, at his request, I went up from the country to call on him. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair and dress disordered. He caught up a bottle of laudanum and said, "I never part from this." Despite all obstacles, Shelley arranged to meet Mary at her mother's grave. He reduced her resistance by telling her that Harriet had been unfaithful to him with a Mr. Ryan. He continued for some time to deny the legitimacy of the child that Harriet was now carrying. Later he claimed it as his own. She denied his charge, and Shelley's friends Peacock, Hogg, Trelawney, and his publisher Hookham supported her. Godwin later rejected it. Shelley wrote to Harriet, still at Bath, and asked her to come to London. She came on July 14, 1814, and was received into her father's house. The poet visited her there and found her alarmingly ill. He begged her to give him a separation. She refused. On returning to his room, he wrote to her a hectic letter, assuming some kind of agreement. My dearest friend, exhausted as I am with our interview, and secure of seeing you tomorrow at 12, I cannot refrain from writing to you. I am made calm and happier by your assurances. For this, dearest Harriet, from my inmost soul I thank you. This is perhaps the greatest among the many blessings which I have received, and still am destined to receive at your hands. I loathed the very light of day, and looked upon my own being with deep and unutterable abhorrence. I lived in the hope of consolation and happiness from you, and have not been deceived. I repeat, believe me, for I am sincere, that my attachment to you is unimpaired. I conceive that it has acquired even a deeper and more lasting character, that it is now less exposed than ever to the fluctuations of fantasy or caprice. Our connection was not one of passion and impulse. Friendship was its basis, and on this basis it has been enlarged and strengthened. It is no reproach to me that you have never filled my heart with an all-sufficing passion. Shall I not be more than a friend? Oh, far more, brother, father of your child, so dear as it is to us both. If you want to draw on the bankers before I see you, Opium will give you the checks. Adieu. Bring my sweet babe. I must ever love her for your sake. Ever most affectionately yours, P.B. Shelley. Harriet gave her own account in a letter of November 20th, 1814, to Catherine Nugent. Mary was determined to seduce him. She heated his imagination by talking of her mother and going to her grave with him every day, till at last she told him she was dying in love for him. Why, Mary asked, could we not all live together? I as his sister, she as his wife. He had the folly to believe this possible, and sent for me, then residing at Bath. You may suppose how I felt at the disclosure. I was laid up for a fortnight after. I could do nothing for myself. He begged me to live. Here I am, my dear friend, waiting to bring another infant into this woeful world. Next month I shall be confined. He will not be near me. H. Shelley. Godwin gave some details in a letter of August 27, 1814, to John Taylor. I had the utmost confidence in him, Shelley. I knew him susceptible of the noblest sentiments. He was a married man who had lived happily with his wife for 3 years. On Sunday, June 26th, he accompanied Mary and her sister Jane Clairmont to the tomb of Mary's mother. There, it seems, the impious idea occurred to him of seducing her, playing the traitor to me, and deserting his wife. On Wednesday, the 6th of July, he had the madness to disclose his plans to me and to ask my consent. I expostulated with him, and with so much effect that for the moment he promised to give up his licentious love. They both deceived me. On the night of the 27th, Mary and her sister Jane escaped from my home, and the next morning I found a letter informing me what they had done. Jane Clairmont was only stepsister to Mary, being the daughter of the second Mrs. Godwin by a former husband. Originally named Clara Mary Jane, she preferred to be called Clara and became Claire. Born April 27, 1798, she was now 16 years old and was quite consciously nubile. Talented and generous, sensitive and proud, she fretted under the authority of a worried and irritable mother and a stepfather too burdened and bankrupt to spare her any love. She appealed to Mary and Shelley to take her with them. They did, and on July 28, 1814, the three fled from London to Dover, and thence to France. On August 20th, the pilgrims reached Lucerne. There Shelley found no message for him and no money from London. He had in his purse only £28. Sadly, he told his comrades that he must return to England and settle his finances. By boat and carriage they hurried north, and on September 13, 1814, they were again in London. He spent the next 20 months hiding from his creditors and raising more loans to feed himself, Mary, Claire, and Godwin, who still refused to see him but welcomed cash remittances. Meanwhile, Harriet gave birth to her second child, Charles. Mary gave birth to her first, William, and Claire leaped into Byron's bed. Finally, the poet's grandfather died, leaving to Shelley's father, now Sir Timothy Shelley, property valued at £80,000. Shelley was now heir apparent, but not so recognized by his father. He offered to resign his rights in exchange for a life annuity of £1,000. It was agreed, and Shelley pledged £200 a year to Harriet. On May 4, 1816, he, Mary, William, and Claire left again for Dover and France. 9 days before them, Byron had kicked the dust of England from his feet. 8. Swiss Holiday, Byron and Shelley, 1816. Both poets independently had chosen Switzerland as their haven and Geneva as their center of operations. Shelley's party arrived on May 15th and took lodgings in suburban Sécheron. Byron and his retinue boarded at Ostend a sumptuous coach which he had ordered built at a cost of £500 on the model of one used by Napoleon and captured at Genappe as part of the trophies of Waterloo. It had a bed, a library, and all facilities for dining. Byron made a special tour of the ground and the remains of the battle, and probably at Brussels that evening composed the stanzas 21 to 28 that were to be especially memorable in Canto 3 of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Late on May 25th, he checked in at the Hôtel d'Angleterre, a mile north of Geneva Center. The entry register required him to give his age. He wrote 100. Claire Claremont, who had been eagerly checking arrivals, discovered this and sent him a note commiserating on his age and suggesting a rendezvous. On May 27th, he came across Shelley, Mary, and Claire at a boat landing. This was the first meeting of the poets. Byron had read Queen Mab, had praised its poetry, but had been politely silent about its politics. It was too much to expect a youth of 24 to understand the virtues of aristocracy, though they might have agreed on the convenience of inheritance. Shelley to the end considered Byron his superior in poetry. On July 4th he leased a home at Montélimar, 2 miles from Geneva, on the southern shore of Lake Geneva. On July 7th, Byron rented the Villa Diodati, 10 minutes' walk from Shelley. They united in leasing a small sailboat, and the two families often joined in sailing on the lake or in an evening of discussion at the Villa Diodati. There, on June 14th, Byron suggested that each write a ghost story. They tried. All confessed failure except Mary, who, aged 19, produced one of the most famous novels of the 19th century, Frankenstein, or the Modern Prometheus. It was published in 1818 with a preface by Shelley. Among many other remarkable features, it posed 2 problems still of basic interest. Can science create life, and can it keep its powers from producing evil as well as good? Byron also suggested that he and Shelley undertake to circumnavigate the lake in their modest boat, stopping at historic spots, especially those made famous by Rousseau's Julie ou La Nouvelle Héloïse. Shelley agreed, though he had still not learned to swim. They set out with 2 boatmen on June 22nd and took 2 days to reach Méry in Savoy. There they lingered on the spot where, in the novel, Saint-Preux, banished from Julie, had supposedly written her name upon the rocks. Resuming their voyage, the poets ran into a sudden storm. The waves repeatedly climbed over the prow into the boat, threatening to capsize it. Byron later recalled the scene. I stripped off my coat and made him strip off his and take hold of an oar, telling him that I thought I could save him if he would not struggle when I took hold of him. He answered with the greatest coolness that he had no notion of being saved, that I would have enough to do to save myself, and begged not to trouble me. The storm subsided, the poets landed and rested, and on the next morning they visited Chillon and the castle where François de Bonnevar had been imprisoned from 1530 to 1536 by the Duke of Lausanne. At Clermont, Shelley holding Rousseau's novel in his hands as a guide, the poets walked over the ground made memorable as a sanctuary of French romanticism. On June 27th, they docked at Ouchy, part of Lausanne. That night Byron wrote The Prisoner of Chillon and sketched the stanzas on Rousseau in Childe Harold. On June 28th, the poets visited the Lausanne home in which Gibbon had written The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. On July 1st, the wanderers were back at Montélimar and Diodati. During the next 2 weeks, Byron wrote the 3rd canto of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, and Claire Claremont copied it for him, knowing now one of the few happy moments in her life. It was her fate to bring misfortune with her. Her open devotion to Byron raised Swiss gossip to a point where it hurt. The two poets, it charged, were living in promiscuous relations with two sisters. Some imaginative souls called Byron and Shelley incarnate devils, and one English lady travelling in Switzerland fainted when Byron appeared at Madame de Staël's coupé salon. Perhaps the gossip shared in Byron's determination to end his relations with Clare. He asked Shelley not to let her come to the Villa Diodati any more. Clare, now 3 months pregnant with Byron's child, pleaded to be allowed one more visit, but was dissuaded. On July 24th, Shelley took Clare and Mary on a trip to Chamonix in Savoy. They failed that day, succeeded on the next in their attempt to reach the Mer de Glace. Returning to Switzerland, they stopped at a Chartreuse monastery in Montanvert. Under his signature in the guest book, irritated by the pious entries before his own, he wrote in Greek, "I am a lover of mankind, a democrat, and an atheist." When Byron, shortly thereafter, stopped at the same place, he blotted out the atheist, fearing that it would be used against Shelley in England. It was. On August 29th, Shelley, Mary, and Clare left for England. Byron gave Shelley the manuscript of The Prisoner of Chillon and Cantos 3 and 4 of Childe Harold for delivery to the publisher John Murray. Shelley himself, busy with Mary and Clare, brought only the Hymn to Intellectual Beauty and the Ode Mont Blanc, lines written in the Vale of Chamonix. This ode is almost as confused as the rivulets of ice that curl down the mountain slopes to the Mer de Glace. Shelley found his impressions so many and so diverse that he was unable to give them any clear expression. And while for a time he thought of the towering mass as voicing Wordsworth's nature god, he fell back upon the feeling of a cold immensity, disdainfully silent before all human judgments. The Hymn to Intellectual Beauty also shows some influence of Wordsworth, but Shelley's intimations of immortality soon fade. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 3, continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. The Hymn to Intellectual Beauty also shows some influence of Wordsworth, but Shelley's intimations of immortality soon fade. He wonders why there is darkness as well as light, evil as well as good. He dreams that man might yet be saved by a deepening and broadening of the aesthetic sense and the pursuit of the beautiful in thought and deed as well as in flesh and form. I vowed that I would dedicate my powers to thee and thine. Have I not kept the vow? Never joy illumed my brow, unlinked with hope that thou wouldst free this world from its dark slavery, that thou, O awful loveliness, wouldst give whate'er these words cannot express. In the end, the attempts of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley to find a benevolent friend in nature failed before its calm neutrality. Wordsworth surrendered to the Church of England. Byron and Shelley surrendered to despair. 9. Decay in Venice. Byron, 1816 to 1818. In September 1816, Hobhouse came down from England and joined Byron in an extensive tour of the Swiss Alps. In October, they crossed them into Italy. They were well received at Milan. The educated Italians honored Byron as England's greatest living poet and appreciated his evident distaste for Austrian rule in Lombardy. He took a box at La Scala. Stendhal saw him there and described him ecstatically. I was struck by his eyes. I have never in my life seen anything more beautiful or more expressive. Even today, if I come to think of the expression which a great painter should give to a genius, this sublime head at once appears before me. I shall never forget the divine expression of his face. It was the serene air of power and genius. Poet and friend reached Venice on November 16, 1816. Hobhouse left him for hurried sightseeing and soon went on to Rome. Byron took lodgings in a side street off the Piazza San Marco and made a mistress of his landlord's wife, Mariana Segatti. Even so, he found time to complete Manfred, and in September 1818, to begin Don Juan, in which he passed from gloomy, romantic, self-indulgent brooding to rollicking, humorous, realistic satire. Manfred, of course, is Byron again, now disguised as a melancholy misanthrope in a Gothic castle. Feeling a strong curse upon my soul, and brooding over his sins, he summons the witches from their alpine lairs and asks from them one gift, forgetfulness. They answer that forgetfulness comes only with death. He climbs the Jungfrau and sees in a lightning-blasted pine tree a symbol of himself. A blighted trunk upon a cursed rock, which but supplies a feeling to decay. He seeks death by trying to jump from a cliff. A hunter stops him, leads him to a mountain cottage, offers him a warming wine, and asks the reason for his despair. Manfred, taking the wine for blood, replies in words that might be taken as a confession of incest. "I say 'tis blood, the pure, warm stream which ran in the veins of my fathers, and in ours when we were in our youth, and had our heart, and loved each other as we should not love. And that was shed, but still rises up, coloring the clouds that shut me out from heaven." He envies the hunter's free and healthy life. By danger dignified, yet guiltless, hopes of cheerful old age and a quiet grave, with cross and garland over its green turf, and thy grandchildren's love for epitaph. This do I see, and then I look within. It matters not, my soul was scorched already. He gives the hunter gold and departs. Using his unsanctioned science, he summons Astarte, in whom he sees the figure of his forbidden love. His appeal to her to forgive him, "Astarte, my beloved, speak to me," is one of the high flights of Byronic passion and sentiment. Like the major criminals in Gulliver's land of the Lugnagians, he has been condemned to immortality, and thinks it the greatest possible penalty. He begs her, out of her mystic power, to grant him the gift of death. She accommodates him. "Manfred, tomorrow ends thy earthly life." An attendant witch applauds his courage. He mastereth himself, and makes his torture tributary to his will. Had he been one of us, he would have made an awful spirit. Milton's Satan may have left here one of many echoes in Byron's works. To the abbot who, on the following evening, seeks to win him back to Christ, Manfred answers that it is too late, and adds, "There is an order of mortals on the earth who do become old in their youth and die ere middle age, without the violence of warlike death." And when Manfred leaves for his last rendezvous, the abbot mourns, "This should have been a noble creature. He hath all the energy which would have made a goodly frame of glorious elements, had they been wisely mingled." As if challenging the world to think that its darkest suspicions of him were now confessed, Byron sent Manfred to England, and Murray published it on June 16, 1817. A week later, a review in a London paper called for an end to all sympathy for Byron, who has colored Manfred into his own personal features. Manfred has exiled himself from society, and what is to be the ground of our compassion for the exile? Simply the commission of one of the most revolting crimes. He has committed incest. On April 17, 1817, Byron left Venice to spend a month with Hobhouse in Rome. His foot deterred him from touring the museums, but he saw the massive relics of classical Rome and visited Pompeii. "I stand a ruin amidst ruins," said Childe Harold. By May 28th, he was back in Venice. In December, he succeeded, after many trials, in selling Newstead Abbey and its lands for £94,500. He instructed his London banker, Douglas Kinnaird, to pay all the poet's debts and send him £3,300 annually from the earnings of the residue. In addition to this, he now agreed to receive payment for his poems. Flush, he bought the sumptuous Palazzo Mocenigo on the Grand Canal. He peopled it with 14 servants, 2 monkeys, 2 mastiffs, and a new mistress, Margherita Cogni, proud wife of a local banker. He was not monogynous. He boasted of having had 200 women seriatim in Venice. On January 20th, 1817, he informed Kinnaird that, "In the evenings I go out sometimes, and indulge in coition always." And on May 9th, 1818, he wrote to the banker, "I have a world of harlotry." By midsummer he had fallen far from the divinity described by Stendhal 2 years before. He was fat, his hair was turning grey, and he looked older than his 30 years. Shelley was shocked to find him so when they met again. 10. Shelley Paterfamilias, 1816 to 1818. On September 8, 1816, Shelley, Mary, their child William, his Swiss nurse Elise Foggi, and Claire Claremont reached England. All but Shelley went to Bath. He hurried to London, expecting to find there £500 from his father. None came, and he had to default on his promise to give £300 to his desperate father-in-love. Godwin fumed. Shelley fled to his lawless mate in Bath. There, on September 26th and October 3rd, Mary received tender letters from her half-sister, Fanny Godwin. Born in France in 1794, Fanny was the natural daughter of Captain Imlay and Mary Wollstonecraft. She had been adopted by Godwin on his marriage to her mother. Despite his kindness, she had been unhappy under the unwilling care of his second wife, Mrs. Claremont. Her letters reveal a gentle soul, bearing misfortune bravely, blaming no one, and timidly eager to please. Mary had been sisterly to her, but after Mary and Claire went off with Shelley, Fanny had no protection against her stepmother. When the elopers returned to England, their precarious finances did not encourage them to add Fanny to their fold. On October 12th, Shelley brought to Mary and Claire the news that Fanny had gone to Swansea, secluded herself in a hotel room, and killed herself with opium. The Furies had little mercy on Shelley. On returning to England, he had inquired about his wife, to whom he was still legally bound. He learned that she was living with her father and was regularly receiving £400 a year. In November, he sought to visit her, but was told that she had disappeared. On December 12, 1816, the Times reported that her body had been recovered 2 days before from the Serpentine Lake in Hyde Park. Anxious to get custody of his offspring by Harriet, daughter Ianthe, and son Charles, Shelley hurried to legalize with marriage his union with Mary, this on December 30th, 1816. Through 3 months, his claim for the children dragged on in the Court of Chancery. Mary assured him that she would be very happy to receive those darling treasures, the children of Harriet, under her care. But Harriet's father and sister contested Shelley's claim on the grounds that he was an avowed atheist and a disbeliever in legal marriage, who had deserted his wife and eloped with an unmarried woman. Such a man, they argued, was not likely to bring up the children in a manner fit for life in England. The court disallowed the argument from theology, but recognized the others, and decided against Shelley in March 1817. However, his choice of foster parents was sanctioned by the court, and he agreed to contribute £120 a year for their maintenance. While her husband was litigating in London, Mary watched over Claire Claremont, who, still only 19, gave birth on January 12, 1817, to a daughter ultimately named Allegra. Claire's letters to Byron, since leaving Switzerland, had not been answered, though Shelley's were, and the thought that Byron would never acknowledge the child drove the mother to despair. Shelley appealed to Byron for instructions, taking care to stress Allegra's beauty. Byron agreed to take and care for the child if she were brought to him. Mary complicated matters in September 1817 by giving birth to her second child, who was baptized Clara Everina. Mother and child ailed, and soon all the adults agreed that what the family needed was the warmth and sky and fruits of Italy. On March 11, 1818, they crossed to France and began the long ride by Mal de Mer coaches to Milan. Thence, Shelley sent Byron an invitation to come and see Allegra. Fearing that this might lead to a renewed liaison with Claire, Byron refused. Instead, he suggested her nurse should take the child to Venice, and if the adoption plan proved satisfactory, the mother should be free to visit Allegra now and then. Claire reluctantly consented. Byron found the little girl so lovely and lovable that he took her into his palace. But Allegra was so frightened by his animals and concubines that Byron soon paid Richard Hopner, British consul, and his wife to take the child into their home. Hearing of this, Shelley and Clare, leaving Mary and her children at Lucca, went to Venice and found Allegra reasonably well treated. Byron received Shelley cordially, took him on a gondola ride to the Lido, and invited him and his family, with Clare and Allegra, to stay as long as they liked in Byron's villa, I Cappuccini, at Este. Mary came from Lucca with her children, but Clara Everina sickened on the way and died in Venice on September 24, 1818. On October 29th, after a month's stay in I Cappuccini, they bade goodbye to Allegra and headed south for Rome. 11. Shelley, Zenith, 1819 to 1821. Between his arrival in Rome in 1819 and his reunion with Byron in Pisa in 1821, the great events in Shelley's life were his poems. There had been flashes of high excellence before, as here and there in Queen Mab, and latterly as in Ozymandias of 1817, a sonnet of compact thought and startling force. The Lines Written in the Euganean Hills of 1818 lack such concentration of thought and chiseled form, and the Lines Written in Dejection near Naples of 1818 are too self-pitying to invite condolence. A man should not wear his grievances on his sleeve. But now, in 3 years, came Prometheus Unbound, Ode to the West Wind, To a Skylark, The Cloud, Epipsychidion, and Adonais. We pass by the Cenci of 1819, in which Shelley, with some success, tried to rival John Webster and other Elizabethan Jacobean dramatists in a dark and bloody story of incest and murder. Prometheus Unbound, according to the author's preface, was written atop the baths of Caracalla in Rome in 1820. He had challenged the Elizabethans with the Cenci. Now he risked the farthest grasp of his ambition by challenging the Greeks. In Prometheus Bound, Aeschylus had shown the foreknower as a rebellious titan chained to a rock in the Caucasus for revealing to mankind too much of the tree of knowledge. In the lost remainder of the trilogy, according to tradition, Zeus had relented and had freed Prometheus from the rock, and from the eagle which, by divine command, had continually pecked at the hero's liver, like doubt at a rebel's certainties. Shelley's lyrical drama, as he called it, pictures Zeus as a crusty old Bourbon, cruelly responsible for the misfortunes of mankind and the misbehavior of the earth. Prometheus blasts him with all the ardor of an Oxford undergraduate summoning bishops to the obsequies of God. Then the Titan regrets the intensity of his curse. I wish no living thing to suffer pain. He returns to his chosen task, to bring wisdom and love to all mankind. The spirit of the earth, rejoicing, hails him. Thou art more than God, being wise and kind. Through Act I, the speeches are bearable, and the lyrics of the attendant spirits rumble with elemental power, sparkle with ambrosial metaphors, and ride on melodious rhymes. But speeches, theological or atheological, are not the lightning of poetry. Odes become odious, and lyrics lose their lure when they fall upon the reader with confusing profusion. Beauty unending becomes a bore. Too much of Shelley's poetry is emotion remembered without tranquility. As we proceed, we sense something of weakness in these verses. Too many sentiments for too few deeds, too many moods and lines of hearts and flowers. I am as a drop of dew that dies, says the spirit of the earth. It is a style that can adorn a lyric, but slows a drama, which by its name should move with action. A lyrical drama is a contradiction in terms. By contrast, the Ode to the West Wind of 1819 stirs us throughout, for its powerful inspiration is compressed into 70 lines. Here, Shelley's richness of rhymes has no time to cloy. The emotion is not spread thin, but is centered on one idea, that the winter of our discontent may hopefully be followed by some spring of growth. This time-honored metaphor repeatedly occurs in Shelley. It sustained him when his world of hopes and dreams seemed to fall in ruins before the onset of experience. He prayed that his ideas, like fallen leaves before the wind, might be preserved and spread through the airy incantation of his verse. They were. That ode, which touches the peaks of poetry, was conceived and chiefly written, Shelley tells us, in a wood that skirts the Arno near Florence, and on a day when that tempestuous wind was collecting the vapors which pour down the autumnal rains. Why had he left Rome? Partly because he had either to seclude himself or to bear the nearness of British tourists who thought of him not as a great poet, but as an adulterous atheist. More keenly, he and Mary felt the death of their child, William, on June 7, 1819, after only 4 years of life. Neither parent ever fully recovered from the loss of both their children within 9 months. Gray hairs appeared among Shelley's brown, though he was only 27. After burying William in the English cemetery at Rome, the family moved north to Livorno, Anglice, Leghorn. Wandering in the garden there, Shelley felt hurt, as any poet might, at the frightened flight of birds on his approach. One especially fascinated him by its singing as it soared. Going back to his room, he composed the first form of To a Skylark, with its haunting, brooding hexameters. Those airy stanzas offend not with their rhymes, for every line is warm with feeling and solid with thought. On October 2, 1819, the Shelleys moved to Florence, where Mary gave birth to her third child, soon named Percy. In Florence, Claire Claremont found employment as a governess, and at last freed Shelley from her care. On October 29, 1820, he moved his family to the Hotel Tre Palazzi in Pisa, where he had perhaps the strangest adventure of all. Despite his repeated illnesses, he had not lost his sensitivity to sexual gravitation, and when he found a woman not only beautiful but unfortunate, the double attraction overwhelmed him. Emilia Viviani was a girl of high family who had been, against her will, placed in a convent near Pisa to safeguard her virginity till a financially proper husband could be found for her. Shelley, Mary, and sometimes Claire went to see her, and all were charmed by her classic features, her modest manners, and her confiding simplicity. The poet idealized her, made her the object of his waking dreams, and wrote some of them out in Epipsychidion, or To a Soul Unique, which was published under a pseudonym in 1821. Some surprising lines. I never thought before my death to see youth's vision thus made perfect. Emily, I love thee, though the world by no thin name will hide that love from its unvalued shame. Would we two had been twins of the same mother, or that the name my heart lent to another could be a sister's bond for her and thee, blending two beams of one eternity. Yet were one lawful and the other true, these names, though dear, could paint not as is due how beyond refuge I am thine. Ah me, I am not thine, I am a part of thee. And so from ecstasy to ecstasy, spouse, sister, angel, pilot of the fate whose course has been so starless, oh, too late beloved, oh, too soon adored by me. For in the fields of immortality my spirit should at first have worshipped thine, a divine presence in a place divine. Clearly, the youth of 28 was in a condition favoring idealization. Our laws and morals cannot quite regulate our glands, and if one is a genius or a poet, he must find outlet and relief in act or art. In this case, the ailment was cured or redeemed by a poem that oscillates between absurdity and excellence. The day is come, and thou wilt fly with me. A ship is floating in the harbor now. A wind is hovering o'er the mountain's brow. To take them to an island in the blue Aegean. It is an isle twixt heaven, air, earth, and sea, cradled and hung in clear tranquillity. This isle and house are mine, and I have vowed thee to be lady of the solitude. There she shall be his love, and he be hers. Our breath shall intermix, our bosoms bound, and our veins beat together, and our lips, with other eloquence than words, eclipse the soul that burns between them, and the wells which boil under our being's inmost cells, the fountains of our deepest life, shall be confused in passion's golden purity. I pant, I sink, I tremble, I expire. Can this be Shelley plain? Poor Mary, left to her baby Percy and her own dreams, did not see these effusions for some time. Meanwhile, the vision faded. Emilia married, and, according to Mary, led her husband a devil of a life. Shelley repented his melodious sin, and Mary nursed his desolation with motherly understanding. He was roused to better poetry when he heard that Keats had died on February 23, 1821. He may not have cared much for Endymion, but the savage criticism with which the Quarterly Review had greeted Keats's major effort so angered him that he called upon their common muse to inspire in him a fitting threnody. On June 11th he wrote to his London publisher, "Adonais is finished, and you will soon receive it. It is little adapted for popularity, but is perhaps the least imperfect of my compositions." He had chosen as its form the difficult Spenserian stanza, so recently used with a better font of rhymes by Byron in Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, and he worked on the Requiem with all the care of a sculptor carving a monument to a friend. But the demands of the rigid mold gave to some of the 55 stanzas an air of artificiality that a less hurried art might have concealed. The theme too hastily assumed that a review had killed Keats, and the mourner asked that the curse of Cain light on his head who pierced thy innocent breast. But the autopsy of Keats showed that he had died of acute tuberculosis. In the final stanzas, Shelley welcomed his own death as a blessed reunion with the undying dead. The one remains, the many change and pass. Heaven's light forever shines, earth's shadows fly. Life, like a dome of many-colored glass, stains the white radiance of eternity until death tramples it to fragments. Die, if thou wouldst be that which thou dost seek. Why linger? Why turn back? Why shrink, my heart? Thy hopes are gone before. From all things here they have departed. Thou shouldst now depart. Till Adonais calls. Oh, hasten thither. No more let life divide what death can join together. I am born darkly, fearfully afar, whilst, burning through the inmost veil of heaven, the soul of Adonais like a star beacons from the abode where the eternal are. Keats might have answered with his unforgettable lines, "Now more than ever seems it rich to die, to cease upon the midnight with no pain, whilst thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy." 12. Love and Revolution. Byron, 1818 to 1821. Shelley retained varied memories of Byron in their last meeting, his fine manners, candid conversation, generous impulses, and his apparent content with the degrading promiscuity of companions and courtesans. The Italian women with whom he associates are perhaps the most contemptible of all who exist under the moon. Byron is familiar with the lowest sort of these women, the people his gondoliers pick up in the streets. He allows fathers and mothers to bargain with him for their daughters. But that he is a great poet, I think his address to the ocean proves. Byron was well aware of his abandonment of English morals and tastes. The English code had outlawed him, and he would reject it in return. Yet he told a friend in 1819, "I was disgusted and tired with the life I led in Venice, and was glad to turn my back on it." He succeeded with the help, patience, and devotion of Teresa Guiccioli. They first met on her visit from Ravenna to Venice in April 1819. She was 19, petite, pretty, vain, convent-educated, warm-hearted, passionate. Her husband, Count Alessandro Guiccioli, 58, had had 2 previous marriages and was often immersed in business. It was for precisely such a situation that the current moral code of the upper-class Italians allowed a woman to have a cavaliere servente, a gentleman servitor who would always be within call to admire, amuse, or escort her, and be rewarded with a kiss of her hand. Or something more if they were discreet and the husband was preoccupied or tired. There was moderate danger of a duel, but sometimes the husband would appreciate the aid and would absent himself for a while. So the Contessa felt free to be drawn to the Englishman's handsome face intriguing conversation, and charming limp. Or, in her later words, his noble and exquisitely beautiful countenance, the tone of his voice, his manners, the thousand enchantments that surrounded him, rendered him so different and so superior a being to any whom I had hitherto seen, that it was impossible that he should not have left the most profound impression upon me. From that day, during the whole of my subsequent stay in Venice, we met every day. Those days of reckless happiness ended when the Count took Teresa back to Ravenna. Byron sent her some promissory notes, as on April 22nd, 1819. I assure you that you shall be my last passion. Before I knew you, I felt an interest in many women, but never in only one. Now I love you. There is no other woman in the world for me. So far as we know, he kept that pledge. On June 1st, in his heavy Napoleonic carriage, he left Venice for Ravenna as a tourist seeking Dante's remains. Teresa welcomed him. The Count was complacent. Byron wrote to a friend, "They make love a good deal here and assassinate a little." He was allowed to take Teresa to La Mira, 7 miles south of Venice, where he had a villa. There the love affair advanced, unhindered even by Teresa's hemorrhoids. Allegra joined them there and made the party respectable. Tom Moore dropped in and now received from Byron the manuscript of My Life and Adventures, which was to cause so much commotion after the author's death. From La Mira, Byron took Teresa to Venice, where she lived with him in his Palazzo Mocenigo. There her father reclaimed her and, forbidding Byron to follow, took her back to Ravenna. On arrival, Teresa fell so convincingly ill that the Count hurriedly sent for her lover. Byron came on December 24th, 1819, and after some wandering settled down as a paying tenant on the 3rd floor of the Count's palace. He brought with him into his new quarters 2 cats, 6 dogs, a badger, a falcon, a tame crow, a monkey, and a fox. Amid this life of varied dedications, he wrote more of Don Juan, some rhetorical and unstageable plays on Venetian doges, a more presentable drama about Sardanapalus, and in July 1821, Cain, a mystery, which completed the abomination of his name in England. The opening scene shows Adam and Eve, Cain and his sister-wife Ada, Abel and his sister-wife Zillah, preparing to offer sacrifices and prayers to Jehovah. Cain asks his parents some of the questions that had puzzled Byron in his school days. Why did God invent death? If Eve ate of the tree of knowledge, why had God planted that forbidden tree so prominently in the Garden of Eden? And why should the desire for knowledge be accounted a sin? Why, in punishment for Eve's modest collation, had the Omnipotent decreed labor as the lot and death as the fate of all living things? What is death? No one had yet seen it. Cain is left rebelliously brooding while the rest go to their tasks of the day. Lucifer, light-bearer, appears, takes over the stage as in Milton, and calls himself proudly one of those souls who dare look the omnipotent tyrant in his everlasting face and tell him that his evil is not good. Ada returns and pleads with Cain to rejoin his relatives in the field. He has neglected his share of the day's work. She has done it for him and now invites him to an hour of love and rest. Lucifer taunts her by describing love as a lure to reproduction and predicts the centuries of toil, strife, suffering, and death awaiting the multitudes that will trace their existence to her womb. Cain and Abel prepare their altars. Abel sacrifices the first of his flock. Cain offers fruit, but instead of a prayer asks again why the Omnipotent has permitted evil. Abel's sacrificial lamb is consumed in a bright flame that ascends to heaven. Cain's altar is overthrown by an angry wind that scatters his fruit in the dust. Furious, he tries to demolish Abel's altar. Abel resists. Cain strikes him. Abel dies. Adam reproaches Eve as the primal source of sin. Eve curses Cain. Ada pleads for him. "Curse him not, mother, for he is my brother and my betrothed." Adam bids Cain leave them and never return. Ada accompanies Cain into banishment. Since Abel had died childless, all humanity, Byron concludes, was Cain's progeny and bears his mark in secret instincts, finding vent in violence, murder, and war. Cain seems at times an essay in defiance by a schoolboy atheist who has not read Ecclesiastes, and yet at times the drama rises to an almost Miltonic power. Walter Scott, to whom the mystery was dedicated, praised it. As Goethe, losing for a moment his Olympian perspective, said, "Its beauty is such as we shall not see a second time in the world." In England its publication was met with a furor of criticism and horror. Here, it seemed, was another Cain, but a worse murderer, killing the faith that had sustained 1,000 generations. Murray warned Byron that he was rapidly losing readers for his works. The portrait of Cain's faithful Ada gave another proof of tender elements in Byron's character, but his treatment of Allegra and her mother showed a tougher strain. The once happy child, now 4 years old, had been saddened by the distances that separated her from both her parents, and she felt that the Hoppners were wearying of her. Byron sent for her to come to Ravenna, and yet he could hardly ask her to live with him and his menagerie in the palace of the man who was becoming audibly uncomfortable with his horns. After much thought, he put her into a convent at Bagnacavallo, 12 miles from Ravenna, this on March 1st, 1821. There, he presumed, she would have companionship, be out of his way, and receive some education. That this would be Catholic did not disturb him. On the contrary, he felt that it would be a tragedy for the girl to grow up without a religion in an Italy where every woman was a pious Catholic, even in her amours. After all, if one must be a Christian, better go all the way, take the Apostles' Creed, the Mass, and the Saints, and be a Catholic. "It is my wish," he wrote on April 3rd, 1821, "that Allegra should be a Roman Catholic, which I look upon as the best religion." When Allegra was ready for marriage, she would settle upon her a fortune of £4,000, and she would have no difficulty in finding a husband. This was convenient for Byron, but when the news of it reached Claire Claremont, she protested passionately and begged that Shelley get the child restored to her. Shelley undertook to go to Ravenna and see how Allegra was faring. He arrived there on August 6, 1821, and was cordially received by Byron. He wrote back to his wife, "Lord Byron is very well, and was delighted to see me. He has completely recovered his health, and lives a life totally the reverse of that which he led in Venice." Byron told him that political conditions would soon compel him to move to Florence or Pisa. He would take Allegra with him, and she would be close to her mother. Shelley was content with this, and turned his attention to something more immediately affecting himself. He was dismayed to learn that Allegra's nurse Elise, whom he had dismissed from his service in 1821, had told the Hoppners that he had had secret sexual relations with Allegra's mother, that Claire in Florence had borne his child, which he had at once placed in a foundling asylum. Furthermore, that Shelley and Claire had treated Mary shamefully, even to his beating her. The astonished poet wrote at once to Mary on August 7th, asking her to write to the Hoppners denouncing these tales. Mary did, but sent her letter to Shelley for his approval. He showed it to Byron and apparently relied on him to give it to Hoppner. Shelley was disappointed to find that Byron had known of the rumors and had apparently believed them. The famous friendship began to cool, and cooled further when Byron moved from Ravenna to Pisa, leaving Allegra in her convent. That change was the result of mixing love and revolution. In July 1820, Teresa's father, Count Ruggero Gamba, had secured from the papal curia a writ awarding her a separation from her husband, with regular payments of alimony from him, on condition that she live with her parents. She moved accordingly, and Byron, still living in the Guiccioli palace, became a frequent visitor to the Gamba household. He was delighted to find that Gamba and his son Pietro were leaders in the Carbonari, a secret organization plotting to overthrow Austrian rule in North Italy, papal rule in Middle Italy, and Bourbon rule at Naples over the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, i.e. South Italy and Sicily. Byron, in The Prophecy of Dante of 1819, had already appealed to the Italian people to rise and free themselves from Habsburg or Bourbon rule. By 1820, Austrian spies suspected him of paying for weapons to be delivered to the Carbonari, and a royalist poster set up in Ravenna called for his assassination. On February 24, 1821, the Carbonari insurrection failed. Its leaders fled from those parts of Italy under Austrian, Papal, or Bourbon rule. Count Gamba and son went to Pisa. On Byron's advice, Teresa soon followed them. And on November 1, 1821, Byron arrived there and settled in the Casa Lanfranchi on the Arno, where Shelley had already rented rooms for him. Now would come the final test of their friendship. 13. Contrasts. The two poets had now reached the fullness of their development. The elder had still some cantos of Don Juan to compose. These are so bitter in their hostility to England that even a Gallic taste can find them immoderate. The Vision of Judgment, from October 1821, is also mercilessly satirical, but Southey's prior A Vision of Judgment, from April 1821, had provoked retaliation by calling Byron the leader of the Satanic school in English poetry. Byron cut him up with gusto and skill. In these final compositions, he moved away from the romantic self-pitying melancholy of Childe Harold toward a more classic pose of reason and humor, judging all. But moderation still escaped him. His letters, especially those to Murray, show a maturer mood, for there his caustic wit was tempered with critical self-scrutiny, as if he had discovered that modesty opens a door to wisdom. He was modest about his poetry. I by no means rank poetry or poets high in the scale of intellect. This may look like affectation, but it is my real opinion. I prefer the talents of action, of war, or the Senate, or even of science, to all the speculations of those mere dreamers. He praised Shelley as a man, but thought much of his verse to be childish fantasy. He was anxious to be valued as a man, rather than as a poet. He was painfully conscious of his appearance. He preferred riding to walking, for his right foot distracted attention from his handsome face. Dietetically, his life was an alternation between eating to obesity and dieting to debility. So in 1806, his 5 feet 8½ inches weighed 194 pounds. By 1812, he was down to 137. By 1818, he had swelled to 202. He was proud of his sexual achievements and sent mathematical reports of them to his friends. He was a man of emotion, often lost his temper or self-control. His intellect was brilliant but unsteady. The moment Byron reflects, said Goethe, he is a child. In religion, he began as a Calvinist. In Childe Harold, he spoke of the papacy with old Protestant vigor as the Babylonian whore. In his 20s, he read philosophy, liked Spinoza, preferred Hume, and declared, "I deny nothing, but doubt everything." In 1811, he wrote to a proselytizing friend, "I will have nothing to do with your immortality." 10 years later, he wrote, "Of the immortality of the soul, it appears to me that there can be little doubt." In Italy, he fell in with the climate and the people, and began to think Catholically. When the Angelus rang, he longed to share the peace that seemed for a moment to settle upon all native souls. I have often wished that I had been born a Catholic. Toward the end, 1823, he talked as in boyhood of predestination and God. Having in adolescence lost his religious belief, and having found no moral mooring in literature or philosophy, he had no fulcrum from which to offer resistance to the sensations, emotions, or desires that agitated him. His free and agile intellect found persuasive reasons for yielding, or his temperament gave reason no time to display the wisdom of social restraints. Apparently he curbed his homosexual inclinations and satisfied them with warm and faithful friendships, but he yielded to the charms of his sister. And in Childe Harold he boldly told of his love for one soft breast which unto his was bound by stronger ties than the church links with all. Condemned by English society for exceeding its permitted indulgences, or failing to cover them gracefully, he declared war upon British hypocrisy and cant. He satirized the upper classes as formed of two mighty tribes, the Boers and the bored. He condemned the exploitation of labor by the factory owners, and sometimes he called for revolution. God save the king, and kings, for if he don't, I doubt if men will longer. I think I hear a little bird who sings, the people by and by will be the stronger, and the mob at last all sick of imitating Job. I would fain say, Fiant, if I had not perceived that revolution alone can save the earth from hell's pollution. However, on second thought, he felt no attraction to democracy. He distrusted mobs and feared that a revolution would bring a dictatorship worse than that of king or parliament. He saw some virtue in rule by an aristocracy of birth, and longed for an aristocracy purged, reasonable, trained, and competent. He himself never forgot that he was a lord. He soon checked any assumption of egalitarian familiarity. He knew that in social relations, distance lends enchantment to the view. His view of Napoleon changed with events. Till Bonaparte crowned himself emperor and armed and surrounded himself with titles, Byron saw him as an excellent compromise between kings and mobs. Even with baubles and those questionable invasions of Spain and Russia, Byron prayed for Napoleon to win against the continental monarchies. He scolded the defeated emperor for not killing himself instead of abdicating. But when Napoleon returned from Elba, the poet again prayed for his victory against the Allies. 6 years later, hearing of Napoleon's death, he mourned, "His overthrow was a blow on the head to me. Since that period we have been the slaves of fools." He was a baffling mixture of faults and virtues. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 3, continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. He was a baffling mixture of faults and virtues. He could, in a rage, be coarse and cruel. Normally, he was courteous, considerate, and generous. He gave recklessly to friends in need. To Robert Dallas he transferred copyrights worth £1,000. Another 1,000 enabled Francis Hodgson to avoid bankruptcy. Teresa Guiccioli, who saw him almost daily through 4 years, described him as a veritable angel through 900 pages. He, far more than Coleridge, was a damaged archangel, carrying in his flesh the flaws of his heritage, illustrating and redeeming them with an audacity of conduct, a profusion of verse, and a force of rebel thought that overwhelmed old Goethe into calling him the greatest literary genius of our century. By comparison, Shelley was the ineffectual angel of historic phrase. Not quite ineffectual. Who shall say that the leaves scattered by the incantation of his verse did not deposit some of the seeds that grew into religious toleration, the liberation of woman, the victories of science in technology and philosophy, the extension of the franchise, and the reform of Parliament that made the 19th a wonderful century? And he was a quite human angel. He had a body, and yielded to its demands, at least for 2 elopements, not to speak of Amelia Viviani. He was thin, troubled with ailments, and with a persistent pain in the back. Of course he was exceptionally sensitive, even more than Byron, to external and internal stimuli. Recall his letter to Claire Clairmont of January 16, 1821. "You ask me where I find my pleasures. The wind, the light, the air, the smell of a flower affect me with violent emotions." Like all of us, he was especially fond of himself. He confessed to Godwin on January 28, 1812, "My egotism seems inexhaustible." In taking Mary Godwin and asking his wife Harriet to subside into a sister, he pleased his desires like any other mortal, and revealed more of himself in explaining that Harriet accorded less than Mary with his philosophy and ideals. He was modest about his poetry, rating it below Byron's. In friendship he was faithful and considerate to the end. Byron, in reporting Shelley's death to Murray, wrote, "You were all brutally mistaken about Shelley, who was, without exception, the best and least selfish man I ever knew. I never knew one who was not a beast by comparison." Hogg reported the poet as erratic, forgetting appointments and promises, and readily slipping into a meditation oblivious of time and place. He was generally accounted impractical, but he was not easily cozened in money matters, and he did not surrender his hereditary rights without a long struggle. He was too high-strung to be a quite rational thinker, and too lacking in a sense of humor to question his own ideas. His constant lure was imagination. Reality seemed so drear and gross compared with conceivable improvements that he tended to take refuge from reality in the Elysian fields of his waking dreams. He proposed to do away with kings, lawyers, and priests, to convert to vegetarianism a world still in the hunting stage, and to free the love of the sexes from all trammels of law. He saw no obstacles to all this in the nature of man or in man's biological past. Shelley believed, said his loving widow, that mankind has only to will that there should be no evil, and there would be none. This opinion he entertained with fervent enthusiasm. He almost ignored history, except to idealize the Greeks, and there he ignored the slaves. We tend to exaggerate Shelley's simplicity because we forget that death never allowed him to mature. Because of their premature end, Byron and Shelley have come down to us as romantic poets, as very gods of the romantic movement in England. Had they lived to be 60, they would probably have become conservative citizens, and might have come down to us with a humbler place in history than their early romantic deaths have earned for them. Indeed, by the age of 28, Shelley had already cooled to a respectable moderation. In 1820, he wrote a substantial essay called A Philosophical View of Reform, which was published a year later. Poets and philosophers, he announced, are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Poets, because they are the voices of imagination, which, amid many absurdities, conceive new ideas that in time stir men to experiment and advance. Philosophers, because they bring to social problems the habit of calm reason and the perspective of years. Like Byron and every humane spirit of the time, Shelley had been revolted by the condition of the factory workers in England, and by the cold recipes of Malthus for controlling the population, but leaving wages to be dictated by the law of supply and demand, i.e. by the number of unemployed competing for available jobs. He denounced both Protestantism and Catholicism for having failed to apply the spirit of Christ to the relations between rich and poor. He proposed to eliminate, by a levy on the rich, the national debt whose yearly interest charges required heavy taxes upon the general public. He pointed out that the increase of population between 1689 and 1819 had changed the proportion of voters to non-voters, leaving the election of Parliament to an even smaller minority, practically disenfranchising the people. He forgave the landed aristocracy as rooted in law and time, and, perhaps with an eye to future Shelleys, he sanctioned the moderate transmission of wealth, but he scorned the rising plutocracy of manufacturers, merchants, and financiers. He repudiated Machiavelli's exemption of governments from morality. Politics are only sound when conducted on principles of morality. They are, in fact, the morality of nations. He called for a republic governed by one assembly, but like his mentor Godwin, advised against violent revolution. He defended the French Revolution, praised Napoleon consul, repudiated Napoleon emperor, deplored the French defeat at Waterloo. Shelley's Defense of Poetry, written in 1821, did not find a publisher till 1840. Here, the self-exiled poet, now omitting philosophers, exalted poets as the supreme lawgivers of the world. He had expressed this comforting opinion in his preface to Prometheus Unbound. The great writers of our age are, we have reasons to suppose, the companions and forerunners of some unimagined change to our social condition or the opinions which cement it. The cloud of mind is discharging its collected lightning, and the equilibrium between institutions and opinions is now restoring, or is about to be restored. Now, he added, our own will be a memorable age in intellectual achievements, and we live among such philosophers, Kant, Fichte, Hegel, Schelling, and Godwin, and poets, Goethe, Schiller, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, as surpassed beyond comparison any who have appeared since the last national struggle for civil and religious liberty. referring to 1642. By contrast, Shelley underestimated the role that science was beginning to take in remolding ideas and institutions. He warned against letting the progress of science, which merely improves our tools, outrun the development of literature and philosophy, which consider our purposes. So the unmitigated exercise of the calculating faculty had further enriched the clever few and had added to the concentration of wealth and power. Shelley's discontent with his second father-in-law's finances spread to Godwin's philosophy. Having rediscovered Plato, he had translated the Symposium and the Ion, he passed from a naturalistic to a spiritual interpretation of nature and life. He now doubted the omnicompetence of reason and had lost his enthusiasm for atheism. As he neared 30, he ceased to attack supernatural religion. Now he thought, very much like the young Wordsworth, that nature was the outer form of a pervading inner soul. There might even be a kind of immortality. The vital force in the individual passes, at his death, into another form, but never dies. 14. Pisan Canto, 1821 to 1822. Byron, when he reached Pisa, had almost outlived his sexual history, except for an idealizing memory, as in the high D episodes in Don Juan. At Pisa, Teresa Guiccioli lived with Byron, but in diminishing intimacy. He spent most of his time with his friends and Shelley's. For them he arranged weekly dinners, where discussion ran freely. Shelley attended, stood his ground politely but firmly in argument, but slipped away before strong drinking began. Teresa tried to give substance to her quiet life by becoming friends with Mary Shelley and reading history to keep up with Mary's intellectual interests. Byron disapproved of Teresa's studies, preferring women whose intellect was modestly subordinated to their charms. He had almost forgotten Allegra. Her mother pleaded with Mary Shelley to come to Florence to join her in a plan to go to Ravenna, abduct the girl, and bring her to a healthier climate and wider life. Shelley refused to allow this. Then came the news that on April 20th, 1822, Allegra, 5 years old, had died of malaria in her convent. The event shared in the cooling of Shelley's friendship with Byron. Earlier in this spring, he had written to Leigh Hunt, "Particular dispositions in Lord Byron's character render the close and exclusive intimacy with him, in which I find myself, intolerable to me. Thus much, my best friend, I will confess and confide to you." He tried to conceal his discomfort, for he had persuaded Byron to invite Hunt to come to Pisa and edit a new magazine, The Liberal, which Byron and Shelley planned to launch as an offset to the conservative Quarterly Review. Byron sent the bankrupt Hunt £250. Hunt and family sailed from London, hoping to reach Leghorn on July 1st, 1822. Shelley promised to meet him. Externally, the first 6 months of that fatal year were a pleasant time for the two poets. They went riding together almost daily and matched their marksmanship in a pistol club. Shelley almost equaled Byron's accuracy of aim. "My health," he wrote to Peacock, "is better, my cares lighter, and though nothing will cure the consumption of my purse, yet it drags on a sort of life in death, very like its master, and seems, like Fortunatus's purse, always empty, yet never quite exhausted." In January, Byron's mother-in-law died, leaving him, despite the separation from his wife, properties that brought him an additional £3,000 per year. Flush, he ordered a commodious yacht to be built for himself at Leghorn, appointed John Trelawney its skipper, named it Bolivar in honor of the South American revolutionist, and invited Shelley and his new friends Edward Williams and Thomas Medwin to join him and the Gambas in a yachting trip in the coming summer. Shelley and Williams shared in having a smaller sailboat, 84 feet long, 8 in the beam, to be built for them at a cost of £80. Trelawney named it Don Juan, Mary renamed it Ariel. Looking forward to a summer of boating, Byron engaged the Villa Dupuy near Leghorn. Shelley and Williams rented for their families the Casa Magni, near Lerici, on the shores of the Bay of Spezia, some 40 miles north of Leghorn. On April 26, 1822, the Shelleys and Williamses transferred their ménages to the Casa Magni, and there awaited the delivery of their boat. 15. Immolation. Shelley, 1822. Only some poetic trance could have chosen so lonely a place or so wild an environment for a vacation. Casa Magni was large enough for 2 families, but it was unfurnished and was approaching disintegration. It was surrounded on 3 sides by forest and in front by the sea, whose waves sometimes reached the door. Gales and squalls hailed our first arrival, Mary Shelley later recalled, and the natives were wilder than the place. Had we been wrecked on an island of the South Seas, we could scarcely have felt ourselves farther from civilization and comfort. On May 12th, the Ariel arrived from Genoa. Williams, who had been in the Navy, and Shelley, still unable to swim, were delighted with the boat and spent many an afternoon or evening sailing along the coast. Seldom had Shelley been so happy or so well. Sometimes the women joined them, but Mary was pregnant again, frequently ill and unhappy because her husband would not let her see her father's plaintive letters. In the house or on the boat, Shelley wrote his final poem, The Triumph of Life, which was cut short at line 544 by his final voyage. There is no triumph in it, for it describes a procession of various human types, all failures and decayed, hurrying to death. At line 82, the shade of Rousseau rises to explain the stupidity of civilization. He shows history's famous figures, Plato, Caesar, Constantine, Voltaire, Napoleon, caught in the same mad rush for wealth or power, and recommends as the only escape a return to a simple and natural life. Not yet 30, Shelley, after thought of suicide on June 18, 1822, wrote to Trelawney, "Should you meet with any scientific persons capable of preparing the prussic acid or essential oil of bitter almonds, I should regard it as a great kindness if you would procure me a small quantity. I would give any price for this medicine. I need not tell you I have no intention of suicide at present, but I confess it would be a comfort to me to hold in my possession that golden key to the chamber of perpetual rest." Perhaps to help his sick wife, Shelley had invited Claire Clairmont to come from Florence and spend the summer at Casa Magni. She came early in June, in time to help Mary through an almost fatal miscarriage. On June 22nd, Shelley, nearing a nervous breakdown, suffered a nightmare so terrifying that he ran from his room to Mary, screaming. On July 1st, news reached them that Leigh Hunt and family had reached Genoa and were preparing to leave it by a local transport vessel to join Byron at Leghorn. Shelley, anxious to welcome his faithful friend, to ease Byron's reception of him and to strengthen his partner's fading interest in their new magazine, decided to sail at once in the Ariel with Williams for Leghorn. Mary had premonitions of disaster. "I called Shelley back 2 or 3 times. I cried bitterly when he went away." The Ariel left Casa Magni at noon, July 1st, and reached Leghorn safely at 9 that evening. Shelley greeted Hunt joyfully, but was depressed to learn that the Tuscan authorities had ordered the Gambas to leave their territory at once, and that Byron, resolved to follow Teresa, was planning to leave Leghorn soon to join her in Genoa. Nevertheless, Byron agreed to honor his agreement with Hunt, and to have the Hunts occupy rooms in the Casa Lanfranchi at Pisa. Shelley accompanied them to Pisa, saw them settled, and drove back to Leghorn on July 7th. He spent the morning of Monday, July 8th, shopping for the family at Casa Magni. Williams urged him to hurry, to catch the favorable wind then blowing toward Lerici. Captain Roberts of the Bolivar predicted a storm for that afternoon and advised a day's delay. Williams urged immediate departure. Shelley agreed, and about 1:30 that afternoon the Ariel sailed from Leghorn with Shelley, Williams, and a young sailor, Charles Vivian. About 6:30 that evening a heavy storm, with thunder, wind, and rain, fell upon the Bay of Spezia, and hundreds of vessels hurried into harbor. At Casa Magni, the storm was so severe that the 3 women waiting anxiously there comforted themselves with the conclusion that the 2 husbands had waited out the storm at Leghorn. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday passed. The real anguish of these moments, Mary later wrote, transcends all the fictions that the most glowing imagination ever portrayed. Our seclusion, the savage nature of the inhabitants of the neighboring village, and our immediate vicinity to the troubled sea combined to imbue with strange horror our days of uncertainty. On Friday, a letter came from Hunt to Shelley, including lines that brought terror to the waiting women. "Pray tell us how you got home, for they say you had bad weather after you sailed on Monday, and we are anxious." Jane Williams and Mary rode all day to Pisa. By midnight they reached Castellanfranchi, found Byron and Hunt there, and were assured that Shelley and Williams had left Leghorn on Monday. They rode on through the night and reached Leghorn at 2 o'clock on the morning of Saturday, July 13th. There, Trelawney and Roberts tried to calm them with the possibility that the Ariel had been blown to Corsica or Elba. Byron commissioned Roberts to use the Bolivar to search the sea and shore between Leghorn and Lerici. Trelawney accompanied Mary and Jane on a futile search along the coast for signs or news of the missing men. He stayed with the mourning women at Casamagni till July 18th, then left to make further inquiries. On July 19th he returned to them and revealed to them as gently as he could that the corpses of their husbands had been found washed upon the shore near Viareggio on July 17th or 18th. About July 30th, the mutilated body of Charles Vivian was found 4 miles farther north and was buried on the shore. He took Mary and Jane to Pisa, where Byron offered them rooms in the Castellanfranchi, but they took quarters nearby. Mary wrote to a friend, "Lord Byron is very kind to me and comes with the Guiccioli to see us often." The bodies had already been buried in the sands by natives. Tuscan law forbade such buried corpses to be exhumed or reburied. But Trelawney knew that Mrs. Shelley wished Shelley's remains to be interred near those of their son William in Rome. He persuaded the Tuscan authorities to allow exhumation, on condition that the remains be burned on the shore. The bodies had been mutilated or consumed almost beyond recognition, but in one jacket a volume of Sophocles was found in one pocket and a volume of Keats in the other. On August 15th, Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney, with a quarantine official and an English officer, Captain Shenley, stood by as a squad of soldiers burned the remains of Williams. The next day, at a spot across from Elba, the remains of Shelley were exhumed and burned in the presence of Byron, Hunt, Trelawney, and some neighboring villagers. Into the flames, Trelawney threw incense, wine, and oil, and pronounced incantations consigning the ashes to the nature which he worshipped. Byron, unable to bear the spectacle to the end, swam off to the Bolivar. After 3 hours, nearly all of the body had fallen away except the heart. Trelawney, at the cost of a burned hand, snatched the heart from the fire. A casket containing the ashes was taken to Rome and was buried in a new cemetery close by the old Protestant cemetery that held the remains of child William. Shelley's heart was given by Trelawney to Hunt, and by him to Mary. At her death in 1851, the ashes of the heart were found in her copy of Adonais. 16. Transfiguration. Byron, 1822 to 1824. In September 1822, Byron and the Gambas moved from Pisa to Albaro, a suburb of Genoa. The several moves of body, mind, and mood that he had made since leaving England had tired him, and he had begun to tire even of Teresa's untiring love. His sharp eyes and sardonic spirit had removed the veils of life, and apparently had left no reality that could stir him to idealism or devotion. He was the most famous living poet, but he was not proud of his poetry. The febrile plaints of Childe Harold seemed unmanly now, and the clever cynicism of Don Juan left author and reader naked in a disillusioned world. A man, he now felt, ought to do something more for mankind than write verses. At Genoa, he asked his physician to tell him which is the best and quickest poison. Greece offered him a redeeming death. It had fallen subject to the Turks in 1465, and had become somnolent under alien domination. Byron, in Childe Harold, Canto 2, lines 73 to 84, had called upon it to revolt. Hereditary bondsmen, know ye not, who would be free themselves must strike the blow? Greece had revolted in 1821, but it was without arms, without money, without unity. It was crying out for help from the nations to which it had transmitted its rich inheritance. It had sent a committee to London to seek funds. The committee sent representatives to Genoa with a challenge to Byron to use some of his wealth in furthering the revolution he had sought to inspire. On April 7, 1823, he told the emissaries that he was at the service of the Greek provisional government. He was transformed. He was now all action. Cynicism gave way to dedication. Poetry was laid aside. Romance graduated from rhymes to resolution. After putting aside some funds for the hunts and above all for Teresa, he devoted the remainder of his fortune to the Greek Revolution. He instructed his agents in London to sell everything of his in England that could bring money, and to send him the proceeds. He sold the Bolivar for half its cost, and engaged an English vessel, the Hercules, to take him, Pietro Gamba, and Trelawney to Greece with some cannon and ammunition, and with medical supplies for 1,000 men for 2 years. Teresa Guiccioli struggled to keep him with her. He resisted her affectionately and had the consolation of knowing that she and her parents had received permission to return to their home in Ravenna. He told Lady Blessington, "I have a presentiment that I shall die in Greece. I hope it may be in action, for that would be a good finish to a very triste existence." On July 16, 1823, the Hercules left Genoa for Greece. After exasperating delays, it anchored on August 3rd at Argostolion, the port of Cephalonia, largest of the Ionian Islands. This was still 50 miles from Greece, but Byron was forced to fret away months there. He had hoped to join at Missolonghi the most inspiring of the Greek leaders, but Marco Botseris had been killed in action, Missolonghi was in Turkish hands, and Turkish warships controlled all western approaches to the Greek mainland. Early in December, Prince Alexandros Mavrokordatos recaptured Missolonghi, and on the 29th Byron left Cephalonia. Colonel Lester Stanhope, agent of the Greek committee that was raising funds in England to aid the revolution, wrote from Missolonghi, "All are looking forward to Lord Byron's arrival as they would be to the coming of the Messiah." After several adventures and delays, the young savior reached Missolonghi, January 4, 1824, and received a joyous welcome from prince and people scenting gold. Mavrokordatos commissioned him to pay, provision, and lead a squad of 600 Suliotes, bellicose barbarians, part Greek, part Albanian. He was not inspired by their appearance, and he knew that the Greek revolutionists were divided into rival factions under leaders more political than martial. Nevertheless, he was happy to have been assigned an active role and did not delay in dispensing aid. To Mavrokordatos alone he gave some 2,000 pounds a week to keep the Missolonghians in food and spirit. Meanwhile, he lived in a villa north of the town and near the shore. "On the verge," said Trelawney, "of the most dismal swamp I have ever seen." The Suliotes proved disorderly and rebellious, more anxious to get his money than his leadership. The young Lochinvar's hope for martial action had to wait till order and morale had been restored. Trelawney, never good at waiting, went off to seek adventure elsewhere. Only Pietro Gamba remained close to Byron, watching over him anxiously as he saw him failing under the heat, the worry, and the malarial air. On February 15th, visiting Colonel Stanhope, Byron suddenly grew pale and fell to the ground in convulsions, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. He recovered consciousness and was taken to his villa. Doctors gathered around him and applied leeches to bleed him. When these were removed, the bleeding could not be soon stopped, and Byron fainted from loss of blood. On February 18th, his Suliotes rioted again, threatening to invade his villa and kill all available foreigners. He rose from his bed and calmed them, but his hope to lead them against the Turks at Lepanto failed, and with it his dream of a fruitful and heroic death. He was comforted by a letter from Augusta Lee, enclosing a picture of his daughter Ada and Annabella's description of the child's habits and temperament. His eyes lighted with a moment's happiness. Everything normal had been denied him. On April 9th he went out riding with Pietro. They were caught in a heavy rain on their way back, and Byron that evening suffered chills and fever. On the 11th, his fever grew worse. He took to his bed, felt his strength ebbing, and recognized that he was dying. Sometimes, in those last 10 days, he thought of religion, but, "To say the truth," he remarked, "I find it equally difficult to know what to believe in this world and what not to believe. There are so many plausible reasons for inducing me to die a bigot as there have been to make me hitherto live a freethinker." Dr. Julius Milligan, his chief physician, recorded, "It is with infinite regret that I must state that, although I seldom left Lord Byron's pillow during the latter part of his illness, I did not hear him make any, even the smallest, mention of religion. At one moment I heard him say, 'Shall I sue for mercy?' After a long pause he added, 'Come, come, no weakness, let's be a man to the end.' The same doctor quotes him as saying, 'Let not my body be sent to England. Here let my bones moulder. Lay me in the first corner without pomp or nonsense.' On April 15th, after another convulsion, he allowed the doctors to bleed him again. They took 2 pounds of blood, and 2 hours later, another. He died on April 19th, 1824. The unusually incompetent autopsy showed uremia, the poisonous accumulation in the blood of elements that should have been eliminated in the urine. There was no sign of syphilis, but much evidence that repeated bleedings and strong cathartics had been the final causes of death. The brain was one of the largest ever recorded, 710 grams above the top range for normal men. Perhaps years of sexual excess and alternate periods of heavy eating and reckless fasts had weakened the body's resources against strain, anxiety, and miasmic air. News of the death did not reach London till May 14th. Hobhouse brought it to Augusta Lee. The two broke down together. Hobhouse then turned to the problem of Byron's secret memoirs. Moore had sold these for 2,000 guineas to Murray, who was tempted to send them to the press, despite warning from his chief adviser, William Gifford, that, in Hobhouse's words, they were fit only for the brothel and would doom Lord Byron to everlasting infamy if published. Murray and Hobhouse proposed to destroy the manuscript. Moore protested, but agreed to let Mrs. Lee decide. She asked that it be burned. It was done. Moore returned 2,000 guineas to Murray. Byron's old servant, Fletcher, insisted that his master, shortly before death, had expressed a wish to be buried in England. The Greek authorities and populace protested, but they had to be content with parts of the viscera removed before embalming. The body, preserved in 180 gallons of spirits, reached London on June 29th. A request was made to the authorities of Westminster Abbey to let the corpse be buried in the Poets' Corner there. Permission was refused. On July 9th to 10th, the public was allowed to view the coffined remains. Many people came, very few of note. But some dignitaries allowed their empty carriages to take part in the procession that carried the corpse from London, from July 12th to 15th, to Nottingham. From a window, Claire Claremont and Mary Shelley saw the funeral move by. Farther along, it passed an open carriage bearing Caroline Lamb. Her husband, riding ahead, learned the name of the dead, but did not, till days later, reveal it to his wife. On July 16th, the poet was buried in the vault of his ancestors, beside his mother, in the parish church of Hucknall Torkard, a village near Newstead Abbey. 17. Survivors. Of those who had played a part in Byron's drama, most survived far into the next epoch of history. Soonest to pass was Pietro Gamba. After escorting his hero's body to London, he returned to Greece, remained faithful to the Revolution, and died there of fever in 1827. Lady Caroline Lamb became very ill when her husband told her that Byron's corpse had passed her. She had satirized him in a novel, Glenarvan, in 1816, but now she said, "I am very sorry I ever said one unkind word against him." She survived him by less than 4 years. Augusta Lee inherited, by Byron's will, nearly all, some £100,000, that remained of his fortune, spent most of it paying the gambling debts of her husband and her sons, and died in poverty in 1852. Lady Byron kept to the end some tenderness for the man whose inherited devils had cursed her marriage. "As long as I live," she wrote, "my chief difficulty will probably be not to remember him too kindly." Can I not be believed when, after all I have disclosed, I say there was a higher, better being in that breast throughout, one which he was always defying but never could destroy? Their daughter, Ada, on whose development Byron had set such hopes, married the second Earl of Lovelace, lost a fortune gambling on horses, was saved from financial disaster by her mother, lost hope and health, and died, like her father, at the age of 36 in 1852. Lady Byron, trying to fill her lonely life with social services, died in 1860. John Cam Hobhouse entered Parliament as a Radical, rose to be Secretary at War from 1832 to 33, became a Baron, and died in 1869 at the age of 83. Teresa Guiccioli, after Byron's death, returned to her husband, but soon applied for and received a second separation. She had brief affairs with Byron's lame friend Henry Fox, and with Byron's admirer, the French poet Lamartine. Falling with light grace from suitor to suitor, she married at 47 the wealthy and amiable Marquis de Boissy, who, according to a slightly prejudiced English view, proudly introduced her as "my wife, the former mistress of Byron." When the Marquis died, she took up spiritualism, talked with the spirits of Byron and her late husband, and reported that they are together now and are the best of friends. She died in 1873, aged 72, after writing several books portraying Byron as an almost flawless genius and gentleman. Claire Clairmont died in 1879, aged 81, carrying to the end a view of Byron as the merest compound of vanity, folly, and every miserable weakness that ever met together in one human being. Mary Shelley, despite some hurts, kept a more favorable view of Albert, as his circle had nicknamed Byron. When she learned of his death, she wrote, "Albert, the dear, capricious, fascinating Albert, has left this desert world. God grant that I may die young." She spent much of her remaining 27 years editing her husband's works with love and care, and a quiet eloquence of her own. Leigh Hunt, who had dared to praise Shelley's poetry when nearly all critics condemned it as the vagaries of an unfinished adolescence, remained faithful to his youthful radicalism, wrote hostile memories of Byron, and lasted till 1859. Thomas Jefferson Hogg, after outliving various infatuations, married Williams's widow Jane and lived with her the last 35 years of his life. The most remarkable of these epigonae was Edward John Trelawney, who came into Shelley's life at Pisa when both were entering their 30th year. Shelley was nearing his end. Trelawney had still 59 years to live. But already this knight-errant, dark, handsome, and mustachioed, as Hunt described him, had had so many adventures in so many countries that his reminiscences never bored his new friends. Though Byron made him master of the horse and of Bolivar, it was Shelley, this mild-mannered, beardless boy, whom this man of action learned most to love. After seeing Byron safely arrived but immobilized at Missolonghi, he went off to seek his own fate, expecting to die in the cause of Greece. He saw Greece liberated, resumed his wandering, lived till 1881, and was buried in the grave that he had bought in 1822, next to Shelley's ashes, in the English cemetery at Rome. Chapter 23. England's Neighbours, 1789 to 1815. 1. The Scots. They had been under British rule since the Union of 1707, enjoying freedom of movement and trade within the island, but never reconciled to government by a distant parliament in whose House of Commons Scotland's 1,800,000 souls were represented by 45 delegates against the 513 representing the 10,164,000 population of England and Wales. Of the Scottish members, 15 were appointed by self-perpetuating and corrupt town councils, whose members were chosen by a total of 1,220 electors in all the boroughs. The remaining 30 were elected by the rural counties on a franchise limited to influential landholders. So the county of Bute, with 14,000 inhabitants, had 21 voters, and all the counties together had 2,405. Most of the successful candidates had been selected by the great nobles of the old and spacious estates. Feudalism had been abolished throughout Scotland in 1748, but poverty remained, since greed and inequality are in the structure of man. By and large, Scotland, like England, accepted this form of representative government as the best that could be established among a people fondly tied to tradition and too harassed by daily needs to acquire the knowledge and experience needed for voting intelligently on national issues. Religion was stronger than the state. The Sabbath was a day of somber worship and remembrance of sin. The clergy preached Adam's fall, a personal devil and a vengeful God. And the congregations were more hardened in doctrine and morals than their pastors. David Deans, in The Heart of Midlothian, is sure that a girl who goes to a dance will go to hell. Nevertheless, Scotland was in many ways ahead of England. She had a national system of really public schools. Every parish was required to maintain a school where boys and girls together were taught reading and arithmetic. For this instruction, the parents paid 2 shillings per quarter year per student, and for 2 shillings more the student would get a touch of Latin. The children of paupers were paid for by the parish, and when the parish was too widespread to gather its children together, an itinerant schoolmaster brought some schooling to each section in turn. The teachers were strictly subject to the parish clergy, and were expected to help in transmitting a terrifying theology. For the elders had found that Calvinism was an economical way of installing a sheriff in every soul. A goodly number of undaunted spirits survived to produce the Scottish Enlightenment in the generation before the French Revolution, and to continue it, somewhat subdued, in the age of Napoleon. Scotland was proud of its universities, at St. Andrews, founded in 1410, Glasgow, 1451, Aberdeen, 1494, and Edinburgh, 1583. These considered themselves superior in many respects to Oxford and Cambridge, and some modern scholars admit the claim. In medical instruction, the University of Edinburgh was the acknowledged leader. The Edinburgh Review, founded in 1802, was by common consent the most brilliant periodical in Great Britain. And the brave liberal lawyer Thomas Erskine, 1750 to 1823, outshone nearly all other advocates before the London bar. It must be acknowledged, however, that when it came to suppressing freedom of thought, especially when this favored revolutionary France, no English jurist could rival the Scotch. Otherwise, the intellectual climate in Edinburgh and Glasgow continued to favor the freedom that had protected David Hume, William Robertson, James Boswell, Robert Burns, and Adam Smith. We are told that not only the students, but the entire intelligentsia of Edinburgh were to be seen taking notes at Dugald Stewart's lectures on philosophy. Stewart is almost forgotten today outside Scotland, but one of the stateliest monuments in Edinburgh is a small classic temple erected to his memory. He followed Thomas Reid in subjecting the skeptical conclusions of Hume and the mechanistic psychology of David Hartley to the scrutiny of common sense. He rejected metaphysics as a vain attempt of the mind to fathom the nature of the mind. Only Baron Munchausen could pull himself up by his bootstraps. In place of metaphysics, Stewart proposed inductive psychology, which would practice patient and precise observation of mental processes without pretending to explain mind itself. Stewart was a man of wit and style, who gave acute accounts of wit, fancy dreams, and the poetic faculty. His country was still a fount of loving songs, and some of the tenderest tunes that warmed our youth came from the banks and braes of Scotland. James Mill, though he surfeited his son with education, was a man of goodwill and spacious intellect. Son of a shoemaker, he won honours in Greek at the University of Edinburgh. Having graduated, he moved to London, lived dangerously by journalism, married, and begot a son whom he named after his MP friend John Stuart. Between 1806 and 1818 he wrote A History of British India, which contained so convincingly documented a critique of misrule that it advanced major reforms in the government of India. Meanwhile, in 1808, he met Jeremy Bentham and enthusiastically accepted the utilitarian proposal that ethical and political customs and concepts should be judged according to their ability to advance the happiness of mankind. Overflowing with energy and ideas, Mill made himself the apostle of Bentham to Britain. For the fourth, in 1810, fifth, in 1815, and sixth, in 1820, editions of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, itself a Scottish enterprise, he wrote articles on government, jurisprudence, prison reform, education, and freedom of the press, which, republished, won wide circulation and influence. These essays and his contributions to the Westminster Review became a force in the movement that led to the Reform Act of 1832. Under such leadership, the British radicals turned from total revolution to progressive reform through a government based on a widening franchise and a utilitarian philosophy. In Elements of Political Economy of 1821, Mill warned against letting population grow faster than capital and proposed taxation of the unearned increment, the laborless rise in the value of land. In an Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind of 1829, he sought to explain all mental operations through the association of ideas, and in 1835, a year before his death, he published a fragment on Mackintosh. Sir James Mackintosh continued the Scottish education of England. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 3, continued. Cassette 3, Side 1. Sir James Mackintosh continued the Scottish education of England. After acquiring the tools of thought at the universities of Aberdeen and Edinburgh, he migrated to London in 1788. Soon he thrilled to the news that a popular uprising had captured the Bastille. In 1790, he resented Edmund Burke's hostile Reflections on the French Revolution. And in 1791 he answered that historic diatribe with Vindicii Gallici, a vindication of Gallic democracy. The 26-year-old philosopher saw, in the early stages of the cataclysm, the noble voice and fruit of a humanitarian philosophy, whereas the threatened monarchies were not, as Burke supposed, the tested wisdom of tradition and experience, but the chaotic residue of haphazard institutions, unforeseen events, and patchwork repairs. All the governments that now exist in the world, except the United States of America, have been fortuitously formed. It was certainly not to be presumed that these fortuitous governments should have surpassed the works of intellect. It was time that men should learn to tolerate nothing ancient that reason does not respect, and to shrink from no novelty to which reason may conduct. It was time that the human powers should mark the commencement of a new era in history by giving birth to the art of improving government and increasing the civil happiness of man. As the revolution declined from the ideals of philosophers to the chaotic tyranny of terrified men, Mackintosh revised his theorems and adjusted himself to the social forces impinging upon him. His lectures on The Laws of Nature and of Nations of 1799 discoursed, in a way that would have pleased Burke, on how social organization can generate, in the individual's development, habits of action and judgments of conscience which acquire all the appearance of being innate. So the adult, through civilization, is a product not of nature only, but of nurture as well. In his final years, Mackintosh wrote from the original researches and documents a history of the Revolution in England, this in 1832. We may judge from these instances that Scottish civilization was not resting on its past glories at the turn of the 18th into the 19th century. Agriculture was prospering, especially in the lowlands. There, too, the textile mills were busy, and Robert Owen was opening up new visions of human cooperation. Glasgow was proud of its scientists, and Edinburgh was throbbing with lawyers, doctors, and clergymen in the van of their time. In art, Sir Henry Raeburn was painting portraits that made him the Reynolds of Scotland. In literature, Boswell was publishing, in 1791, that inexhaustible fountain of delight, The Life of Samuel Johnson. And at Abbotsford on the Tweed, mediating between ancient enemies, singing melodious lays, and writing world-famous novels to pay debts only partly his own, was the finest Scot and gentleman of them all. Walter Scott was by temperament well suited to be a leader in the romantic flowering of British literature, for he liked to think of himself as descended from the Scottish border chieftains, whose feuds and wars had provided stirring matter for the ballads that were fed him in his childhood. His immediate ancestors, however, were an Edinburgh solicitor and the daughter of a professor of medicine in the University of Edinburgh. He was born there in 1771, one of 12 children, 6 of whom, after the custom of that time, died in infancy. In his 18th month he was stricken with poliomyelitis, which left him permanently lame in his right leg. Byron's kindred disability may have helped Scott to maintain an undiscourageable friendship with the younger poet through all divergences of morals and belief. After attending Edinburgh's Old College, Scott began a 5-year apprenticeship in law under his father, and in 1792 he was admitted as an advocate to the Scottish bar. His marriage with Charlotte Charpentier in 1797 and a legacy from his father in 1799 gave him a comfortable income. He was sociable and likable and won many influential friends, through whom, in 1806, he was appointed Clerk of Session at Edinburgh. The emoluments of office and some bequests from relatives allowed him to neglect and soon abandon his law practice in order to indulge his taste for literature. A chance meeting with Robert Burns, a fondness for Thomas Percy's Relics of Ancient English Poetry, and an acquaintance with the lyrics, especially Lenore of Gottfried Bürger, refreshed his adolescent interest in old British ballads. In 1802 to 1803, he brought out in 3 volumes The Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border. Stimulated by these lively tales, he tried his own hand at the form, and in 1805 he issued The Lay of the Last Minstrel. Its sale was a landmark in the annals of British poetry. When he went to London in 1807, he found himself the lord of the salons. He decided to make literature his profession and almost his business, and began a perilous investment of his time and money in composing, printing, and publishing. In the rhymed octosyllabic couplets of Coleridge's Christabel, he found an easy medium for his swiftly moving romantic narratives of love and war, of mystery and the supernatural, in Scottish legend and history. He exploited the new field with Marmion in 1808, The Lady of the Lake in 1810, Rokeby in 1813, and The Lord of the Isles in 1815. He did not claim to be a great poet. He wrote to entertain the public profitably, not to entertain the muses, who, after all, were weary of epics and hexameters. His readers followed him breathlessly from knight to fair lady to heroic fray, and they sang with zest such interspersed songs as, "O young Lochinvar is come out of the west, through all the wide border his steed was the best." Then, in 1813, Byron issued The Gower and the Bride of Abydos, and in 1814, The Corsair and Lara. Scott saw his audience leaving border for oriental mysteries and desperate misanthropes. He recognized that the young lord of Newstead Abbey could outrhyme and outpace the Laird of Abbotsford, and in 1814, with Waverley, he turned from poetry to prose and struck new ore. It was most opportune. In 1802, he had advanced money to James Ballantyne, a printer at Kelso, to move his press to Edinburgh. In 1805, he became privately a partner in James and John Ballantyne's printing and publishing firm. And henceforth he arranged that his compositions, by whomever published, should be printed at the Ballantyne Press. With his earnings and profits, Scott bought in 1811 the estate of Abbotsford, near Melrose, expanded its 110 acres to 1,200, and replaced the old farmhouse with a chateau expensively furnished and beautifully adorned. It is one of the showplaces of Scotland. But in 1813 the Ballantyne firm neared bankruptcy, partly due to publishing at a loss various projects edited by Scott. He set himself to restore the Ballantynes to solvency with loans from his rich friends and with the proceeds from his writings. By 1817 the firm was solvent, and Scott was immersed in one of the most famous series of novels in literary history. Waverley was published anonymously in 1814 and earned some £2,000, much of which was soon spent on Abbotsford. Scott concealed his authorship, feeling it a bit unseemly for a clerk of sessions to write fiction for sale. His pen moved almost as fast in prose as it had done in verse. In 6 weeks he wrote Guy Mannering in 1815, in 1816 The Antiquary, in 1816 to 19 under the general title of Tales of My Landlord, he presented an engaging panorama of Scottish scenes: Old Mortality, The Heart of Midlothian, The Bride of Lammermoor, and The Legend of Montrose. From one of these, Donizetti made another fortune. Scott travelled extensively through Scotland and England and the neighbouring islands. He called himself an antiquary rather than a novelist, and he was able to give his stories a local colour and dialectic tang that delighted his Scottish following. Ivanhoe, The Monastery, and The Abbot, all in 1820, took medieval England as their scene, not quite so realistically as the Scottish tales had done. In 1825, Scott ventured into the medieval East, and in The Talisman he gave so flattering a picture of Saladin that pious Scots began to doubt the thoroughness of the author's orthodoxy. When George Eliot was asked what first had shaken her Christian faith, she answered, Walter Scott. Those of us who relished the Waverley novels in youth are now too fevered with our modern pace to enjoy them today. But even a hurried immersion in one of them, say The Heart of Midlothian, renews our sense that the man who could produce such a book every year for a decade must have been one of the wonders of his time. We see him playing the feudal baron at Abbotsford. He was knighted in 1820, yet meeting all men with kindness and simplicity. The most famous author of the age, known from Edinburgh to St. Petersburg, where Pushkin revered him, but laughing heartily on hearing himself compared to Shakespeare. His poems and novels were potent factors in the Romantic movement, though he harbored few romantic delusions. He shared in reviving interest in medieval ways. Nevertheless, he pleaded with the Scots to put aside their idealization of their violent feudal past and to adjust themselves to that union which was slowly merging two peoples into one. In his old age, he warmed himself with a Tory patriotism that would admit no fault in the British Constitution. Meanwhile, his printers, the Ballantynes, and his publisher, Archibald Constable, were both approaching bankruptcy. In 1826, they surrendered their remaining assets to the court, and Sir Walter, as partner, became liable for the Ballantynes' debts. Now at last Europe learned that the author of the Waverley novels was the Lord of Abbotsford. The court allowed him to keep his home and some acres, and his official salary as clerk of session, but all his other assets were forfeited. He could still live comfortably, and he continued to pour forth novel after novel in the hope that his earnings could annul his debts. In 1827 he sent forth a laborious Life of Napoleon, which a wit called a blasphemy in 10 volumes. It denuded the Corsican of almost every virtue, but it pleased the British soul and moderately reduced the author's debts. The quality of his remaining product reflected his haste and unease. In 1830-31 he suffered several strokes. He recovered, and the government assigned a frigate to take him for a cruise under the Mediterranean sun. But new strokes disabled him, and he was hurried back so that he might die in his beloved Abbotsford in 1832. Another publisher, Robert Cadell, took over his remaining debts of £7,000 and copyrights and made a fortune out of the combination. For the novels of Walter Scott remained popular till the end of the century. Wordsworth thought him the greatest spirit of his generation. 2. The Irish. Ireland in 1800 had approximately 4,550,000 souls, of whom 3,150,000 were Roman Catholics, 500,000 were Episcopal Protestants, and 900,000, chiefly in Ulster, belonged to dissenting Protestant sects. Catholics were granted the vote in 1793 and then became eligible to most civil service posts, but they were still debarred from the highest offices, from the judicial bench and from the Irish Parliament. In effect, Catholics were allowed to choose among Protestant candidates to rule Catholic Ireland. The king or his ministers appointed a Protestant Lord Lieutenant or Viceroy as chief executive over Ireland and allowed him to rule the bureaucracy and in considerable measure the Irish Parliament through bribery and the distribution or sale of patronage. Till 1793, all the soil of Ireland was owned by British or Irish Protestants. After 1793, a small number of Catholics were allowed to purchase land. The rest were tenant farmers tilling small tracts or were laborers on farms or in factories. Rents and tithes were collected with stern regularity, with the result that most Irish farmers lived in hopeless poverty. They were too poor and too shorn of incentive to buy the new machinery that was multiplying rural products in Britain. Irish agriculture remained static. The greatest landlords were absentees living in England, who drew what they could from Ireland without nursing its capacity. In the factory districts of Dublin, poverty was even worse than on the land. Irish industry was choked by high duties that prevented the import of raw cotton, and by commercial regulations that to a large extent prevented Irish products, except linen, from competing with British products within the empire. Shelley, seeing the condition of the Dublin factory workers in 1812, wrote, "I had no conception of the depths of human misery until now." The Irish Catholics, like all the population, paid tithes to support the established Protestant Church in Ireland. But in addition they maintained, by voluntary contributions, their Catholic clergy, who had been stripped of their former wealth. The Roman Church naturally supported the movement for Irish independence and consequently won the loving loyalty of the Catholic population. Here, the social rebel was usually a religious conservative, and liberals like Thomas More, though they might be friends with skeptics like Byron, never openly wandered from Catholic orthodoxy. It was a Protestant who, in the second half of the 18th century, led the revolt against the exploitation of Ireland. Henry Grattan, 1746 to 1820, belonged to the school of two other Irishmen, Burke and Sheridan. He believed in the power of reason expressed with eloquence. With this weapon he achieved some limited but significant victories. Repeal of the Test Act, which had required submission to the Church of England as a prerequisite to membership in Parliament, the removal of the more stifling restrictions on Irish trade, and the recognition that, as he delicately put it, only the King of England, with the consent of the Parliament of Ireland, could legislate for Ireland, i.e., the acts of the Irish Parliament need no longer secure the approval of the Parliament of Great Britain. However, when Grattan tried to win for Ireland's Catholics full eligibility to the Irish Parliament, he failed. Ireland remained a Catholic country ruled by a Protestant government. Theobald Wolfe Tone, 1763 to 1798, took up the battle. A graduate like Grattan of Trinity College, Dublin, he went to London to study law. Returning, he helped to organize the Society of United Irishmen in 1791, whose aim was the cooperation of Protestants and Catholics in pursuit of social and political reform. Pushing ahead with passion and energy, Tone arranged a Catholic convention, whose program of action frightened the Irish Parliament into passing the Relief Act of 1793, extending the franchise to Catholics. Tone was not satisfied. In 1794 he entered into negotiations with William Jackson, who secretly represented the Committee of Public Safety, then ruling of France at war with Britain. Jackson was detected and arrested. Tone fled to the United States and thence to France. There he persuaded Lazare Carnot of the committee to sanction a French invasion of Ireland. General Lazare Hoche received command, made Tone an adjutant general, and sailed for Ireland on December 15, 1796, with 46 ships and 14,000 men. The expedition encountered a storm off the English coast and was almost totally wrecked. Tone survived and accompanied a smaller expeditionary force aimed to help Ireland. This was captured by the British. Tone was sentenced to be hanged, but escaped the noose by cutting his throat in jail in November 1798. Meanwhile, Irish resentment of English rule had grown into widespread revolt. Pitt, Britain's Prime Minister, thought to quiet the movement by conciliation. He allowed the Duke of Portland, Home Secretary, including Irish affairs, to appoint as Lord Lieutenant William Wentworth, 2nd Earl Fitzwilliam, who frankly confessed his sympathy with the Irish. After 3 months of service, from January to March 1795, in which he made more concessions to the Catholics than Pitt thought wise, he was recalled, and the Irish resistance became open war. For a time, Irish Protestants joined Catholics in attacking foreign rule. But in Ulster, where Protestants were in the majority, they soon changed from cooperation to opposition, fearing that the success of the rebellion would bring Ulster under Catholic domination. In September 1795, Ulster Protestants formed the Orange Society and joined the Peep of Day Boys in burning or wrecking Catholic houses and chapels. Hundreds of Catholics fled from Ulster, fearing massacre. More and more Protestants seceded from the United Irishmen. The Catholic remainder took to arms, captured control of several counties, and advanced upon government citadels in Dublin. Grattan, in the Irish Parliament, thought to bring peace by proposing the eligibility of Catholics to Parliament. This was overwhelmingly rejected as involving, the Catholics now having the vote, the early transformation of the Irish Parliament into a Catholic power. The British general asked for and received reinforcements and declared martial law. For weeks, the once gay capital became a hell of hatred and killing. The count of corpses gave victory to the government. By the fall of 1798, the rebellion had been suppressed. Pitt knew that suppression was not solution, and that the smoldering discontent in Ireland had become a vital danger to Britain. By 1800, England had had 7 years of war with France, during which she had profited from the chaos produced in France by the Revolution. Now, however, Napoleon was bringing order to France and power to her armies. He was building a fleet that would soon challenge British control of the seas. A disaffected Ireland, always on the verge of revolt, was a daily invitation to Napoleon to lead his troops across the Channel and, Catholics with Catholics, organize most of Ireland into a hostile force on Britain's flank. Some way, Pitt felt, must be found to bring the Irish people into a safe union with Britain under one Parliament and King. If this could be done, Pitt proposed to give the full franchise, the vote and eligibility to office, to all adult male Catholics not only in Ireland but throughout England, Scotland, and Wales, to admit Catholics to one united Parliament in London, and to provide governmental salaries to dissenting ministers and Catholic priests, as well as to the clergy of the established church. In such an arrangement, religion could become not a revolutionary ferment, but a force for national unity and public content. This statesmanlike plan, preceding by a year Napoleon's concordat with the Catholic Church, met with a varied opposition. Irish Catholics suspected it as a disguise for the continued domination of Ireland by England. Irish Protestants protested that it would subject them to rule, perhaps vengeance and expropriation, by victorious Irish Catholics. And the Irish Parliament was unwilling to die. Pitt hoped that in the long run union with England, involving free trade with all parts of the empire, would ultimately benefit the Irish economy and reunite the Irish as the Scots were reconciled. The Catholic majority in Ireland might be tempered and controlled by the immense Protestant majority in Britain. By a lavish use of money, sinecures, and peerages, and the support of Irish merchants, the Irish Parliament was persuaded to vote its own death on August 1st, 1800. Henceforth, till 1921, Ireland was to be ruled by the British Parliament, in which it would be represented by 4 spiritual and 28 temporal peers in the House of Lords, and 100 members in the Commons. Pitt's apparent success was darkened by his inability to win the king to his design. When he proposed to carry out his implied promise of complete political emancipation to Catholics in the new United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, George III refused consent on the ground that his coronation oath bound him to protect the established Church of England. When Pitt pressed him, the king gave signs of relapsing into insanity. Pitt yielded, and, feeling compromised, he resigned from the king's ministry on February 3, 1801. Catholic emancipation was shelved and had to wait till 1829. Most of the Irish leaders concluded that they had been deceived and that Pitt had never intended to implement his promise. Resistance to the Union, as actually annexation, rose to violence. In 1803, Robert Emmet led a forlorn revolt that made him one of the best-loved figures in Irish history and song. He was born in Dublin in 1778 as the youngest son of a physician to the Lord Lieutenant. As a student in Trinity College, he was nearing graduation with honors when he removed his name from the roll of undergraduates in protest against official inquisition into their political views. He joined the United Irishmen, where his older brother Thomas was Secretary of the Supreme Council. Thomas advised against revolutionary violence, but Robert went to France, found access to Napoleon, and pleaded for another French attempt in Ireland. Unable to persuade Napoleon, Emmet returned to Dublin, gathered weapons and allies, and planned an attack upon Dublin Castle. When he learned that the government had discovered his plot and had ordered his arrest, he formed an impromptu force of 160 men and marched toward the castle. On their way, they encountered Lord Kilwarden, Chief Justice of Ireland. The excited and unmanageable crowd killed him and his nephew on the spot. Realizing that his effort must now fail, Emmet fled and hid for a while among the Wicklow Mountains. He risked discovery by moving nearer to the home of his fiancée, Sarah Curran, daughter of John Philpot Curran, Protestant defender of Catholic causes. Robert was discovered, captured, and tried for treason, and sentenced to death. His speech to the jury is one of the classics of Irish eloquence. "I have but one request to make at my departure from the world. It is the charity of its silence. Let no man write my epitaph. For as no man knows my motives, dares now vindicate them, let not prejudice or ignorance asperse them. Let them and me rest in obscurity and peace, and my tomb remain uninscribed, and my memory in oblivion, until other times and other men can do justice to my character. When my country takes her place among the nations of the earth, then, and not till then, let my epitaph be written." Chapter 24. Pitt, Nelson, and Napoleon, 1789 to 1812. 1. Pitt and the Revolution. William Pitt II had taken office in 1783 as Chancellor of the Exchequer and First Lord of the Treasury. He who gathered and dispensed the money of the realm was to be Lord of the Isles and the Maecenas of coalitions. He had enjoyed almost every advantage available to a Briton. He came of a prominent family and absorbed world politics, high finance, and good manners from the conversation and entourage of his brilliant father, the Earl of Chatham. He had the best private education, much of it directly from that father himself. He entered Parliament at 21 and took charge of England at 24. He overwhelmed opposition by his proud reserve, his intellectual equipment, the logic rather than passion of his oratory, the firmness and penetration of his eye, his knowledge and manipulation of public finance. He had read and admired Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. He accepted Smith's philosophy of free enterprise and free trade. He, the aristocrat, supported the claim of the rising mercantile and industrial bourgeoisie to fuller representation in Parliament and policy. With their fluid wealth, he fought Napoleon, while the aristocracy, with their wealth in immobile land, contributed counsel, diplomacy, and protocol. He established a sinking fund for paying the national debt and succeeded in reducing that debt until war took every shilling that could be drawn from the nation. He tried manfully but in vain to eliminate rotten boroughs, though he had used them in his rise. He supported a measure that transferred from the judge to the popular jury the decision in cases of alleged libel, i.e., he protected the press in its exposure of official misconduct. He supported Wilberforce in the long campaign against the trade in slaves. Napoleon defeated him and broke his spirit, but it was the Britain that he had reorganized, financed, and inspired that defeated Napoleon. The British king was almost as much of a problem as the French consul. George III followed Pitt's advice in almost everything but the emancipation of the Catholics. But the aging monarch was at any moment liable to relapse into insanity, as he did in 1788-89. And when such breakdowns came, the Prince of Wales always hovered near the throne, the prince who was the idol of the Whigs and the friend of Charles James Fox, who agreed with Pitt only in loving wine this side of paralysis. For a while, George III was relied upon to die in 1787. He recovered but remained weak and hesitant, and generally thereafter submitted, wondering, to Pitt's rule. When the young statesman took the reins, England was just beginning to recover from the disastrous war with her American colonies. Britain seemed militarily ruined in face of a France bankrupt but victorious, a Spain prospering and enlightened under Charles III, and a Russia swelling its borders under Catherine II, organizing vast armies, swallowing half of Poland, and plotting to divide European Turkey between herself and Joseph II of Austria. Now the safety of England depended on two conditions: her control of the seas and the balance of political power in continental Europe. If either end of that balance became supreme, it could dictate to England simply by closing continental markets to British goods. The death of Joseph II in 1790 eased the eastern threat. Catherine hesitated, and Pitt was about to turn from foreign to domestic affairs when the French Revolution announced that it had come to give a constitution to monarchies or destroy them. Day by day, the astonishing news crossed the Channel. The Bastille had been stormed by a city mob. Feudal rights had been surrendered. Church property had been confiscated by an impious state. A horde of women had marched on Versailles and had forced Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette to come and live in Paris under popular surveillance. At first, Pitt was not as disturbed as his upper-class friends. After all, England already had a constitution which any number of famous Frenchmen had praised and envied. A little turmoil in France would be appreciated. England could then work in peace on her internal problems while France disordered and then reconstituted its political life. While aristocrats trembled, British men of letters rejoiced. Godwin, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Cooper, Burns. On November 4th, 1789, a Society for Commemorating the Revolution, referring to that of 1688, was so stirred by a Unitarian preacher, Richard Price, that it sent an address of congratulations to the National Assembly in Paris, expressing the hope that the glorious example given in France might encourage other nations to assert the inalienable rights of mankind. The message was signed for the Society by its president, the 3rd Earl Stanhope, brother-in-law of William Pitt. Price's address, circulated as a pamphlet throughout England, almost called for revolution. Be encouraged, all ye friends to freedom, and writers in its defense. The times are auspicious. Your labors have not been in vain. Behold kingdoms, admonished by you, starting from sleep, breaking their fetters, and claiming justice from their oppressors. Behold the light you have struck out, after setting America free, reflected to France, and there kindled into a blaze that lays despotism in ashes, and warms and illuminates Europe. Tremble, all ye oppressors of the world. Take warning, all ye supporters of slavish governments and slavish hierarchies. You cannot now hold the world in darkness. Restore to mankind their rights, and consent to the correction of abuses, before they and you are destroyed together. This was more than Edmund Burke could stomach. He was no longer the fiery orator who had pleaded the cause of the American colonies before Parliament. He was 60 now. He had mortgaged himself to a large estate, and had regained the religion of his youth. On February 9, 1790, in the House of Commons, he began a debate which ended his old friendship with Charles James Fox. Our present danger is from anarchy, a danger of being led, through an admiration of successful fraud and violence, to an imitation of the excess of an irrational, unprincipled, proscribing, confiscatory, plundering, ferocious, bloody, and tyrannical democracy. On the side of religion, the danger is no longer from intolerance, but from atheism, a foul, unnatural vice, a foe to all the dignity and consolation of mankind, which seems in France for a long time to have been embodied into a faction, accredited and almost avowed. In November 1790, Burke issued his Reflections on the French Revolution. He gave them the form of a letter to a gentleman in Paris, a letter 365 pages long. He denounced Dr. Price and the Society for Commemorating the Revolution. Clergymen, he felt, should mind their business, which is to preach Christian virtues, not political reforms. The virtues reach to the heart of the matter, which is the evil tendencies of human nature. The reforms change only the surface forms of evil, for they effect no change in the nature of man. Universal suffrage is a fraud using a delusion. A count of noses will not affect the distribution and decisions of power. Social order is indispensable to individual security, but it cannot survive if every individual is free to violate any law that he does not like. An aristocracy is desirable, for it allows a nation to be ruled by trained and selected minds. Monarchy is good because it gives a psychological unity and historical continuity, helpful in the difficult reconciliation of order with liberty. 2 months after this historic blast, Burke published a letter to a member of the National Assembly of France. In this, and more fully in a letter to a noble lord of 1796, he offered a philosophical basis for conservatism. No individual, however brilliant and well-informed, can in one lifetime acquire the knowledge and wisdom that would warrant him to sit in judgment upon those complex, subtle, and persisting traditions that embody the experience and judgment of the community, the nation, or the race after thousands of experiments in the great laboratory called history. Civilization would be impossible if the practice of all moral duties and the foundations of society rested upon having their reasons made clear and demonstrative to every individual. So religion can only with great difficulty be explained to the youth who has acquired a little knowledge and is delighting in his liberated reason. Not until he has much experience of human nature and has seen the power of primitive instincts will he appreciate the services of religion in helping society to control the innate individualism of men. If we should uncover our nakedness, or release our instincts, by throwing off the Christian religion, which has been one great source of civilization amongst us, we are apprehensive that some uncouth, pernicious, and degrading superstition might take the place of it. Likewise, it is difficult to explain to the youngster, newly unreasoned and envious of his neighbor's goods, that a man of exceptional ability will not go through long and expensive training to acquire a socially useful skill or bestir himself to practice it, unless he is allowed to keep a portion of his earnings as a gift to his children. Furthermore, human society is not merely an association of persons in space, it is also a succession of persons in time, of persons dead, living, or unborn, in a continuity of flesh and blood through generations. That continuity lies more deeply in us than our association on a given spot of earth. It can persist through migrations across frontiers. How can this be made clear to boys bursting with individual ambition and sophomoric pride, and recklessly ready to snap family ties or moral bonds? Burke's dirge for a dying world was greeted with gratitude and delight by the conservative leaders of Britain, and men of seasoned judgment accepted the three publications as a distinguished contribution to social and political philosophy. Coleridge, in his later years, enthused over them as once he had rejoiced over the Revolution. "I cannot conceive," he wrote in 1820, "a time or a state of things in which the writings of Burke will not have the highest value. There is not one word I would add or withdraw." Two Britons, among many, came to the defense of the Revolution: Sir James Mackintosh with Vindicii Gallicae, and Thomas Paine with The Rights of Man, both in 1791. The Revolution was then only 2 years old, but it had already done its basic work: given France a liberal constitution, ended feudal privileges, established freedom of speech, press, and assemblage, and appropriated the wealth of the Church to rescue a bankrupt state. The destructive excesses of the Revolution had not yet come. Under the circumstances, Mackintosh could reply to Burke that the Revolution was a legitimate protest against an unjust and incompetent government. Paine could argue that no tradition should be suffered to deny all efforts at reform, and that the rights proclaimed by the Revolution were the proper charter of a modern state. But Paine went much further. He demanded the replacement of monarchy and aristocracy by a republic, a steeply graduated income tax that would redistribute concentrated wealth and would use it to wipe out unemployment and poverty, and provide education for every child and a pension for the old. And he restated the rights of man in terms of Rousseau. 1. Men are born and always continue free and equal in respect of their rights. Civil distinctions, therefore, can be founded only on public utility. 2. The end of all political associations is the preservation of the natural and imprescriptible rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance of oppression. 3. The nation is essentially the source of all sovereignty, nor can any individual or any body of men be entitled to any authority which is not expressly derived from it. The Rights of Man sold 50,000 copies in a few weeks. This may indicate the strength of the radical movement in England in 1791. Societies more or less radical flourished. The Society for Constitutional Information, the Corresponding Society of London, the Scottish Friends of the People, the Society for Commemorating the Revolution. Some of these sent compliments to the French Revolution. 2 of them helped to give Paine's book a wide distribution. Pitt observed and was disturbed. Privately, he was impressed by Paine's book. "Paine is no fool," he said to his niece. "He is perhaps right, but if I did what he wants, I should have thousands of bandits on my hands tomorrow and London burned." He issued an order for Paine's arrest. Paine fled to France. He was tried in absence and was declared guilty of treason in December 1792. The English had many reasons for not following France into revolution. They had had their 1789 in 1642. They had had their intellectual revolt before the French. The deist erosion of orthodox belief had preceded the French Enlightenment and had been absorbed into British equanimity by the time Voltaire reached England in 1726. The Methodist movement diverted some discontent into piety. The Anglican Church was comparatively liberal and had not acquired enough wealth to arouse the envy and hostility of the laity. Feudalism had disappeared. There were no feudal dues. A large proportion of the peasantry owned the land that it tilled. The middle class had already entered Parliament and found effective voice in national policy. The Prime Minister often supported its claims. The workers were badly treated by employers and legislators, and some rebelled violently, but the army could be depended upon to suppress them and the judiciary to hang their leaders. When England and France went to war, patriotism diverted class hatred into nationalist fervor. Revolution subsided into reform and spread itself out through the 19th century. Meanwhile, the French Revolution had passed from legislation to the September massacres. Its army had defeated the Prussians and the Austrians at Valmy on September 20th, 1792, and the revolutionary fever had spread into Rhineland, Germany. The citizens of Mainz and Darmstadt, having thrown off feudal rule and set up a popular government, and fearing invasion and punishment by monarchical troops, had sent emissaries to France asking protection. After some debate, the French government issued, on November 19, 1792, the most revolutionary of all its decrees. The National Convention declares, in the name of the French nation, that it will accord fraternity and aid to all peoples who wish to recover their liberty, and charges the executive power to give the generals the orders necessary for bringing aid to these peoples, and to defend the citizens who shall have been or may be troubled for the cause of freedom. This recklessly generous announcement set every European monarch on edge. The government of Great Britain was further alarmed by the advance of French troops into Belgium and the demands of France upon Holland for the opening of the River Scheldt to all trade. This navigable river, 270 miles long, rises in eastern France and wanders through Belgium, passing close to Antwerp, into Holland, where it divides into two estuaries and empties into the North Sea. Holland, by permission of the Peace of Westphalia of 1648, had closed both estuaries to all trade except of its own choice, which favored Britain and excluded Belgium. So Antwerp declined and Amsterdam flourished. On November 27, 1792, the French government notified England of its resolve to force open the outlets of the Scheldt. Pitt replied that Britain was bound by a treaty of 1788 to protect Holland from any foreign attack. Furthermore, since the Rhine also emptied into the North Sea through Dutch estuaries, the control of Holland by France would mean French control of the mouths of the Rhine, and therefore of British trade reaching central Germany by the Rhine. On December 31, 1792, the British government notified France that England will never consent that France should arrogate the power of annulling at her pleasure, and under the pretense of a pretended natural right of which she makes herself the only judge, the political system of Europe, established by solemn treaties and guaranteed by the consent of all the powers. This government, adhering to the maxims which it has followed for more than a century, will also never see with indifference that France shall make itself, either directly or indirectly, the sovereign of the Low Countries or general arbiter of the rights and liberties of Europe. January 21, 1793, the French government beheaded Louis XVI. News of this reached London on the 23rd, shocking George III, and soon thereafter most of the British people. On January 24th, the British government ordered the French minister, Marquis François Bernard de Chauvelin, to leave the kingdom. On February 1st, France declared war on both England and Holland. George III welcomed the war, believing that it would unify the nation. Pitt regretted it, but gave it all his energies. He opened negotiations that led to the first coalition in 1793. Britain, Portugal, Spain, Sardinia, Naples, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. He levied high taxes upon every class and group in the kingdom and sent repeated subsidies to his allies. He tightened the laws against any propaganda defending France or the Revolution. He suspended the freedom of the press and, in 1794, the Habeas Corpus Act, which had secured the right of every arrested person to early trial or speedy release. Political suspects could now be held without trial. France did the same. After an anti-war demonstration in which a stone was thrown at the king, the Seditious Meetings Act of 1796 forbade meetings of over 50 people, except under governmental license and control. Critics of the British Constitution were liable to 7 years' exile in Australia's Botany Bay. Prominent radicals, John Horne Tooke, philologist, John Thelwall, friend of the early Coleridge, and shoemaker Thomas Hardy, founder of the London Corresponding Society, were tried on charges of treason in May 1794, were defended by Thomas Erskine, and were acquitted. These trials revealed the panic that had struck the upper classes of Britain when they found themselves faced by another revolution so soon after the costly revolt of the American colonies. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 3, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. These trials revealed the panic that had struck the upper classes of Britain when they found themselves faced by another revolution so soon after the costly revolt of the American colonies. The 1,000-year-old world of kings and aristocracies seemed to be collapsing, besieged by peasants burning feudal chateaux and title deeds, and by city mobs imprisoning the royal family and cutting off hundreds of noble heads. All this, many Britons felt, was the result of atheistic French philosophers and of their English imitations, Godwin and Paine. Any time now, the godless French troops would take Holland and the Rhineland. In a year or two, they might try to invade England. How could Britain, with only 15 million men and no standing army, defeat in war a France with 28 million men and an army already proud with victory? Pitt knew all this, but he thought in terms of money rather than of men. Men could be bought for money, if not in England, then in Austria, Prussia, Russia. And England had money coming in every day from commerce, industry, land, colonies, loans, taxes on every article of consumption, on every form of income. These revenues could equip a small army for defense against an improbable invasion. They could keep Britain's factories humming, her press patriotic, and her caricaturists at the top of their form. They could pay for new armies provided by allies short of money and long of men. Above all, they could build and man ships numerous enough, armed enough, to control the oceans, blockade every French port, capture any French vessel at sea, annex to the British Empire any French colony. Every month, that navy was growing in sturdy ships and disciplined, incomparable seamen, and it had one of the greatest admirals in history. 2. Nelson, 1758 to 1804. The Nelsons were originally Nielsens of East Anglian Viking stock. Perhaps Horatio had ships in his blood. He was born September 29, 1758, in Burnham Thorpe, Norfolk, which neighbors the sea. His father was rector of the parish. His mother was related to Robert Walpole, Prime Minister. Her brother, Captain Maurice Suckling, was assigned in 1770 to HMS Raisonnable, in expectation of war with Spain. Horatio, aged 12, begged and received permission to serve under him. Thereafter, the boy's school was the sea. He was not physically strong. He was often sick, but he was resolved to seize every opportunity for instruction, development, and honor. He served in various vessels on a variety of missions, repeatedly risking his life, was promoted step by step, and at 20 was made captain of the frigate Hinchinbrook. He was as vain as he was competent, and never doubted that he would someday reach the top in post and fame. He was as tardy in obeying his superiors as they were in rewarding his services, but he gave an arm, then an eye, then his life for Britain, and could be indulged in a pride as lofty as his monument. Sensitive to every sight and touch, he readily surrendered to the beauty, grace, and tenderness of women. At Quebec in 1782, as captain of the Albemarle, he was on the verge of leaving his post at the cost of his career to return to the city with an offer of marriage to a woman who had given him her warmth the night before. A resolute friend barred his way and called him back to his duty and destiny. In 1787, as captain of the cruiser Boreas, He dallied at Antigua in the West Indies and married Mrs. Frances Nisbet, a pretty young widow with a rich uncle. He brought her to England, set her up on a small but comfortable estate, and spent a happy interbellum with her in the country. When war with France became likely, he was made captain in 1793 of the Agamemnon, one of the most highly rated ships in the Navy, with instructions to join Lord Hood's fleet in the Mediterranean, and incidentally take a note to Sir William Hamilton, British minister at the court of Naples. He delivered the message and met Lady Hamilton. Amy Lyon, born in 1761 to a Welsh blacksmith, had in youth earned her bread with her body and had borne 2 illegitimate children by the time she was 19. In that year she settled down as the mistress of the Honourable Charles Greville, second son of the Earl of Warwick. He rechristened her Emma Hart, taught her the arts of ladyship, singing, dancing, harpsichord, entering a room gracefully, exchanging nougats of conversation, and pouring tea. When he had refashioned everything but her soul, he took her to George Romney, who painted 30 portraits of her. When Greville found a chance to marry an heiress, he had to find another berth for his fair lady, who had now learned to love him. Luckily, his uncle, Sir William Hamilton, a childless widower, was then in England. He was rich, a foster brother of George III, a Fellow of the Royal Society, a distinguished collector of Herculaneum and classic art. He found Emma to his liking and agreed to take her off his nephew's hands. After returning to Naples, he sent Emma an invitation to come to Naples with her mother and there complete her education in music. She accepted on the understanding that Charles Greville would soon follow her. He did not come. Sir William gave her and her mother 4 rooms in the British legation. He comforted her with luxuries and tactful admiration. He arranged for her instruction in music and Italian. He paid her milliners without complaint. She wrote fond letters to Greville, begging him to come. He bade her oblige Sir William. His letters became rarer, shorter, and ceased. She became Sir William's mistress, for she relished love only next to luxury. Otherwise, she behaved modestly and discreetly, spread charity, became a favorite with the nuns, the king, and the queen. She sat for her portrait to Raphael Mengs, Angelica Kauffmann, Madame Vigée-Lebrun. Pleased with her, Sir William made her his wife in 1791. When France declared war on England, she became an active and passionate patriot, and labored to keep Naples in the coalition with England. In the summer of 1794, Nelson was ordered to lay siege to Calvi, a seaport of Corsica, then held by the French. He captured the stronghold, but during the battle an enemy shot, striking near him, spattered sand into his right eye. The wound healed without disfigurement, but the eye was left permanently blind. That victory meant little in the perspective of events, for their course in the next 2 years was strongly against England. Napoleon entered Italy, scattered the Sardinian and Austrian armies, and compelled the governments of Sardinia, Austria, and Naples to leave the First Coalition and accept terms of peace with France. In October 1796, Spain, angered by British actions in the West Indies, declared war against England. With the Spanish fleet ready to join the French in the Mediterranean, that sea became unsafe for the British. On February 14, 1797, a British force of 15 ships under Admiral Sir John Jarvis, then commander of the Mediterranean fleet, came upon a Spanish armada of 27 vessels, some 30 miles out from Cape St. Vincent, the extreme southwest coast of Portugal. Nelson, commanding HMS Captain, directed this and other vessels to attack the rear guard of the enemy flotilla, and himself led his men in boarding and capturing the San Josef and then the San Nicolas. The Spanish ships, poorly armed and poorly managed, with untrained men at the guns, surrendered one after another, giving the English so complete a victory that Jarvis was made Earl of St. Vincent, and Nelson was made a Knight of the Bath. The British Navy was again master of the Mediterranean. In July 1797, Nelson, now a rear admiral, was sent to capture Santa Cruz, one of the Canary Islands. The town had been strongly fortified by the Spanish as strategically vital for protection of their trade with the Americas. It offered an unexpectedly able resistance, helped by a rough surf that made the British landing boats almost unmanageable. Some were smashed on rocks, some were disabled by Spanish guns. The attack failed. Nelson himself was shot in the right elbow. The arm was incompletely amputated, and Nelson was sent home to recuperate under the care of his wife. He fretted at the thought that the Admiralty would list him, with only one arm and one eye, as permanently disabled. He begged for a new commission. In April 1798, he was assigned as Rear Admiral to HMS Vanguard, with orders to join Lord St. Vincent's fleet near Gibraltar. On May 2nd, he was given command of 3 ships of the line and 5 frigates, with instructions to watch outside Toulon, where Napoleon was preparing a mysterious expedition under the shelter of the harbor's forts. On May 20th, Nelson's squadron was so badly damaged by a storm that it had to retire to Gibraltar for repairs. When the ships returned to their watch, Nelson learned that the French flotilla, under cover of darkness, had left Toulon and sailed east, destination unknown. He set sail in pursuit, spent much time following false clues, ran out of supplies, and put in at Palermo to provision and recondition his fleet. This was allowed him through the intercession of Lady Hamilton with the Neapolitan government, which, being then at peace with France, had hesitated to allow this violation of its neutrality. His ships again in good order, Nelson led them back to the search for Napoleon's fleet. He found it at last at Aboukir, near Alexandria. Now again he risked everything. On the night of July 31st, 1798, he bade his officers put all their ships in readiness for battle at dawn. "By this time tomorrow," he said, "I shall have gained a peerage or Westminster Abbey," a hero's tomb. In the battle he exposed himself as usual. A fragment of shot struck him in the forehead. He was taken below deck in expectation of death, but the wound proved superficial, and soon Nelson, head bandaged, was back on deck and remained there till the British victory was complete. With the dangerous little corporal apparently bottled up, Pitt was able to form a second coalition with Russia, Turkey, Austria, Portugal, and Naples. The Neapolitan Queen Maria Carolina, sister of the guillotined Marie Antoinette, happy to see her chaotic kingdom once more engaged on the side of the Habsburg dynasty and the Catholic Church, joined with her lackadaisical king Ferdinand IV in preparing a royal welcome for Nelson's victorious but damaged fleet, which anchored in Naples's harbor on September 22, 1798. Lady Hamilton, seeing the wounded admiral, rushed forward to greet him and fainted in his arms. She and her husband took him into their legation, the Palazzo Sassa, and did everything for his comfort. Emma made no effort to conceal her infatuation, and the famished hero warmed to her under her smiles and care. He was 40, she was 37. She was no longer ravishing, but she was near, and fed the Briton with the adulation which had become to him, next to battle, the wine of life. Sir William, now 58, running short of funds and absorbed in art and politics, accepted the situation philosophically and may have felt relieved. By the spring of 1799, Nelson was paying a large part of Emma's expenses. The British Admiralty, after voting him the highest honors and substantial sums, and allowing him due rest, bade him go to the aid of other admirals. He excused himself on the ground that it was more important for him to stay and protect Naples from the spreading revolution. Late in 1799, Hamilton was replaced by Arthur Paget as British minister at Naples. On April 24, 1800, Sir William and Emma left Naples for Leghorn, where they were joined by Nelson. Thence they traveled overland to the Channel and across the Channel to England. All London feted him, but public opinion condemned his continued attachment to another man's wife. Mrs. Nelson came to reclaim her husband and demanded that he divest himself of Emma. When he refused, she left him. On January 30th, 1801, Emma, at Sir William's estate, gave birth to a daughter, whom she named Horatia Nelson Thompson, presumably a product of the Nelson touch. In that month, Nelson, who had meanwhile become a vice-admiral, set out on his next assignment, to capture or destroy the Danish fleet. We shall see him there. On his return, and during the Peace of Amiens, he lived on his estate at Merton in Surrey, with the Hamiltons as his guests. On April 6, 1803, Sir William died in his wife's arms and holding Nelson's hand. Thereafter, with an inheritance of £800 a year, she lived with Nelson at Merton till he was called to his greatest victory and his death. 3. Trafalgar, 1805. When Pitt resigned his first ministry on February 3, 1801, he readily supported the appointment of his friend Henry Addington as his successor. Addington shared Pitt's dislike of the war. He noted its unpopularity with the country, especially with exporters. He saw how readily Austria had dissolved the Second Coalition after her defeat at Marengo. He saw no sense in wasting subsidies on such weak-kneed allies. He resolved to end the war as soon as face-saving would permit. On March 27, 1802, his agents signed with Napoleon the Peace of Amiens. For 14 months the guns were silent. But Napoleon's expansion of his power in Italy and Switzerland, and England's refusal to leave Malta, ended this lucid interval, and hostilities were resumed on May 20, 1803. Addington commissioned Nelson to command and prepare a fleet whose mission was simple: to locate the main French armada and destroy it to its last ship. Meanwhile, Napoleon was filling with men and materiel vast camps, harbors, and arsenals at Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend, and was building hundreds of vessels designed to ferry his legions across the Channel for the conquest of England. Addington struggled to meet this challenge, but he vacillated rather than commanded, while the organization of home defense stumbled into chaos. When his party supporters fell from 270 to 107, he signified his willingness to resign, and on May 10, 1804, Pitt began his second ministry. He set himself at once to form a third coalition, this in 1805, with Russia, Austria, and Sweden, and gave them subsidies raised in part by an increase of 25% in taxes. Napoleon responded by ordering his Channel Army to march across France and give Austria another lesson. And to his vice-admiral, Pierre de Villeneuve, he sent instructions to prepare the best ships of the French Navy to meet Nelson in a fight to end British control of the seas. Nelson's flagship, the Victory, had 703 men, averaging 22 years old. Some were 12 or 13, a few were 10. About half of them had been captured by press gangs. Many were convicts condemned to naval service as a penalty for crime. Their pay was minimal, but they shared, according to their station and behavior, in the cash realized from captured vessels or stores. Shore leave was rare, through fear of desertions. To meet the needs of the men, cargoes of prostitutes were brought on board. At Brest, one morning, 309 women were afloat, with 307 men. The conscripts soon learned, through hard discipline, to adjust themselves to their condition, and usually to take pride in their work and their courage. Nelson, we are told, was popular with his men because he never punished except through obvious necessity and with visible regret, because he knew a seaman's business and seldom erred in tactics or command, because he himself faced the guns of the enemy, and because he made his men believe that they would never fail him or England and would never be defeated. This was the Nelson touch that made these condemned men love him. On July 8, 1803, he joined his 11 ships in the Mediterranean off Toulon, in whose spacious harbor Villeneuve and his fleet were finding protection by the guns of the forts. The French admiral had lately received new orders from Napoleon to escape from Toulon, force a passage by Gibraltar, sail to the West Indies, join another French squadron there, and attack British forces wherever encountered. While Nelson's ships were taking on water at a Sardinian port, Villeneuve escaped from Toulon on March 30, 1805, and made full sail for America. Nelson belatedly pursued him and reached Barbados on June 4th. Hearing of this, Villeneuve headed back across the Atlantic and effected union at Corunna with a Spanish squadron of 14 vessels under Admiral Federico de Gravina. Revised orders from Napoleon bade him sail north, join another French force at Brest, and attempt to wrest control of the Channel before Nelson could come up from the West Indies. But Villeneuve's ships, after their Caribbean cruise, were in no condition to face battle. On August 13th, he led his enlarged fleet in a dash south to the well-equipped and well-fortified harbor of Cadiz, and began there the reconditioning of his ships and men. Late in August, a British squadron under Vice Admiral Cuthbert Collingwood took up the task of keeping watch on Villeneuve. Nelson, after completing his comedy of crossings, thought that he too and his men needed repairs and rest, and he was allowed some weeks with his mistress at Merton. On September 28th, he and his ships joined Collingwood off Cadiz and waited impatiently for the French to come out and fight. Napoleon again changed his instructions. Villeneuve was to leave Cadiz, try to elude the British fleet, and go to cooperate with Joseph Bonaparte in the French control of Naples. On October 19th and 20th, the reluctant admiral led his 33 ships out of Cadiz and headed for Gibraltar. On the 20th, Nelson sighted them and at once ordered his 27 vessels to clear their decks for battle. That night he began, and the next morning finished, a letter to Lady Hamilton. My dearest beloved Emma, the dear friend of my bosom, the signal has been made that the enemy's combined fleet are coming out of port. We have very little wind, so that I have no hopes of seeing them before tomorrow. May the God of battles crown my endeavors with success. At all events I will take care that my name shall ever be most dear to you and Horatia, both of whom I love as much as my own life. May God Almighty give us success over these fellows and enable us to get peace. And in his diary on the day of battle he wrote, May the great God grant to my country, and for the benefit of Europe in general, a great and glorious victory, and may no misconduct in any one tarnish it. And may humanity after victory be the predominant feature in the British fleet. For myself, I commit my life to him who made me, and may his blessing light upon my endeavors for serving my country faithfully. To him I assign myself and the just cause which is entrusted to me to defend. Amen, amen, amen. The rival armadas met on October 21st, 1805, off Cape Trafalgar, on the coast of Spain shortly south of Cadiz. Villeneuve, from his flagship Bucentaure, signaled to his ships to form a single line from north to south, their port sides to the oncoming enemy. The vessels, imperfectly handled, had barely completed this maneuver when they found themselves the target of the British forces advancing northeastward in a double line. At 11:35 a.m., Nelson, from his flagship Victory, sent flashing throughout his fleet the famous signal, England expects that every man will do his duty. At 11:50, Admiral Collingwood, commanding 15 ships, led the attack by ordering his flagship, the Royal Sovereign, to sail directly through the gap between the first and second of Admiral Gravina's men of war, the Santa Ana and the Fougueux. By this move, his men were in a position to fire broadsides against both the Spanish vessels, which could not return the fire. Battleships were then designed with few or no guns, fore or aft. The British gunners had an additional advantage. They could ignite their cannon with flintlocks, pistol locks having a flint in the cock to strike a spark. This method was twice as quick as the French way of igniting cannon by slow-acting matches, and the firing could be better synchronized with the roll of the ship. The remainder of Collingwood's squadron followed his example by piercing the enemy's line, then veering and concentrating their attack upon Gravina's ships, where morale was low. At the northern end of the battle line, the French met bravely the fury of Nelson's attack. Some of them cried, "Vive l'Empereur!" as they died. Nevertheless, as at Aboukir, the superior training and skill of the British crews in seamanship and gunnery carried the day. But the issue was decided when a sniper in the topmast of the Redoutable directed a fatal shot at Nelson. The admiral had not only exposed himself, as usual, he had doubled his peril by refusing to remove from his chest the distinguishing badges of honor that England had conferred upon him. The ball went through his breast and shattered his spine. His devoted aide, Captain Thomas Masterman Hardy, carried him down into the hold, where Dr. Beatty confirmed Nelson's conviction that he had only a few hours of life left to him. He remained conscious another 4 hours, long enough to learn that his fleet had won a complete victory, that 19 of the enemy's ships had surrendered, not one of the British. Almost his last words were, "Take care of my dear Lady Hamilton, Hardy. Take care of poor Lady Hamilton." Then, "Kiss me, Hardy. Now I am satisfied. Thank God, I have done my duty." All of Nelson's ships, anchored by Nelson's deathbed command, survived the gale that he had foreseen and reached England in time to let their crews share in the national celebration of their victory. The hero's corpse, immersed in brandy to delay decomposition, was carried upright in a cask to England, where it received the most splendid funeral in living memory. Captain Hardy delivered to Lady Hamilton her dead lover's farewell letter. She treasured it as her only consolation. At the end of it she wrote, "O miserable, wretched Emma, O glorious and happy Nelson." His will left all his property and governmental rewards to his wife, except for the house at Merton, which Emma Hamilton retained. Worried lest this, and her annuity from her husband, should not keep her in comfort, he wrote a codicil to his will on the day of battle. "I leave Emma Lady Hamilton as a legacy to my king and country, that they will give her an ample provision to maintain her rank in life." And in his dying hours, as reported by Dr. Scott, he asked that his country should take care also of "my daughter Horatia." King and country ignored these requests. Emma was arrested for debt in 1813, and soon released, and fled to France to escape her creditors. She died in poverty at Calais, January 20th, 1815. Admiral Gravina, after an honorable resistance, escaped with his flagship to Spain, but so severely wounded that he died a few months later. Villeneuve had not led wisely, but had fought bravely, exposing himself as recklessly as Nelson. He surrendered his ship only after nearly all his men were dead. He was taken to England, was released, and left for France. Unwilling to face Napoleon, he killed himself in a hotel at Rennes, April 22, 1806. His final letter apologized to his wife for deserting her and thanked the fates that he was leaving no child to be burdened with my name. Trafalgar was one of the decisive battles of history. It decided for a century Britain's mastery of the seas. It ended Napoleon's chance to free France from the cordon that the British fleet had drawn along her shores. It forced him to give up all thought of invading England. It meant that he must fight land battles, ever more costly and ever leading to more. He thought to cancel Trafalgar by his massive victory at Austerlitz on December 2, 1805, but this led to Jena, Eylau, Friedland, Wagram, Borodino, Leipzig, Waterloo. Sea power would win. Even so, Pitt, who had lived through 100 crises to rejoice over Trafalgar, agreed with Napoleon in thinking that Austerlitz had matched and cancelled Nelson's victory. Worn out by a succession of crises in domestic as well as foreign affairs, he withdrew from London for a rest in Bath. There he received the news that Austria, the pivot of his coalitions, had again collapsed. The shock gave the finishing touch to physical ailments deadened and doubled by brandy. On January 9, 1806, he was taken to his home in Putney. In that house, on January 23, 1806, he died, aged 47, after having been Prime Minister of Great Britain through nearly all his adult life. In those 19 years, he had helped to guide his country to industrial, commercial, and maritime supremacy, and had reformed its financial system masterly. But he had failed either to chasten and confine the French Revolution, or to check the dangerous expansion of Napoleon's authority in Europe. The continental balance of power, so precious to England, was disappearing, and hard-won domestic liberties of speech, assemblage, and press had been lost for the duration of a war that had now gone on for 12 years and gave no sign of an end. 4. England marks time, 1806 to 1812. The scope of our canvas will not allow us to describe in detail the 4 ministries that succeeded Pitt's. Barring a year of Fox, their energies went to personal and party problems rather than to statesmanship and policy, and their sum total internationally was more of the same to the same result, the descent from prosperity to destitution and from enterprise into procrastination. The brief Ministry of All the Talents, 1806 to 1807, was brightened by the efforts of Charles James Fox, as Secretary for Foreign Affairs, to arrange peace with France. His unsteady career had been marked by a patient liberalism and his capacity to accept the French Revolution and even Napoleon into the tolerable eccentricities of history. Unfortunately, he came to power when his strength of body and mind had suffered from his reckless enjoyment of food and drink. He made a handsome approach to negotiations by sending word to Talleyrand, on February 16, 1806, that a British patriot had come to the Foreign Office with a plan for assassinating Napoleon, and adding assurances that the zany was being carefully watched. The Emperor appreciated the gesture, but he was so elated with his triumph over Austria, and Britain was so exalted by Nelson's victory at Trafalgar, that neither would make the concessions required as preparatory to peace. Fox succeeded better with his proposal to Parliament for ending the traffic in slaves. After a generation of effort by Wilberforce and 100 others, the measure became law in March 1807. By that time Fox had died, on September 13, 1806, aged 57, and British politics fell into a treadmill of hopeful inertia. This, however, would hardly be the just word for the dominant figures in the ministry of William Cavendish Bentinck, Duke of Portland, 1807 to 1809. George Canning, Secretary for Foreign Affairs, sent a fleet to bombard Copenhagen in 1807. And Robert Stewart, Viscount Castlereagh, Secretary for War, sent a disastrous expedition to Walcheren in an attempt to capture Antwerp in 1809. The two secretaries, matched in ability and passion, quarreled over each other's enterprises and fought a duel, which scratched Canning. Doubly tarnished by internal comedy and external tragedy, the Portland ministry resigned. Spencer Perceval, as minister from 1809 to 1812, had the double misfortune of seeing Britain reach its 19th century nadir, and of being assassinated for his pains. By the fall of 1810, Napoleon's continental blockade had so injured British industry and commerce that thousands of Britons were unemployed, and millions were on the edge of destitution. Unrest had come to revolutionary violence. The Luddite weavers began to smash machines in 1811. In 1810, British exports to northern Europe had brought in £7,700,000. In 1811, they brought in £1,500,000. In 1811, England was slipping into a second war with America. As part of the cost, her exports to the United States fell from £11,300,000 in 1810 to £1,870,000 in 1811. Meanwhile, taxes were rising for every Briton until, by 1814, their burden threatened the collapse of Britain's financial system and the credit of her currency abroad. Hungry Britons cried out for a lowering of import duties on foreign grain. Agricultural Britons opposed such a move lest it reduce the price of their product. Napoleon eased the crisis for England from 1810 to 11 by selling export licenses to French grain producers. He needed cash for his campaigns. When the Grand Army set out for Russia in 1812, England knew that victory for Napoleon would mean the more rigid closing of all continental ports against British goods, and Napoleon's fuller control of continental shipments to Britain. All England watched and worried. Except George III. He was spared awareness of these events by his final lapse into deafness, blindness, and insanity. The death of his best-beloved daughter Amelia in November 1810 was the last blow, snapping all connection between his mind and reality. Now he was privileged to live in a world of his own, in which there were no rebel colonies, no ministerial foxes, no unmannerly, murderous Napoleons. He must have found some satisfaction in this condition, for otherwise his health improved. He lived on for 10 years more, talking cheerfully, without bond or burden of logic or grammar, amid every comfort and service, and through a post-war depression worse than that of 1810 to 1812. His popularity grew with his disease. His starving people pitied him and wondered, with old myths, had he not been touched and taken by God. On May 11, 1812, in the lobby of the House of Commons, Prime Minister Perceval was shot dead by a bankrupt broker, John Bellingham, who felt that his commercial enterprises had been ruined by the policies of the government. In June, under the Earl of Liverpool, a new cabinet was formed, which, by miracles of tact and circumstance, endured till 1827. In that same June, the United States declared war upon England, and Napoleon's 500,000 men crossed the Niemen into Russia. Book 4. The Challenged Kings, 1789 to 1812. Chapter 25. Iberia. 1. Portugal, 1789 to 1808. News of the French Revolution came to a Portugal that was struggling to return to the quiet order of the Middle Ages after the violent and scandalous attempt of the Marquês de Pombal to bring it abreast in culture and law with the France of Louis XV and the Spain of Charles III. The Pyrenees obstructed the flow of ideas between France and the peninsula. The movement of ideas from Spain was hindered by Spain's recurrent eagerness to swallow her sister state. And in both countries, the agents of the Inquisition loomed like lions at a palace gate to repel any word or thought that might question the ancient creed. At the bottom of the social scale stood other guardians of the past, the simple, mostly unlettered commoners, peasants, craftsmen, tradesmen, soldiers, who were fondly habituated to their transmitted faith, comforted by its legends, awed by its miracles, thrilled by its ritual. At the top were the feudal barons, models of manners and owners of the soil. A timid, feeble-minded Queen Maria Francisca, and her son John, regent in 1799, and then, from 1816 to 1826, king. All dependably protective of the Church as the indispensable support of private morals, social order, and absolute divine right monarchy. Amid these diverse sentinels lurked a small minority, students, Freemasons, scientists, poets, businessmen, a few officials, even a noble or two, who were irked by the despotism of the past, furtively flirted with philosophy, and dreamed of representative government, free trade, free assembly, free press, free thought, and a stimulating participation in the international of the mind. Upon that timid minority, those shocked commoners, those startled dignitaries and inquisitors, the news of the French Revolution, however dulled by delay, came as an exhilarating or terrifying revelation. Some reckless spirits openly rejoiced. Masonic lodges in Portugal celebrated the event. The Portuguese ambassador in Paris, who may have read Rousseau or heard Mirabeau, applauded the French National Assembly. The Portuguese Minister for Foreign Affairs allowed the official gazette to salute the fall of the Bastille. Copies of the Revolutionary Constitution of 1791 were sold by French booksellers in Portugal. But when Louis XVI was deposed by a Paris uprising in 1792, Queen Maria felt her throne tremble and surrendered the government to her son. The future John VI turned with fury upon the liberals of Portugal and encouraged his intendant of police to arrest or expel or keep under unremitting surveillance every Freemason, every important alien, every writer who advocated political reform. Francisco da Silva, leader of the Liberals, was imprisoned. Liberal nobles were banished from the court. Manuel de Bocaja, 1765 to 1805, leading Portuguese poet of the age, who had written a powerful sonnet against despotism, was jailed in 1797 and supported himself in prison by translating Ovid and Virgil. In 1793, infuriated by the execution of Louis XVI, the Portuguese government followed Spain in a holy war against France and sent a squadron to join the British fleet in the Mediterranean. Soon, Spain negotiated a separate peace in 1795. Portugal asked for a like accommodation, but France refused, alleging that Portugal was in effect a colony and ally of England. The quarrel simmered till Napoleon, after conquering half of Europe, reached out for the little state that was refusing to join in his continental blockade of Britain. Behind the military and political situation of Portugal lay the precarious structure of its economic life. As with Spain, the nation's wealth depended upon the importation of precious metals from its colonies. This gold and silver, rather than domestic products, went to pay for imported articles, to gild the throne, enrich the rich, and purchase luxuries and slaves. No middle class grew to develop natural resources with progressive agriculture and technological industry. When command of the seas passed to England, the supply of gold became subject to evading the British Navy or making terms with the British government. Spain chose to fight and almost exhausted her resources to build a navy excellent in everything but seamanship and morale. When that navy, reluctantly merged with the French, was defeated at Trafalgar, Spain became dependent upon France, and Portugal, to avoid absorption by France and Spain, became dependent upon England. Enterprising Englishmen filled important posts in Portugal, opened or managed factories there. British goods dominated Portugal's import trade, and Britons agreed to drink port wine from Oporto, the port in Portugal. The situation irritated and tempted Napoleon. It defied his plan to bring England to peace by excluding her products from continental markets. It gave him an excuse for conquering Portugal. A conquered Portugal could share with France in imprisoning Spain within French policy, and a subject Spain might provide another throne for another Bonaparte. So, as we have seen, Napoleon persuaded the Spanish government to join with France in invading Portugal. The Portuguese royal family fled in an English vessel to Brazil, and on November 30th, 1807, Junot led a French-Spanish army, almost unresisted, into Lisbon. Liberal leaders in Portugal flocked to the new government, hoping that Napoleon would annex their country and give it representative institutions. Junot humored these men, secretly laughed at them, announced on February 1st, 1808, that the House of Braganza has ceased to reign, and more behaved like a king. 2. Spain, 1808. Spain was still in the Middle Ages and preferred it so. It was a God-intoxicated country, crowding its somber cathedrals, making devout pilgrimages to sacred shrines, multiplying monks, comforting with indulgences and absolutions, fearing and revering the Inquisition, kneeling as the consecrated host was borne in awesome processions through the streets, cherishing above all else the faith that brought God into every home, disciplined children, guarded virginity, and offered paradise at the end of the burdensome testing called life. A generation later, George Borrow found the ignorance of the masses so great, at least in Leon, that printed charms against Satan and his host and against every kind of misfortune are publicly sold in the shops and are in great demand. Napoleon, still a son of the Enlightenment while signing concordats with the Church, concluded that the Spanish peasants have even less share in the civilization of Europe than the Russians. But the Spanish peasant, as Byron testified, could be as proud as the noblest duke. Education was almost confined to the bourgeoisie and the nobility. Literacy was a distinction. Even the hidalgos seldom read a book. The ruling class distrusted print, and in any case widespread literacy was not needed in the existing economy of Spain. Some commercial cities like Cadiz and Seville were fairly prosperous, and Byron, in 1809, thought Cadiz the prettiest city in Europe. Some industrial centers prospered. Toledo was still famous for its swords. But the country was so mountainous that only a third of the soil could be profitably cultivated. And the roads and canals were so few, so difficult and ill-kept, so obstructed with provincial or feudal tolls, that corn could be more cheaply imported than domestically produced. Disheartened by a difficult soil, the peasants preferred the pride of conspicuous leisure to the precarious routes of tillage, and the townsmen found more pleasure in smuggling than in ill-paid toil. Over all the economic scene lay the burden of taxes rising faster than income, and demanded by a widening officialdom, a pervasive police, and a degenerating government. Despite these difficulties, the high spirit of the nation survived, supported by traditions of Ferdinand and Isabella and Philip II, of Velázquez and Murillo, by the spread and potential wealth of Spain's empire in the Americas and the Far East. Spanish art enjoyed a repute rivaling the Italian and the Dutch. Now the nation gathered its treasures in painting and sculpture into the Museo del Prado, built at Madrid between 1785 and 1819 by Juan de Villanueva and his successors and aides. There, among its greatest glories, are the frightening masterpieces of the supreme painter of that age, Francisco José de Goya y Lucientes, 1746 to 1828. Vicente López y Portaña handed him down to us in an uncompromising portrait fully in accord with the powerful and somber spirit who showed war in all its gory savagery and who loved his country and scorned its king. Spanish literature, till civil and foreign war consumed the nation, flourished under the double impulse of Catholic scholarship and the French Enlightenment. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 3. Continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. Spanish literature, till civil and foreign war consumed the nation, flourished under the double impulse of Catholic scholarship and the French Enlightenment. A Jesuit priest, Juan Francisco de Masdeu, issued in installments from 1783 to 1805 a learned Historia Crítica de España y de la Cultura Española, which achieved integral history by weaving cultural history into the general record of a civilization. Juan Antonio Llorente, who had been General Secretary of the Spanish Inquisition from 1789 to 1801, received from Joseph Bonaparte in 1809 a commission to write a history of that institution. He thought it safer to do this in Paris, and in French, from 1817 to 1818. The flowering of prose and poetry that had adorned the age of Charles III had not quite faded at his death. Gaspar Melchor de Jovellanos, 1744 to 1811, continued to be the voice of liberalism in education and government. Leandro Fernández de Moratín, 1760 to 1828, still dominated the stage with comedies that earned him the title of the Spanish Molière. During the War of Liberation, from 1808 to 1814, Manuel José Quintana and the priest Juan Nicasio Gallego poured out passionate poetry to stimulate the revolt against the French. Till that struggle tore them apart, most of the leading writers had been won to French ideas of intellectual and political liberty. They and the Freemasons were afrancesados, Frenchified. They deplored the monarchical emasculation of the provincial cortes that had once kept Spain alive in all its parts. They hailed the French Revolution and welcomed Napoleon as challenging Spain to free itself from a feudal aristocracy, a medieval church, and an incompetent government. Let a masterly Spanish historian sing a powerful dirge to a dying dynasty. In 1808, when the Bourbon monarchy was working toward its own destruction, the political and social situation of Spain might have been summed up as follows. An aristocracy, especially the courtiers, which had lost respect for the kings, rotten politics ruled by personal animosities and reciprocal fears, absolute lack of patriotism among the upper classes, who subordinated everything else to passions and greed, the delirious hope of the masses, centered upon a prince, Ferdinand, who had already shown himself to be both false and vengeful, and finally the profound influence in intellectual circles of the ideas of the encyclopedists and the French Revolution. An earlier chapter has described, from Napoleon's corner, the collapse of the Spanish monarchy. Charles IV, who reigned from 1788 to 1808, allowed his wife Maria Luisa and her paramour Godoy to take the government out of his hands. Prince Ferdinand, heir apparent, maneuvered his father into abdicating. Godoyistas fought Fernandistas. Madrid and its environs were in chaos. Napoleon saw in the confusion an opportunity to bring the entire peninsula under French rule and security within the continental blockade. He sent Murat and a second French army into Spain with instructions to maintain order. Murat entered Madrid on March 23, 1808, and suppressed a popular insurrection on the historic 2 de Mayo, the 2nd of May. Meanwhile, Napoleon had invited both Charles IV and Ferdinand to meet him in Bayonne, in France, near the Spanish border. He frightened the prince into restoring the throne to his father, and then persuaded the father to abdicate in favor of Napoleon's appointee, provided Catholicism should be recognized and protected as the national religion. Napoleon bade his brother Joseph to come and be king of Spain. Joseph, unwilling, came, and received from Napoleon a new constitution for Spain, granting much of what the Spanish liberals had hoped for, but requiring them to make their peace with a chastened church. Joseph went sadly to his new responsibilities, and Napoleon returned to Paris happy with his absorption of Spain. He had reckoned without the Spanish masses and Wellington. 3. Arthur Wellesley, 1769 to 1807. He would not be Wellington till 1809. Till 1798 he was Wesley. though far removed from Methodism. He was born in Dublin, May 1st, 1769, 105 days before Napoleon, being the fifth son of Garret Wesley, 1st Earl of Mornington, the English proprietor of an estate north of the Irish capital. He was sent to Eton at the age of 12, but was called home after 3 inglorious years. There is no indication that he did better in sports than in studies, and he later disclaimed authorship of the now anonymous remark that the Battle of Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton. He did better with tutors, but still his mother mourned, "I vow to God I don't know what I shall do with my awkward son Arthur." So he was surrendered to the army, and was sent, aged 17, to the Académie Royale de l'Équitation at Angers, where noble sons learned mathematics, a touch of the humanities, and much of the horsemanship and swordsplay useful to officers. When he had won his spurs, he was appointed, through family influence or plain purchase, to be aide-de-camp to the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and to a seat in the Irish House of Commons as representative of the borough of Trim. In 1799 he was made lieutenant colonel and led 3 regiments in the Duke of York's invasion of Flanders. He came back from that aborted venture so disgusted with war, mud, and titled incompetence that he thought of abandoning the army for civil life. He preferred the violin to the barracks, suffered a succession of ailments, and impressed his brother Mornington as so deficient in ability that not much could be expected of him. A portrait of him, aged 26, by John Hopner, made him look like a poet, as handsome as Byron. Like Byron, he proposed to a noble lady, was rejected, and sampled surfaces incontinently. In 1796 he went to India as a colonel under his brother Richard, who, now Marquis Wellesley, became governor of Madras, then of Bengal, and added some Indian principalities to the British Empire. Arthur Wellesley, as the future Duke now spelled himself, won some profitable victories in these campaigns and was knighted in 1804. Returning to England, he secured a seat in the British Parliament, proposed again to Cathy Pakenham, was accepted in 1806, and lived unhappily with her until they learned to live mostly apart. She gave him 2 sons. He continued to rise from post to post, now not so much by purchase as by earning a reputation for careful analysis and competent performance. William Pitt, near death, marked him out as a man who states every difficulty before he undertakes any service, but none after he undertakes it. In 1807 he became Chief Secretary for Ireland in the ministry of the Duke of Portland. In 1808 he was made Lieutenant General. In July he was commissioned to lead 13,500 troops and expel Junot and the French from Portugal. On August 1st he landed his men at Mondego Bay, 100 miles north of Lisbon. There he received some 5,000 Portuguese allies, and a letter from the War Ministry promising him another 15,000 men at an early date, but adding that Sir Hugh Dalrymple, aged 58, would accompany these reinforcements and assume supreme command of the entire expedition. Wellesley had already designed his campaign and did not enjoy subordination. He decided not to wait for those 15,000 men, but to march north with his 18,500 and seek a battle that would decide Junot's fate and his own. Junot, who had allowed his army to deteriorate with all the pleasures of a capital, led his 13,000 men out to meet the challenge, and suffered a costly defeat at Vimeiro, near Lisbon, on August 21st, 1808. Dalrymple arrived after the battle, took command, stopped pursuit, and arranged with Junot the Convention of Sintra on September 3rd, by which Junot surrendered all the towns and fortresses that the French had occupied in Portugal, but obtained consent for the unhindered exit of his surviving forces. The British agreed to provide shipping for those who wished to return to France. Wellesley signed the document, feeling that the liberation of Portugal by one battle justified some British courtesies. This was the convention that Wordsworth and Byron, agreeing now and rarely afterward, denounced as an incredible stupidity. Those released Frenchmen, if able to walk, would soon be conscripted to fight Britain or her allies again. Wellesley was summoned to London to face a court of inquiry. He was not entirely sorry to go. He did not relish the prospect of serving under Dalrymple, and, incredible as it may seem, he hated war. "Take my word for it," he was to say after many victories, If you had seen but one day of war, you would pray to Almighty God that you might never again see an hour of it. He seems to have convinced the Court of Inquiry that the Convention of Sintra, by dissuading further resistance, had saved thousands of British and Allied lives. Then he retired to Ireland and waited for a better opportunity to serve his country and his good name. 4. The Peninsular War, III, 1808 to 1812. Joseph Bonaparte, King of Spain, was in multiple trouble. He labored to win a wider acceptance than that given him by a sprinkling of liberals. These favored confiscatory measures against the wealthy church, but Joseph, already hampered by his reputation as an agnostic, knew that every move against the clergy would further inflame resistance to his alien rule. The Spanish armies that Napoleon had defeated had reformed in scattered divisions, undisciplined but enthusiastic. The guerrilla war of the peasantry against the usurpers went on between sowing and reaping annually. The French army in Spain had to divide itself into separate forces under jealous generals in a chaos of campaigns that defied the efforts of Napoleon to coordinate them from Paris. Napoleon learned, said Karl Marx, that if the Spanish state was dead, Spanish society was full of life, and every part of it was overflowing with power of resistance. The center of Spanish resistance was nowhere and everywhere. After the collapse of a major French army at Byron, a major part of the Spanish aristocracy joined the revolution, diverting popular hostility from themselves to the invaders. The active support of the revolt by the clergy helped to turn the movement from liberal ideas. On the contrary, the success of the War of Liberation strengthened the Church and the Inquisition. Some liberal elements survived in the provincial juntas. These were sending delegates to a national Cortes at Cadiz, and this was writing a new constitution. The Iberian Peninsula was alive with insurrection, hope, and piety. While Joseph longed for Naples, Napoleon fought Austria, and Wellesley Wellington, a thoroughly modern man, was preparing to come down again from England and aid in restoring medieval Spain. Sir John Moore, before his death at Corunna on January 16, 1809, had advised the British government to make no further attempt to control Portugal. The French, he thought, would sooner or later carry out Napoleon's order to make Portugal a vassal of France. And how was England to find transport and provision enough soldiers to face
in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Dear Lord, have mercy on his soul. Doctor?
Yes, Father?
I think...
Yes, he's gone. A stroke like that, it's probably for the best.
Yes.
You know...
He would undertake to hold Portugal against any French army not exceeding 100,000 men. His government took him at his word, and on April 22, 1809, he reached Lisbon with 25,000 Britishers, whom he was later to describe as the scum of the earth, a pack of rascals, a crowd who only enlist for drink and can only be managed with the whip. But they could fight lustily when faced with a choice of killing or being killed. Anticipating their arrival, Marshal Soult had marched 23,000 Frenchmen, doubtless themselves poor devils more familiar with taverns than salons, down the coast to Oporto. While from the west another French army, under Marshal Claude Victor, was advancing along the Tagus. Wellesley, who had carefully studied Napoleon's campaigns, resolved to attack Soult before the two marshals could join their forces in an attack on British-held Lisbon. Having added to his 25,000 men some 15,000 Portuguese under William Carr Beresford, Viscount Beresford to be, he led them to a point on the river Douro, opposite Oporto. On May 12, 1809, he crossed the stream and attacked Soult's unsuspecting army in the rear in a battle that drove the French into a disorderly retreat, having lost 6,000 men and all their artillery. Wellesley did not pursue them, for he had to hurry south to halt Victor. But Victor, informed of Soult's disaster, turned back to Talavera, where he received from Joseph reinforcements that increased his army to 46,000 men. Against these, Wellesley had 23,000 Britons and 36,000 Spaniards. The hostile masses met at Talavera on July 28, 1809. The Spanish troops soon had enough and fled from the field. Nevertheless, Wellesley drove off repeated French attacks until Victor withdrew with a loss of 7,000 men and 17 guns. The British had suffered 5,000 casualties, but held the field. The British government credited Wellesley with his courageous leadership and made him Viscount Wellington. Nevertheless, his support in the war ministry was weakening. The victory of Napoleon at Wagram in 1809 and his marriage with the Austrian emperor's daughter in March 1810 had ended the Austrian fealty to England. Russia was still an ally of France, and an additional 138,000 French troops were now available for service in Spain. Marshal André Masséna, with 65,000 men, was planning to lead them out of Spain to the definite conquest of Portugal. The British government informed Wellington that if the French again invaded Spain, he would be excused if he withdrew his army to England. This was a crucial moment in Wellington's career. Withdrawal, however permitted, would tarnish his record unless some major future victory, not to be reckoned upon, could lend glamour even to his defeats. He decided to risk his men, his career, and his life on one more throw of the dice. Meanwhile, he had his men build, from the Tagus through Torres Vedras to the sea, a line of fortifications 25 miles north of his base at Lisbon. Masséna began his campaign by capturing the Spanish stronghold of Ciudad Rodrigo, and then crossing into Portugal with 60,000 men. Wellington, commanding 52,000 allies, i.e. British, Spanish, and Portuguese, met him at Busaku, north of Coimbra, on September 27, 1810. In the battle, he lost 1,250 in dead and wounded. Masséna lost 4,600. Nevertheless, Wellington, feeling that he could not rely, like Masséna, on reinforcements, retired to the Torres Vedras fortifications, ordered a policy of scorched earth as his army retreated, and waited for Masséna's army to grow hungry and disappear. It did. On March 5, 1811, Masséna led his starving men back to Spain and yielded his command to Auguste Marmont. After a winter of resting and training his men, Wellington took the initiative, marched into Spain, and with 50,000 troops attacked Marmont's 48,000 near Salamanca on July 22, 1812. Here, the wholesale execution cost the French 14,000 casualties, the Allies 4,700. Marmont gave way. On July 21st, King Joseph, with 15,000 soldiers, had left Madrid to go to Marmont's aid. En route, he learned of Marmont's defeat. Not daring to return to the capital, he led his army to Valencia to join a larger French force there under Marshal Suchet. He was followed in chaotic haste by his court and officials and some 10,000 afrancesados. On August 12th, Wellington entered Madrid and was welcomed ecstatically by a populace that had remained immune to French charm and Napoleon's constitution. "I am among a people mad with joy," Wellington wrote to a friend. "God send my good fortune may continue, and that I may be the instrument of securing their independence." God hesitated. Marmont reorganized his army behind the fortifications of Burgos. Wellington besieged him there. Joseph marched from Valencia with 90,000 men to face the Allies. Wellington retreated on October 18, 1812, past Salamanca to Ciudad Rodrigo, losing 6,000 men on the way. Joseph re-entered Madrid to the grim displeasure of the populace and the delight of the middle class. Meanwhile, Napoleon was shivering in Moscow, and Spain, like the rest of Europe, awaited the result of his gamble for a continent. 5. Results. Even at this resting point in the Peninsular War, some results had taken form. Geographically, the largest result was that the South American colonies of Spain and Portugal had freed themselves from their weakened motherland and had begun their own lusty and unique career. All Spain south of the Tagus had been cleared of French troops. Militarily, Wellington had proved that France could not take Portugal and probably could not hold Spain without risking the loss of all of her conquests east of the Rhine. Socially, the popular resistance, however chaotic, had achieved a victory for the peasantry and the church. Politically, the provincial juntas had won back some of their old power of local rule. Each had built its own army, minted its own coinage, formed its own policy, even in some cases signing a separate peace with Britain. And most significantly of all, the juntas had sent delegates to a national Cortes with instructions to formulate a new constitution for a new Spain. This Supreme Cortes, fleeing from French armies, had met first on the Isla de Leon in 1810. When the French withdrew, it moved to Cadiz, and there, on March 19, 1812, it promulgated a proudly liberal constitution. Since most of the delegates were good Catholics, Article 12 declared that the religion of the Spanish nation is and shall perpetually be Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman, the only true religion. The nation protects it by wise and just laws and prohibits the exercise of any other religion whatever. However, the Constitution abolished the tribunal of the Inquisition and restricted the number of religious communities. In nearly all other matters, the Cortes accepted the leadership of the 184 delegates from the middle class. Most of these called themselves liberals, the first known use of the term as a political designation. Under their lead, the Constitution of 1812 rivaled the Constitution of 1791 in revolutionary France. It accepted the Spanish monarchy and acknowledged the absent Ferdinand VII as the rightful king. However, it placed the sovereignty not in the king, but in the nation acting through its elected delegates. The king was to be a constitutional ruler, obeying the laws, and adding to them and making treaties only in conjunction with the National Cortes, which was to be a single chamber. A new Cortes was to be chosen every second year by the adult males of the nation through 3 stages of election: parochial, district, and provincial. Laws were to be made uniform throughout Spain, all citizens were to be equal before the law, and the judiciary was to be independent of both the Cortes and the king. The Constitution called for the abolition of torture, slavery, feudal courts, and seigneurial rights. The press was to be free, except in matters of religion. Uncultivated communal lands were to be distributed to the poor. Under the circumstances, which included the religious traditions of Spain, it was a brave and progressive constitution. Now, it seemed, Spain would enter the 19th century. Chapter 26. Italy and its Conquerors, 1789 to 1813. 1. The map in 1789. In this period, Italy was not a nation, but a battleground. Split into jealously separate regions and dialects, the country was too fragmented to stand united against foreign attack, and, north of Naples, too blessed with sun and a fruitful, well-watered soil, beneficent streams curling down from Alps or Apennines, to shoulder arms repeatedly for the difference between native and foreign tax-gatherers. Most of Italy had fallen under the rule or influence of the Austrian Habsburg dynasty by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, which assigned Milan, Mantua, Naples, Sardinia, and their dependencies to the Emperor Charles VI. In the northwest corner of the peninsula, Savoy and Piedmont were ruled by the kings of Sardinia. In 1734, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, with its foci at Naples and Palermo, was transferred from the Habsburgs to the Bourbons by the able warrior and ruler who became Charles III of Spain. Before passing to Spain, he bequeathed the Neapolitan realm to his son Ferdinand IV, who married the Archduchess Maria Carolina, and her domination of her husband brought the entire Kingdom of Naples under Austrian influence. When the Empress Maria Theresa died in 1780, her sons governed Lombardy, Tuscany, and Modena. Her daughters were married respectively to the rulers of Naples and Parma, and Savoy, Piedmont, and Sardinia had fallen under an Austrian protectorate. The only independent regions in Italy were then Venice, Lucca, San Marino, and Genoa. In this division of Italy between the Austrian Habsburgs in the north and the Spanish Bourbons in the south, the Papal States remained papal only because the rival dynasties that embraced them with possessive ardor were restrained by their mutual jealousy and that Catholic piety which alone made Italy one. Austrian rule in northern Italy was excellent in terms of the time. In Lombardy, the feudal and ecclesiastical proprietors were taxed, and their privileges had been considerably reduced. 100 monasteries were closed, and their revenues were devoted to education or charity. Under the scholarly prodding of Cesare Beccaria's De Deliti e delle Pene of 1764, judicial procedure was reformed, torture was abolished, and the criminal law was made more humane. In Tuscany, between 1765 and 1790, Grand Duke Leopold gave the former territory of the Medici perhaps the best government in Europe. Florence, his capital, remained a citadel of civilization through all the fluctuations of power and ideas. Venice, rich, corrupt, and beautiful, was now, by 1789, visibly nearing her end as a sovereign state. Her eastern empire had long since been lost to the Turks, but her rule was still acknowledged between the Alps and Padua, and between Trieste and Brescia. Formerly a republic, actually a closed aristocracy, its government had become listless, oppressive, and incompetent. It had the best spies in Christendom, but no army. It had become the playground of Europe, pledged to pleasure, and trusting to its courtesans to keep her enemies amiable. Caught between Austria on the north and Austrian Lombardy on the west, it was clearly fated to be absorbed by Austria whenever France ceased to protect her. South of Tuscany and the Po, the Papal States began their sinuous contour with the Romagna and its legations, Ferrara, Bologna, and Ravenna, each administered by a papal legate. Then southward with the Marches, or borderlands near the Adriatic, Rimini, Ancona, and Urbino, then across the Apennines through Umbria's Perugia and Spoleto, and through Latium's Orvieto and Viterbo to Rome. All this historic region was under the popes, according to the donations made to the church by Pepin, king of the Franks, in 754, and by Charlemagne in 774. After a decisive victory in the Council of Trent, from 1545 to 1563, the popes had enlarged their authority over the bishops, as the contemporary kings were doing over the feudal lords. Power is centripetal. But soon thereafter, the papacy entered into a slow decay as the advances of science and the inroads of philosophy left the church with a dangerously reduced support in the influential classes of Western Europe. And it was meeting open opposition, not only from Protestant rulers, but as well from Catholic sovereigns like Joseph II of Austria and Ferdinand IV of Naples. Even in the states of the Church, a growing minority of secret skeptics weakened the hold of the clergy upon the people. The Curia, or Papal Court, wrote Joseph II in 1768, has become almost an object of scorn. Internally, its people exist in the deepest misery, wholly depressed, while its internal finances are in complete disorder and discredit. Joseph, an unbeliever, may have been prejudiced, but the Venetian ambassador reported in 1783 that the internal affairs of the pontifical state are in the greatest disarray. It is in a progressive decline, and the government daily loses force and authority. Despite their poverty and the malarial infection of the summer air, the people of Rome made life tolerable by taking full advantage of the churchly indulgence given to their perennial amours and carnival games. And the clergy itself relaxed under the Italian sun. Both of the popes in this critical period were pious and honorable men. Pius VI, who reigned from 1775 to 1799, despite his arduous trip to Vienna, failed to win Joseph II of Austria to obedience, and all his culture and gentleness did not save him from losing Avignon to France and dying a prisoner of the Directory. Pius VII, 1800 to 1823, did his best to restore Catholicism in France, suffered a long imprisonment under Napoleon, and lived to triumph humbly over the fallen emperor in 1814. South of the Papal States, the Spanish Bourbons grew rich with the prosperity of Gaeta, Capua, Caserta, Naples, Capri, and Sorrento. But there Italian prosperity ceased. Cities like Pescara, Aquila, Foggia, Bari, Brindisi, Taranto, and Crotone remembered Milo, Caesar, Frederick II, Holy Roman Emperor, Stupor Mundi, even Pythagoras. But they were burned by an immoderate sun, despoiled with taxes, and comforted only by their creed. Then the tax-gatherer crossed from Reggio Calabria to Messina in Sicily, from Scylla to Charybdis. And there, too, the cities dignified their poverty under memories of Phoenicians, Greeks, Carthaginians, Romans, Vandals, Moslems, Normans, Spaniards, until the tax-gatherers stopped at Palermo and attended to the needs and luxuries of kings and queens, merchant princes, brigands, and saints. Such was the colorful realm which the 8-year-old Ferdinand IV inherited in 1759. He grew into a handsome athlete who preferred pleasure and sports to the burdens of power, and mostly left the government to his wife, Maria Carolina. Under the guidance of her prime minister and paramour, Sir John Acton, Maria oriented Neapolitan policy from pro-Spain to pro-Austria, and in 1791 to pro-England. Meanwhile, feudal barons exacted every due from an exhausted peasantry. Corruption reigned in the court, the bureaucracy, and the judiciary. Taxes were high and fell chiefly upon the lower classes. The city populace was barbarized by poverty, habituated to disorder and crime, and held in check by a numerous police and by an obscurantist clergy skilled in miracles. In a chapel of the cathedral, the relics of St. Januarius bled annually. As usual, the church was lenient with sins of the flesh. After all, these were the only luxury allowed to the poor. And in carnival days, the 6th commandment was looked upon as an unwarranted imposition upon human nature. Nevertheless, the Queen was jealous of Catherine II of Russia, who had so many philosophers at her call or knee. So she patronized artists, scholars, and professors of wisdom. And though she probably did not know it, Naples had more educated men and women of modern ideas than any other city in Italy. Many of these men followed with silent hope the news that came from Paris that the people had stormed and taken the Bastille. 2. Italy and the French Revolution. An impressive scattering of liberals had prepared the educated classes of Italy for some basic transformation in France. Beccaria and Parini in Milan, Tanucci, Genovesi, and Filangieri in Naples, Caraccioli in Sicily, had already labored in prose and poetry, in legislation and philosophy, for some of the measures that were now being passed by a French National Assembly apparently pledged to reason and moderation. In Tuscany, the Grand Duke Leopold himself hailed the revolution as promising precious reforms in every country in Europe. When Napoleon, as son and general of the Revolution, rushed into Italy in 1796, like some wild west wind, and drove the Sardinian and Austrian armies out of Piedmont and Lombardy, nearly all the population welcomed him as an Italian leading French troops to the liberation of Italy. For a while, despite local insurrections at Pavia, Genoa, and Verona, he was able to dispose of Italian states and principalities as if they had fallen into his hands as unconditional gifts. So, in July and August 1797, he bundled Milan, Modena, Reggio Emilia, Bologna, and a slice of Switzerland into a medley called the Cisalpine Republic, and gave it a constitution like that of revolutionary France. The liberalism of his early rule in North Italy quieted for a time the local dreams of liberty. The native leaders, softened with sinecures and dignities, recognized that on a continent divided among wolves, one or another of the wolves must be accepted as protector, and better one that spoke excellent Italian and eased taxation and art raids with enlightened laws. But the advancing legislation of the Revolution against the Catholic Church in France checked this Italian sympathy. Their religion proved more precious to the Italian populace than a political liberty persecuting priests and smelling of September massacres. In Rome, January 13, 1792, a diplomatic agent of France was attacked by a mob, and so severely handled that he died the next day. This created a new crisis for Pope Pius VI, who had already suffered from the Edict of Toleration of 1781 of Joseph II in Austria. Now he found himself faced by the Revolution's expropriation of French church property and the civil constitution of the clergy, this on July 12, 1790. Brought up to complete orthodoxy and a trustful respect for tradition, Pius denounced the revolution and supported the challenged kings in their effort to suppress it. At the Peace of Tolentino, on February 19, 1797, he was compelled, by the victories and threats of Napoleon, to cede to France the papal enclaves of Avignon and Venaissin, and to the new Cisalpine Republic the city-states of Ferrara, Bologna, and Ravenna. In December 1797, a Roman mob killed the French general Léonard Dufault. General Louis Berthier, who had succeeded Napoleon, then in Egypt, in command of the army of Italy, seized the opportunity to invade Rome and set up a Roman Republic under French rule. Pius VI protested, was arrested, resisted, and was transported from place to place until he died at Valence as a prisoner of the Directory on August 29, 1799. Observers innocent of history wondered whether the papacy had come to an end. The situation offered Ferdinand IV of Naples a triple opportunity: to test the new army that had been organized for him by Sir John Acton, to prove himself a loyal son of the Church, and to take a slice of papal territory as an honorarium. Admiral Nelson, who was then tarrying in Naples in thrall to Emma Hamilton, agreed to help by landing a naval force at Leghorn. The king gave command of his army to the Austrian general Karl Marx, and rode with it to the easy conquest of Rome, this on November 29, 1798. The French regiments left there decided that they were no match for the whole Neapolitan army, and readily evacuated the city. While the scattered cardinals were choosing a new pope in Venice, Ferdinand's troops sampled the art and bells of Rome. Meanwhile, a brilliant general, Jean-Étienne Championnet, came down from the north with a fresh French army, led it to a victory over Marx's disordered troops at Civita Castellana, December 15, 1798, pursued them all the way to Naples, took that city to the joy of its intelligentsia, and set up there the Parthenopean Republic on January 23, 1799. Ferdinand and his queen, Sir William Hamilton and his Bovary, fled to Palermo on Nelson's flagship Vanguard. The new republic lasted less than 5 months. Championnet and many of his men were summoned north to repel the Austrians. He died in that campaign in 1800. Cardinal Fabrizio Ruffo, aided by the English Captain Edward Foote, organized a new army for Ferdinand and recaptured Naples with the help of the populace, which looked upon the French garrison as verily damned atheists. The French, with the assistance of a Neapolitan admiral, Francesco Caracciolo, took refuge in 2 of the harbor's forts. Cardinal Ruffo and Captain Foote offered them unhindered departure for France if they would surrender. They agreed, but before the pact could be carried out, Nelson and his fleet, bearing the royal party, arrived from Palermo. Nelson took command and, over the protests of the cardinal, turned his guns upon the forts. The French surrendered unconditionally. Caracciolo was caught while trying to sail away. He was hastily tried before a military court on Nelson's ship and was hanged from the yardarm of his flagship, La Minerva, on June 29, 1799. King and Queen, restored to power, imprisoned hundreds of liberals and put their leaders to death. 3. Italy under Napoleon, 1800 to 1812. For 9 months after his return from Egypt, Napoleon devoted himself to reconciling the French nation to his definition of political liberty as periodical plebiscites foreseeably approving enlightened despotism. France was tiring of democratic liberty just when Italian liberals, fretting under restored Austrian rule, were longing for it. When would that brilliant Italian become Frenchman, come again to Italy, boot out those Austrians, and give Italy an Italian government? The crafty consul took his time, for careful preparation was the first principle of his strategy. When at last he came, it was by a dash more brilliant even than the onrush of 1796. A climb up and slide down the Alps, dividing the Austrians in 2, taking their main army in the rear, hemming it in, holding it and its old commander prisoners until the Austrian wolf surrendered to the Gallic fox all of its Italian possessions west of Venetia. This in 1801. Napoleon juggled his winnings into something much like the configuration that he had made in 1797. The Cisalpine Republic, centering around Milan, and the Ligurian Republic at Genoa, were given relative independence, with Italian governors under a French protectorate. The Papal States were as yet left undisturbed. Concordats were being prepared with the Church, and Napoleon had ceased to be a Mohammedan. By a treaty of March 18, 1801, Ferdinand IV of Naples agreed to close Neapolitan ports to British shipping. Nelson could not help, for he was busy attacking Copenhagen, this on April 2, 1801. Italians sensed a fine Italian hand behind the consummations and rejoiced. Then the hand closed in the grasp of power. In January 1802, a delegation of 454 delegates from the Cisalpine Republic met in Lyon, adopted a new constitution drawn up by Napoleon, and accepted Talleyrand's inspired proposal to elect Napoleon president of the new Repubblica Italiana. After he made himself Emperor of the French in 1804, the title President of Italy seemed incongruously modest. So, on May 26, 1805, Napoleon received in Milan the old and revered iron crown of the Lombard kings, and became sovereign of North Italy. He introduced the Code Napoleon, equalized educational opportunity by milking the richer provinces to help the poorer, and promised to keep my people of Italy the least heavily taxed of all the nations of Europe. Departing, he left with them as his viceroy and a pledge of solicitude his beloved stepson, Eugène de Beauharnais. For the next 8 years, the new kingdom, mainly Lombardy, enjoyed a general prosperity and a vigorous political life which would long be blessed in Italian memory. The government made no pretense to democracy. Napoleon had no faith in the ability of the populace, there or elsewhere, to wisely choose its leaders and its policy. Instead, he advised Eugène to gather about him the most experienced and competent administrators. They served him with enthusiasm and skill. They organized a competent bureaucracy. They set on foot extensive public works, roads, canals, parks, housing, schools. They reformed sanitation, prisons, and the penal code. They spread literacy and fostered music and art. Taxes rose from 82 million francs in 1805 to 144 million in 1812, but part of this reflected inflation of the currency to finance war, and part of it was a redistribution of concentrated wealth for the public good. Meanwhile, the emperor continued to Napoleonize Italy. In September 1802, he annexed Piedmont to France. In June 1805, he charmed the government of Genoa into asking for the incorporation of its Ligurian Republic into the French Empire. In September 1805, he absorbed the duchies of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla. In December 1805, after almost annihilating the Austrian army at Austerlitz, he persuaded the Emperor Francis II to surrender Venetia to Eugène's new kingdom. Venice was so grateful for this partial atonement of Napoleon's disgraceful bartering of her in 1797 that when he visited the city in 1807 it exhausted itself in festivities. In May 1808, he took over the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, where Austrian administration had been at its best. His sister Elisa had ruled Lucca so well that Napoleon transferred her to Tuscany, where, under her wise and conciliatory government, Florence became a haven of letters and arts reminiscent of its Medicean days. On March 30th, 1806, Napoleon proclaimed his brother Joseph King of Naples and sent him with French troops to evict the unmanageable Ferdinand IV and his demanding queen. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 3, continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. On March 30th, 1806, Napoleon proclaimed his brother Joseph King of Naples and sent him with French troops to evict the unmanageable Ferdinand IV and his demanding queen. The emperor seems to have reserved the most difficult assignments for the genial Joseph and to have judged his performance with small consideration of the difficulties involved. Joseph was a man of culture who liked the company of educated men and of women whose education had not ruined their charm. With such a modus vivendi, Bonaparte felt, a man could never successfully govern a kingdom. Why appoint him, then? Because the conqueror had more kingdoms than brothers, and felt that he could trust no one but his close relatives. Joseph was readily accepted as King of Naples by leaders of the middle class, restless under feudalism, but the populace rejected him as a usurper and an infidel, and Joseph had to steel himself to severe measures to subdue their resistance. The Queen had taken to Sicily all funds in the state bank. A British fleet blockaded the port and stifled maritime trade. And the French troops, victorious but ill-paid, were dangerously insubordinate. Joseph appealed to his brother for some negotiable currency. Napoleon bade him make Naples pay for its liberation. Joseph negotiated a loan from Dutch bankers and laid a tax upon all incomes, noble or plebeian, clerical or lay. He brought in from Paris Comte Pierre-Louis Roederer, one of Napoleon's favorite economists, to take charge of the fisc. And soon the state's finances were in good order. Other experienced administrators established a free school in every commune of the kingdom and a college in every province. Feudalism was abolished, the lands of the church were nationalized and sold to the peasantry and to a growing middle class. Laws were harmonized under a variant of the Napoleonic Code. The judiciary was cleansed, procedure was expedited, prisons and penal code were reformed. Joseph was nearing success and public approval when he was suddenly summoned to a throne and task still more difficult and dangerous, to be King of Spain, on June 10, 1808. In his place, Napoleon, running out of brothers, set up as King of Naples Joachim Murat, who was his brother-in-law by marriage with Caroline Bonaparte. Murat is remembered chiefly for his showy costumes and his fearless initiative in battle. Let us honor him for his reconstruction of the Neapolitan government. He was a man with all the peasant virtues except patience, fitter for Herculean tasks than for cunning diplomacy or far-sighted statesmanship. A loving husband between squalls and faithful to his imperious brother-in-law till he thought him mad. We can understand his complaint that the continental blockade demanded by Napoleon was ruining Naples's economic life. Nevertheless, perhaps because of his impatience, he and his aides accomplished much in his 4-year reign. They completed the reform of taxation, established a national bank, paid off the national debt, mostly through the sale of ecclesiastical property, abolished internal traffic tolls, and financed substantial public works. Altogether, the administrations of Joseph and Murat, lasting less than 8 years, transformed the political, economic, and social life of Naples so fundamentally that when Ferdinand IV was restored to his throne in 1815, he accepted nearly all the reforms that the French had made. Dearer than these accomplishments to Joachim's heart was the army of 60,000 men which he had organized and trained, and with which he hoped to unite Italy and be its first king. From that dream and from the son of Italy he was peremptorily summoned in 1812 to join his brother-in-law in the conquest of Russia. 4. Emperor and Pope. Napoleon felt that he had taken substantial steps in transforming Italy from a geographical expression into a nation by organizing the Cisalpine Republic in the north and the Kingdom of Naples in the south. But the Austrians, during his absence in Egypt, had put an end to the Roman Republic established by the French only a year before. The papacy had regained its historic capital and most of its papal states, and on March 13, 1800, a conclave of cardinals had elected a new pontiff, Pius VII, to whom nearly all Catholics looked for a firm defense of the temporal power, the territorial possessions, of the popes. Napoleon found Pius reasonable enough in negotiating concordats in Paris and Rome, and in blessing his assumption of imperial powers. But those papal states, though not, as once claimed, deeded to the Church by the supposed donation of Constantine, had been given to Pope Stephen II in 754 by Pepin the Short, King of the Franks. Charlemagne in 774 confirmed this donation of Pepin, but interfered in the government of the papal states, and considered himself Christendom's head, to whom the Pope had to listen even in matters theological. Napoleon had developed similar ideas. He had set his heart on countering England's blockade of France with a continental blockade against the entry of British goods. But the papal curia, or administrative court of the popes, insisted on keeping the ports of the papal states open to all trade. Moreover, these states stood as a divisive barrier between North and South Italy. Now, the desire to unify Italy under his own hat had become a ruling passion in Napoleon. "This," he told Joseph, "is the chief and constant goal of my policy." In accord with that policy, French troops had occupied Ancona in 1797, a strategic port on the Adriatic, commanding a main road between North and South Italy. Now, on November 13, 1805, as Napoleon was preparing to face Austria and Russia in battle, Pius VII, stung to uncharacteristic audacity by his curia, sent to Napoleon a startling challenge. "We owe it to ourselves to demand from your Majesty the evacuation of Ancona, and if we are met with a refusal, we fail to see how we can reconcile it with the maintenance of friendly relations with your Majesty's minister." Hotly resenting the timing of this ultimatum, which he received at Vienna on the eve of Austerlitz, Napoleon answered the Pope with a counter-challenge. "Your Holiness is the sovereign of Rome, but I am its emperor." Having spoken like Charlemagne, he advanced like Caesar, and overwhelmed the Austrians and the Russians at Austerlitz. A year later, on November 12, 1806, having destroyed the Prussian army at Jena, Napoleon sent from Berlin to the Pope a demand that the English be expelled from Rome, and that the Papal States join the Italian Confederation. For, he said, he could not tolerate, between his Kingdom of Italy and his Kingdom of Naples, the existence of ports and fortresses which, in the event of war, might be occupied by the English, and compromise the safety of his states and his peoples. Pius was given till February 1807 to obey. He refused, and allowed the British minister to remain in Rome. On his triumphant return from Tilsit, Napoleon again demanded the expulsion of the English agents from Rome. Pius again refused. On August 30th, Napoleon threatened to seize the papal marches. Frightened, Pius agreed to close his ports to the British. Napoleon now demanded that the Pope make common cause with him against the enemies of France. Pius refused. On January 10, 1808, Napoleon ordered General Miolis, then heading a French division in Florence, to march upon Rome. From that day, events moved forward in one more historic conflict between church and state. On February 2nd, Miolis and his troops took Civitavecchia. The next day they entered Rome and surrounded the Quirinal, the hill that held the papal palace and the offices of the Curia. From that time till March 1814, Pius VII was a prisoner of France. On April 2nd, 1808, Napoleon ordered the annexation of the papal marches to the Kingdom of Italy. Now there was an open corridor between the Kingdom of Naples and the Kingdom of Italy, between Joseph and Eugene. A year intervened in which Napoleon was busy with Spain. On May 17, 1809, from Vienna again conquered, Napoleon proclaimed the absorption of the Papal States into the French Empire and the end of the temporal power of the popes. On June 10th, the Pope excommunicated Napoleon. On July 6th, General Radet led some French troops into the Pope's audience chamber and gave him a choice of abdication or exile. Pius took only his breviary and a crucifix and followed his captors to a waiting carriage, which bore him along the Italian coast, past Genoa to Savona. There he was kept in polite imprisonment until Napoleon, after publishing an alleged plot to abduct the pontiff to England, had him transferred to Fontainebleau in June 1812. On February 13, 1813, Pius signed a new agreement with Napoleon. On March 24th, he revoked his signature. In his palatial jail, he lived simply, even to mending his own shirt. He remained there through all the events of 1812 and 1813, until, on January 21st, 1814, Napoleon, himself facing imprisonment, had him returned to Savona. In April, the Allies, having taken Paris and Napoleon, sent word to the Pope that he was free. On May 24th, Pius VII, worn out with physical and mental suffering, re-entered Rome. Nearly all the population welcomed him with fervor and acclaim. Young Romans competed for the privilege of replacing the horses and drawing his carriage to the Quirinal. In their brief control of the Papal States, Napoleon's French administrators, helped by native liberals, transformed the economic and political scene with perhaps painful vigor and speed. Feudalism and the Inquisition were ended. Over 500 religious houses were closed, giving an uncomfortable freedom to 5,852 monks and nuns. Corrupt officials were dismissed. Public accountancy was introduced. Roads were repaired and policed. Brigandage was almost stopped. Streets were cleaned and lighted. A quarter of the Pontine marshes was drained and put under cultivation. Religious liberty was proclaimed. The Jews moved freely from their ghetto. Masonic lodges flourished. Hospitals multiplied, prisons were improved, schools were built and manned. A new university was opened in Perugia. The excavation of classic remains was continued, and Canova was put in charge of a museum that housed the findings. But taxes were collected with unheard-of insistence, and men were conscripted into the national army. The merchants complained of the restrictions laid upon trade with England. The majority of the population frowned upon the sudden transformation of their traditional institutions and the scandalous treatment of a pope whom even the atheists had begun to love. The populace looked back with regret to the soft and indolent rule of the pope. All in all, Napoleon's imprisonment of Pius VII was an astonishing blunder for so astute a ruler. The concordats and the coronation had brought to the consul and the emperor a helpful reconciliation with Catholics throughout Europe, and even a formal acceptance of his rule by nearly all the kings of Europe. But his later treatment of the Pope alienated nearly all Catholics and many Protestants. The papacy was strengthened by Napoleon's attempt to make it his political instrument. The French Catholic Church, which till his time had been Gallican, i.e. anti-papal, now gave its reverence and loyalty to the papacy. The Jesuits, who had been expelled by a politically intimidated pope, were restored throughout Christendom by the gentle but resolute Pius VII in 1814. The temporal power of the papacy was renewed in that year, and its spiritual power was increased by the quiet resistance of the imprisoned pope. Napoleon himself, between abdications, admitted his misjudgment of Pius VII. I always believed the Pope to be a man of very weak character. I treated him harshly. I was wrong. I was blind. Pius, on the other hand, had never underestimated Napoleon, had in many ways admired him, and showed a certain tenderness for him when his former jailer became a prisoner in turn. When Napoleon's mother complained to the Pope that the English were mistreating her son on St. Helena, Pius begged Cardinal Consalvi to intercede for his fallen foe. The Pope outlived the Emperor by 2 years. He died in 1823, murmuring in delirium, Savona, Fontainebleau. 5. Behind the battles. Battles are the technical fireworks of the historic drama. Behind them are the loves and hates of men and women, the toil and gambles of economic life, the defeats and triumphs of science, literature, and art, the desperate longings of religious faith. The Italian may have been a hurried lover, but he attended lustily to the continuance of the species, and so littered the Golden Peninsula with his like, that one function of the battles was to reduce the pullulating crowd. The Church discouraged childlessness more than adultery, for so she could disarm dissent with multiplication. She smiled on Eros and laid no Puritan pall upon carnival ecstasies. Girls were almost always virginal, for marriage came early, and premarital surveillance was severe. But after marriage, since this was usually a union of properties, a woman might take a cavaliere servente, or even a lover, and still be respectable. If she employed 2 or 3 lovers, she was accounted a little wild. This, however, is the testimony of Byron, who liked to believe every woman accessible. Perhaps he meant to speak only of Venice, where Venus seemed especially at home, but Stendhal gave a similar picture of Milan in his Chartreuse de Parme. Despite such easy morals, the life of the Milanese in 1805 seemed dull to Madame de Rémusat, who mourned the absolute non-existence of family life, the husbands strangers to their wives, leaving them to the care of a cavaliere servente. and Madame de Staël, who shone in bisexual discourse, was displeased with what she considered the superficiality of conversation dominated by males. The Italians, she thought, shrink from the fatigue of thinking. The Italians could have reminded her that the Church frowned upon audible thinking, and the great majority of them agreed with the Pope that a religion with a settled creed and transalpine revenues was a beneficent institution in Italy. Even so, there was much quiet free thought among the educated minority, and considerable political heresy. Alfieri could rhapsodize over the French Revolution until it confiscated his property, and hundreds of Italians applauded the news of the fallen Bastille. Italy had bisexual societies of polite learning like the Accademia dell'Arcadia, and that once famous congregation of learned men and women, the Accademia della Crusca, was reconstituted in 1812. In 1800, a woman, Clotilde Tambroni, was teaching Greek in the University of Bologna. There and in other Italian universities, science and medicine were flourishing. In 1791, at the University of Bologna, Luigi Galvani, 1737 to 1798, showed that if the muscle of a frog's leg is connected with a piece of iron, and its nerve is connected with a piece of copper, an electric current will be generated and will cause the muscle to contract. In 1795, at the University of Pavia, Alessandro Volta, 1745 to 1827, invented the voltaic pile, or storage battery, which so astonished Europe that he was called to Paris in 1801 to demonstrate it at the Institute. And on November 7th, before an audience that included Napoleon, he read a paper on the identity of the electric fluid with the galvanic fluid. In 1807, Luigi Rolando published his epical researches in the anatomy of the brain. Thoughtless Italy was teaching Europe a revolution greater than the French. The Italian theater languished because Italians found it so natural to transform speech into song and drama into opera. The populace flocked to simple plays in the style of the Commedia dell'arte. The maturer spirits went to such dramas as those in which Vittorio Alfieri, 1749 to 1803, had proclaimed his hatred of tyranny and his longing for the liberation of Italy from foreign rule. Nearly all his plays antedated the French Revolution, but his passionate treatise Della Tirannide, written in 1777, published in Baden in 1787, and at last in Italy in 1800, became one of the classics of Italian philosophy and prose. Finally, in Misogallo of 1799, nearing the end of his troubled life, he appealed to the Italian people to rise and throw off all alien rule and become a united nation. Here, the Risorgimento of Mazzini and Garibaldi found its first clear voice. The extroverted ardor, the melodious language, and the musical bent of the Italians lent themselves to poetry. This brief age, even after surrendering Alfieri to the past and Leopardi to the future, had 100 poets climbing Parnassus. Happiest of them was Vincenzo Monti, 1754 to 1828, who had a good word to say for every promising subject. La Bassevillana of 1793 defended religion against the French Revolution and won him acceptance at the papal court. In Il Bardo della Selva Nera of 1806, he gloried in Napoleon's liberation of Italy, and he was appointed by the conqueror to a professorship in the University of Pavia. After the fall of Napoleon, he discovered and proclaimed the faults of the French and the virtues of the Austrians. Through all these leaps, he continued to praise la bellezza dell'universo. He surpassed these flights in his translation of the Iliad from 1810. He knew no Greek, but merely versified a prose version, so that Foscolo called him Gran Traduttore de Traduttore d'Omero. Ugo Foscolo, 1778 to 1827, was a greater poet and a sadder man. Being a poet, he was sensuous passion rather than ordered thought. He indulged his desires, passed from one romance to another, from one country or gospel to another, and ended with a longing for old dreams. But through all his phases he was a patient craftsman, seeking perfect form for his verses, even when discarding as specious ornaments not only rhyme but rhythm, and seeking perfection in a language music all his own. He was born between two worlds, on the Ionian island of Zante between Greece and Italy, from an Italian seed and a Greek womb. After 15 years in Zante, he moved to Venice, sampled its frail beauties, fell in love with its decadent charm, and learned to hate the neighborly grasp of Austria. He rejoiced when Napoleon came like a torrent from Nice to Mantua. He hailed the hero of Arcole as Buonaparte Liberatore. But when the unprincipled savior surrendered Venice to Austria, he turned upon him in a romantic novel, Le Ultime Lettere di Jacopo Ortis, of 1798. The last letters of a Venetian Werther who recounts in letters to a friend the double loss of his inamorata to a rival and of his beloved Venice to a Teutonic ogre. When the Austrians set out to reconquer North Italy, Foscolo joined the French army, fought bravely at Bologna, Florence, Milan, and served as a captain in the forces that Napoleon prepared for the invasion of England. When that dream faded, Foscolo abandoned the bayonet for the pen, returned to Italy, and published there his finest work, I Sepolcri, of 1807. In these classically polished, romantically emotional 300 pages, he defended tomb inscriptions as the inspiring remembrance of great men. He honored the church of Santa Croce in Florence for carefully preserving the remains of Machiavelli, Michelangelo, and Galileo. He asked how a people that had through many centuries produced so many heroes of thought and action, so many masterpieces of philosophy, poetry, and art, could rest content with alien masters, and he exalted the legacy of great men as their real immortality and as the soul and spiritual life of the nation and the race. When, in 1814 to 1815, the Austrians again became masters of northern Italy, Foscolo exiled himself to Switzerland and thence to England. He supported himself by giving lessons and writing articles, and died in great poverty in 1827. In 1871, his remains were brought from England to Florence and were buried in Santa Croce, in an Italy at last free. In Italy, said Byron, who loved it none the less, a man must be a cicisbeo, a serving cavalier, or a singer in duets or connoisseur of operas, or nothing. Italian opera, generated especially in Venice and Naples, still dominated the sounding boards of Europe, after a brief challenge by Gluck and Mozart. Soon, by 1815, Rossini's engaging melodies and tempestuous arias would steal the stage, even in Vienna. Piccini, after his bout with Gluck in Paris, returned to Naples and was placed in house arrest for sympathizing with the French Revolution. After Napoleon's conquest of Italy, he was again invited to France in 1798, but died there 2 years later. Paisiello, as composer and conductor, triumphed in St. Petersburg, in Vienna, in Paris, and in Naples under Ferdinand IV, then under Joseph, then under Murat. Domenico Cimarosa succeeded Antonio Salieri as Kapellmeister in Vienna, and produced there the most famous of his operas, Il Matrimonio Segreto, in 1792. In 1793 he was called back to Naples as Maestro di Capella by Ferdinand. When the French took Naples, he received them gladly. When Ferdinand was restored, he sentenced the composer to death, but was induced to commute this to exile. Cimarosa set out for St. Petersburg, but died at Venice on the way in 1801. Meanwhile, Muzio Clementi was composing and performing piano music in various capitals, and was preparing the once famous Gradus ad Parnassum of 1817 for the instruction of young pianists everywhere. Niccolò Paganini, 1782 to 1840, began at Geneva in 1797 his long career as a concert violinist. Loving his violin more passionately and faithfully than he loved any of the many women who throbbed to his music, he developed the possibilities of the instrument to unprecedented complexities of composition and performance. He composed 24 capricci, which astonished with the whimsicality of their developments. Elisa Bonaparte Baciocchi appointed him music director at Piombino in 1805, but that could not long keep him from the tours where his concerts were sure to bring him large audiences and pleasant wealth. In 1833 he settled in Paris. He gave 20,000 francs to Berlioz, who was struggling with poverty, and encouraged him to compose Harold in Italy. Paganini's strenuous working and playing brought him to exhaustion. He decided to leave the excitement of a capital that was frantic with genius and bubbling with revolution. He died at Nice in 1840, leaving, besides his capricci, 8 concertos and numerous sonatas to challenge the violin virtuosi of the advancing century. The art of violin is only now recovering from his antic pranks. 6. Antonio Canova, 1757 to 1822. Italy in the age of Napoleon was too absorbed in war and politics, too poor in public spirit or private philanthropy to generate such art, and particularly such architecture, as had exalted Italy when all Europe was sending Peter's pence to the popes, and Florence, Venice, and Milan, as well as Rome and Naples, were rich and self-ruled. Some outstanding structures were raised. Luigi Cagnola's Arco della Pace in Milan, 1806 to 1833, Antonio Selva's Teatro La Fenice in Venice, 1792, Cosimo Morelli's Palazzo Braschi at Rome, 1795, with its stately staircase, and Antonio Niccolini's imposing facade, built between 1810 and 1812, of the Teatro San Carlo in Naples. There was no memorable painting, but Italy's sculptors were inspired by the excavations at Herculaneum to discard the eccentricities of Baroque and the exuberance of Rococo, and to seek the grace and calm and simple line of classic statuary. One of these sculptors left us work that still stops the eye, tempts the touch, and lives in the memory. Antonio Canova was born in Posagno, at the foot of the Venetian Alps. Both his father and his grandfather were sculptors, specializing in altars and religious monuments. When the father died in 1760, the grandfather took Antonio into his home and later into his studio. The boy's willingness to work and eagerness to learn caught the attention of Giovanni Falier, a patrician of Arsolo. Falier provided funds for Antonio's study in Venice and was rewarded with the youth's first notable production, Orpheus and Eurydice. In 1779, with Falier's approval, he set out for Rome. From that center he studied the remains of ancient art. More and more he was won to Winckelmann's interpretation of Greek sculpture as aiming to represent ideal beauty through perfect form and line. He dedicated himself to the revival of the classic style. His friends in Venice persuaded the government to send him an annuity of 300 ducats for the next 3 years. This neither spoiled him nor deterred him. He frankly imitated classic models and sometimes seemed to equal them. So his Perseus and The Pugilist, both done in 1800, were the only modern works deemed worthy to stand in the Belvedere of the Vatican beside world-acclaimed productions of classical antiquity. His Theseus Slaying the Centaur of 1805, a colossal marble group now in the once imperial gardens of Vienna, could easily be mistaken for an ancient masterpiece were it not for the exaggeration of muscles and fury. Canova was at his best in softer moods congenial to his character, as in the Hebe of the National Gallery in Berlin. Here the daughter of Zeus and Hera is the goddess of youth, caught in the mobile grace of dispensing wine to the gods. In this fruitful year of 1805, Canova began the most famous of his statues, the Venus Victrix of the Galleria Borghese in Rome. He persuaded Pauline Borghese, sister of Napoleon, to pose for this sensuous figure. She was then 25 at the perfection of her form, but we are told that the artist used only her face as his model. For the drapery and the limbs he drew upon his imagination, his dreams, and his memories. He finished the work in 2 years, and then exposed it to the judgment of the public and his peers. They marveled at its proud beauty and loving finish. Here was no mere imitation of some ancient masterpiece, but a living woman of her time, and, in her brother's judgment, the fairest. Canova made her a gift to the generations. In 1802, Napoleon asked Canova to come from Rome to Paris. Pope Pius VII, having just signed a concordat with the consul, advised Canova to go, if only as one more Italian conqueror of France. Of the several portrait busts that the sculptor made of Napoleon, the most pleasing is in the modest Musée Napoléon at Cap d'Antibes. There the young warrior is a veritable Aristotle of meditation. Unreasonably more famous is the full-length statue which Canova made in plaster and then carved in one block of Carrara marble on his return to Rome. It was sent to Paris in 1811 and was set up in the Louvre. But Napoleon objected to it, allegedly because the little winged Victory placed in his right hand seemed to be flying away from him. The figure was packed away out of sight. In 1816, the British government bought it and presented it to Wellington. It now stands 11 feet high at the foot of the stairway in Wellington's London Palace, Apsley House. Canova came to Paris again in 1810 to make a seated statue of Marie-Louise. The result was not prepossessing, but Napoleon gave the departing artist funds to repair the Florence Cathedral and for financing St. Luke's Academy, for artists, in Rome. After Napoleon's fall, Canova was made head of the commission appointed by the Pope to restore to their original owners the artworks that had been sent to Paris by French generals. He stood at the top of the Italian sculptors of his time and was surpassed in Europe only by the now venerable Houdon, 1741 to 1828. Byron, who was more at home in Italy than in France, thought that Europe, the world, has but one Canova, and such as the great of yore, Canova is today. Part of his acclaim may have been due to the neoclassic wave that brought him, like David, both helped by Napoleon, to acknowledged leadership in his art. But Europe could not long be content to imitate or duplicate the art of antiquity. Soon the Romantic movement subordinated line and form to color and feeling, and Canova's fame faded. It should not be irrelevant to add that Canova was a good man, known for modesty, piety, and charity, and capable of appreciating his competitors. He worked hard and suffered from the malarial air of Rome, and from carving massive monuments. In the summer of 1821 he left Rome and sought clearer air and a quieter life in his native Posagno. There, on October 13, 1822, he died, aged 64, mourned by all literate Italy. 7. Vale Iterum Italia. What was the algebraic total of the good and the evil done by France and Italy in this age? To a nation drugged into lassitude by foreign rule, it brought the arousing cry and example of a nation rising in wrath and achieving freedom by its own will and deed. It brought a new and challenging spirit into the relations of the citizens to the state. It brought a Code Napoleon, severe but constructive and defined, promoting order and unity and legal equality in a people long divided by class and allergic to law. Napoleon and his hard-working administrators improved and cleansed the processes of government, expediting performance, multiplying public works, adorning the cities, opening boulevards and parks, clearing roads, marshes, and canals, establishing schools, ending the Inquisition, encouraging agriculture and industry, science and literature and art. The religion of the people was protected by the new regime, but lost the power to suppress nonconformity and was made to contribute to the expenses of the state. Conversely, it was the skeptic Napoleon who allotted funds to complete the Cathedral of Milan. The whole procedure of law was quickened and reformed. Torture was outlawed. Latin was no longer required in the courts. In this period, 1789 to 1813, Joseph and Murat in Naples, Eugène in Milan, were blessings to their realms and would have been loved if they had been Italians. The other side of the picture was conscription, taxation, and expert pilfering. Napoleon put an end to brigandage, but he appropriated works of art with such appreciation as perhaps they had ceased to receive in an Italy saturated with masterpieces. In Napoleon's view, conscription was the most rational and equitable method of protecting the new nations from domestic disorder and foreign rule. The Italians, he said, should remember that arms are the principal support of a state. It is time that the youths who live in idleness in the great towns should cease to fear the fatigues and dangers of war. Probably conscription would have been accepted as a necessary evil had not Italian conscripts found that they were expected to go anywhere to protect the interests of Napoleon or France. So 6,000 of them were moved to the English Channel in 1803 to join in a problematical invasion of England. 80,000 of them were pulled out of their native sunshine to sample the plains and snows and Cossacks of Russia. Nor did the Italians agree about the patriotism of taxation. Here, too, the labor of Italy went not only to protect, govern, and embellish Italy, but also to help Napoleon meet the expenses of his expanding and precarious empires. Eugene was expected to win the love of his subjects while he was picking their pockets. Taxes in his little kingdom rose from 82 million francs in 1805 to 144 million in 1812. The Italians added that such levies might have been more easily borne if the emperor's continental blockade had not deprived Italian industry of its English market, while export and import duties favoring France were hurting Italian commerce with France and Germany. So, even before the Austrians came back, the Italians had tired of Napoleon's protectorate. They felt that they were not only losing great art, but were being drained of the wealth they were creating in order that France might invade England and conquer Russia. This was not the dream their poets had dreamed. They admitted that the Pope's functionaries had allowed a high degree of corruption to enter into the administration of the Papal States, but they did not like the rough handling of Pius VII by French officers, nor his long imprisonment by Napoleon's command. At last they lost love even for the lovable Eugene, for it was through his hands that many of Napoleon's most unwelcome edicts had been imposed. And when, after Leipzig, Napoleon was in danger of complete defeat in 1813, they refused to support Eugene's efforts to send him aid. The effort to liberate Italy through alien arms and rule failed. Liberation awaited the development of national unity through native literature, statesmanship, and arms. Napoleon himself, amid his many miscalculations, had foreseen these difficulties. In 1805, the year of his coronation as King of Italy, he said to Bourrienne, "The union of Italy with France can only be temporary, but it is necessary in order to accustom the nations, states, of Italy to live under common laws. The Genoese, the Piedmontese, the Venetians, the Milanese, the inhabitants of Tuscany, the Romans, the Neapolitans, hate one another. Yet Rome is, from the recollections connected with it, the natural capital of Italy. To make it so, however, it is necessary that the power of the Pope should be confined within limits purely spiritual. I cannot now think of this, but I will reflect upon it hereafter. All these little states will insensibly become accustomed to the same laws, and when manners have been assimilated and enmities extinguished, then there will be an Italy, and I will give her independence. But for that I must have 20 years, and who can count on the future?" We cannot always trust Bourrienne, but Lascaux quotes Napoleon as having spoken to the same effect at St. Helena. "I have planted in the hearts of the Italians principles that can never be rooted out. Sooner or later this regeneration will be accomplished." It was. Chapter 27. Austria, 1780 to 1812. 1. Enlightened Despots, 1780 to 1792. In 1789, Austria was one of the major states of Europe, proud of its history, its culture, and its power, with an empire far wider than its name. That name, from Auster, the south wind, justly conveyed the sense of a people teutonically tough but good-natured and good-humored, sharing happily the joie de vivre and music madness of Italy. It had been a Celtic nation when, shortly before Christ, the Romans conquered it, and it seemed to have retained, across 2 millenniums, some Celtic vivacity and wit. At Vindobona, which became Vienna and then Wien, the Romans built an outpost of their civilization against intrusive barbarians. There Marcus Aurelius, between golden thoughts, held back the Marcomanni about AD 170. There Charlemagne placed the east mark, or eastern boundary, of his realm. There, in 955, Otto the Great set up his Österreich, or Eastern Kingdom, against the Magyars. And there, in 1278, Rudolf of Habsburg established the rule of a dynasty that continued till 1918. In 1618-48, the south wind blew strongly Catholic, leading the old faith against the new in 30 years of war, and that faith was fortified when, in 1683, Vienna for a second time served as a bulwark of Christendom, throwing back the Turks. Meanwhile, the Habsburg monarchy spread the rule of Austria over the adjacent duchies of Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, and the Tyrol, over Bohemia, or Czechoslovakia, Transylvania, or Romania, Hungary, Polish Galicia, Lombardy, and the Spanish Netherlands, or Belgium. Such was the scattered realm that Europe knew as the Austrian Empire when, in 1797, Napoleon first knocked at Vienna's gates. The Habsburg dynasty reached its final peak in the reign of Maria Theresa, who ruled from 1740 to 1780, that willful and wonderful matriarch who rivaled Catherine II and Frederick the Great among the monarchs of her time. She lost Silesia to Frederick's Machiavellian grasp, but thereafter, with her people and her allies, she fought him to a deadlock of exhaustion. Surviving that conflict, she lived to place 5 of her 16 children upon thrones. Joseph in Vienna, Leopold in Tuscany, Maria Amalia in Parma, Maria Carolina in Naples, Marie Antoinette in France. She reluctantly transmitted her realm to her oldest son, for she distrusted his agnosticism and reforms, and foresaw that her people, immovably in love with her, would be unhappy under any disturbance of their traditional beliefs and ways. Her judgment seems justified by the troubles that bewildered Joseph, who shared the throne with her from 1765 to 1780, and then held it for 10 years more. He shocked the aristocracy by freeing the serfs, and shocked the strongly Catholic population by flirting with Voltaire, allowing Protestant worship, and harassing Pius VI. Unsupported by the bureaucracy that enveloped him, he had to confess in his last days that the peasants, suddenly separated from their feudal lords, had made a mess of their liberty, that he had disrupted the economy, that he had driven the upper classes in Hungary and the Austrian Netherlands to revolt, threatening the very existence of the empire. His purposes were benevolent, but his methods were to rule by innumerable decrees which dictated the end without preparing the means. Frederick the Great said of him, "He invariably takes the second step before he takes the first." He died on February 20th, 1790, regretting his impetuous procedure and mourning the popular conservatism that loved habit too much to bear reform. His brother Leopold shared his aims, but avoided his haste. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.